Letter for my wife. My love, I am writing this letter to explain in detail how I came to the conclusion that the church is not all it claims to be. I long for your understanding and support. You are my whole world. I've been known to get intellectually excited about various subjects on occasion. I tend to investigate every piece of information and exhaust all resources to satisfy my curiosity. One day, I came across an Ensign article discussing the new Joseph Smith Papers project that caused my curiosity to extend into church history. I soon became captivated. I began reading every church-approved historical resource I could find. I pored over Joseph Smith's journals, the Journal of Discourses, the History of the Church, and early Mormon periodicals. It was all so fascinating. My intent was to learn more about the history and to strengthen my testimony. But every so often, I would run across well-known events that did not match the narrative I was taught growing up in the church. This letter is a collection of these events and other inconsistencies. I would like to address something before you continue reading. Much of this information will be new to you. It was to me. It may feel uncomfortable learning things we were never taught in church. We've been told that this feeling is the Spirit warning us, but please consider that any information that seriously challenges our worldview will make us feel this way. My only request is that you read this with an open mind about the possibility that anything is possible in this crazy world.
In general, it is true that nothing which cannot stand up under discussion and criticism is worth defending. James E. Talmage.
Church historian Elder Stephen E. Snow was interviewed by BYU's Religious Educator program about the church's recent increasing openness with regard to history. He stated,
"My view is that being open about our history solves a whole lot more problems than it creates. We might not have all the answers, but if we are open, and we now have pretty remarkable transparency, then I think in the long run, that will serve us well. I think in the past there was a tendency to keep a lot of the records closed or at least not give access to information. But the world has changed in the last generation. With the access to information on the internet, we can't continue that pattern. I think we need to continue to be more open." Stephen E. Snow.
What pattern can't they continue? In an interview with BYU Professor of History D. Michael Quinn, Elder Boyd K. Packer stated,
I have a hard time with historians because they idolize the truth. The truth is not uplifting. It destroys. Historians should tell only that part of the truth that is inspiring and uplifting. Boyd K. Packer.
Elder Packer counsels that not all truth should be shared, but what determines which should be shared and which should be censored? At what point do partial truths become lies? Elder Packer's caution and Elder Snow's reveal shows that the brethren have regularly suppressed information about the church's troublesome history, yet now see the need to finally be truthful due to the internet's free flow of information? I feel that a true church should not have a troublesome past to hide and be open to full disclosure if there is any. Let's take a closer look at what Elder Snow says have been kept closed all these years. Part 1. The Early Church. Chapter 1. The First Vision. President Gordon B. Hinckley rests the entire truthfulness of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints on the validity of the first vision when he stated,
"Our whole strength rests on the validity of that first vision. It either occurred or it did not occur. If it did not, then this work is a fraud. If it did, then it is the most important and wonderful work under the heavens." Gordon B. Hinckley.
When studying the circumstances surrounding the first vision, issues arise that are not taught to members of the church. These issues involve the timeline, common first vision-like accounts, Joseph's multiple accounts, contemporary statements, discrepancies in the official version, and continued concealment. First issue, the timeline. Joseph Smith claimed to have experienced the first vision in 1820, yet there appears to be no record before 1832. The church confirms this fact when it states that the oldest account written in 1832 was part of an autobiography. This account emphasized Joseph's quest for religious truth and his desire to be forgiven of his sins. Therein, Joseph stated that the Lord said to him, quote, "Joseph, my son, thy sins are forgiven thee." End quote. If this event occurred in 1820, then it was 12 years later when Joseph decided to first make a record of it, 2 years after the organization of the church. No contemporary periodicals in the 1830s mention Joseph Smith. None of the publications of the church in that decade and no journal or correspondence from that time mention the story of the first vision. Former church historian James B. Allen acknowledged that the story of the first vision was not known in the 1830s. Elder Allen stated that in the 1830s, the general membership of the church knew little, if anything, about it. According to the historical record, there is no reference to the first vision in any published or hand-recorded material in the 1830s. In 1830, the church first published the Book of Commandments, a predecessor to the Doctrine and Covenants. It was a collection of Joseph's revelations that had been appearing periodically in the Evening and Morning Star. 5 years later, the church decided to add to the Book of Commandments a series of lectures that Joseph prepared for teaching in the School of the Prophets. Joseph's lectures on faith were known as the Doctrine, and his revelations as the Covenants. Thus, the name of the book was changed to the Doctrine and Covenants. Outlined in these lectures were the doctrine and theology of the church up to that point. Yet, they did not mention Joseph's first vision, even though he speaks extensively on the nature of God. Nor do the pages of the Latter-day Saints Messenger and Advocate printed in Kirtland. In this newspaper, Oliver Cowdery, who was second only to Joseph Smith in the early organization of the church, published a series of letters dealing with the origin of the church. These letters were written with the approval of Joseph Smith, but again, they contained no mention of any vision. The first missionary pamphlet of the church was The Voice of Warning and Instruction to All People, published in 1837 by Apostle Parley P. Pratt. The book contains long sections on items important to missionaries of the 1830s, such as fulfillment of prophecy, the Book of Mormon, external evidence of the book's authenticity, the resurrection, and the nature of revelation, but again, nothing on the first vision. The story of the first vision was not printed in the 1830s. What would later become the official account of the first vision wasn't printed until 1842. For over 20 years, there are no records of transcribed sermons by Joseph or the other elders of the church, no personal journal entries by any of Joseph Smith's family or followers, and no LDS periodicals describing this historic event as we've come to know it. Before its first publication, none of the more than 16,000 members of the church ever recorded hearing about it. From all this, it would appear that the general membership did not receive any information about the first vision until the 1840s. Next issue. Common first vision-like accounts. Several religious publications in the New England area demonstrate that such visions were common during the early church. Norris Stearns published his own vision in Greenfield, Massachusetts in 1815, not far from where Joseph Smith's senior family lived in Vermont.
At length, as I lay apparently upon the brink of eternal woe, seeing nothing but death before me, suddenly there came a sweet flow of the love of God to my soul, which gradually increased. At the same time, there appeared a small gleam of light in the room, above the brightness of the sun. Then at its meridian, which grew brighter and brighter. At length, being in an ecstasy of joy, I turned to the other side of the bed. Whether in the body or out, I cannot tell, God knoweth. There I saw two spirits, which I knew at the first sight. But if I had the tongue of an angel, I could not describe their glory, for they brought the joys of heaven with them. One was God, my Maker, almost in bodily shape like a man. His face was as it were a flame of fire, and his body as it had been a pillar and a cloud. In looking steadfastly to discern features, I could see none, but a small glimpse would appear in some other place. Below him stood Jesus Christ, my Redeemer, in perfect shape like a man. His face was not ablaze, but had the countenance of fire, being bright and shining. His Father's will appeared to be his. All was condescension, peace, and love. Norris Stearns.
Minister Elias Smith published a book in which he told of his conversation in 1816.
I went into the woods. A light appeared from heaven. My mind seemed to rise in that light to the throne of God and the Lamb. The Lamb, once slain, appeared to my understanding, and while viewing him, I felt such love to him as I never felt to anything earthly. It is not possible for me to tell how long I remained in that situation. Elias Smith.
Asa Wilde claimed to have a revelation that was published on October 22, 1823.
It seemed as if my mind was struck motionless, as well as into nothing, before the awful and glorious majesty of great Jehovah. He then spake. He also told me that every denomination of professing Christians had become extremely corrupt. Asa Wilde.
Billy Hibbard, a New York preacher, published his memories in 1825 and included an experience with meeting Jesus and God the Father when he was a young boy.
When I came to the place of prayer, had kneeled down and closed my eyes, with my hands uplifted toward the heavens, I saw Jesus Christ at the right hand of God looking down upon me, and God the Father looking upon him. The look of Jesus on me removed the burden of my sins, while he spoke these words, "Be faithful unto death, and this shall be thy place of rest." Billy Hibbard.
John S. Thompson, a New York minister, published another similar account in 1826.
I dreamed Christ descended from the firmament in a glare of brightness, exceeding tenfold the brilliancy of the meridian sun, and he came to me, saying, I commission you to go and tell mankind that I am come, and bid every man to shout victory. John S. Thompson.
Solomon Chamberlain, an early member of the church, published a pamphlet of his experience before he met Joseph Smith. President John Taylor later recounts,
Dissatisfied with the religions he had tried, Chamberlain prayed for further guidance, and in 1816, according to his account, the Lord revealed to me in a vision of the night an angel, whom Chamberlain asked about the right way. The angel told him that the churches were corrupt, and that God would soon raise up an apostolic church. Chamberlain printed up an account of his visions, and was still distributing them and looking for the apostolic church when he stopped in Palmyra. John Taylor.
It appears that when Joseph Smith initially wrote his first vision experience in 1832, many people related stories of visionary experiences with Heavenly Father and Jesus. Joseph's story turns out to be quite a common claim in his day. Another issue, Joseph's contradictory accounts of the first vision. Joseph Smith Papers records 4 separate accounts of the first vision by Joseph between 1832 and 1842. The first and earliest account was written on November 27, 1832. In his first account, Joseph mentions that he had already concluded that the world had apostatized from the faith, and that there was no society or denomination built upon the gospel of Jesus Christ as recorded in the New Testament. He then has an encounter with the Lord, but makes no mention of 2 separate personages. Joseph then writes that his sins are forgiven, and the Lord agrees with Joseph's conclusion about the corruption of Christianity. The second account, Joseph's 1835 account, notes that while one of the 2 personages testify that Jesus is the Son of God, neither personage is specifically identified as God or Jesus. Joseph writes that he also sees, quote, many angels, end quote. The third account, the second draft of the 1838 account, was later adopted as the official version. The fourth account, the 1842 account found in the Wentworth letter, notes 2 beings, but again, neither identifies as God or Jesus. So, which one is correct? Just after the turn of the century, the church needed to decide on an official account of the first vision. It picked the version that was printed in the Times and Seasons on March 15, 1842. What is now found in the Pearl of Great Price is the second draft of an account written by James Mulholland, one of Joseph's scribes. It was the first time any account identified the heavenly visitor or visitors as anything other than angels. Compared to the earliest mention of the first vision written by Joseph Smith himself, the official account written by Mulholland shows some discrepancies. Joseph's motivation to pray in the grove was originally a desire for forgiveness of his sins, not to know which churches were true, because Joseph had already come to the conclusion that all churches were false. Also, the near-death experience of being overcome by an evil power is only found in the James Mulholland version. And, most importantly, Joseph states, quote, "I saw the Lord" versus "I saw two personages," end quote. The differences between both accounts are quite significant, especially in the most important piece of information they are communicating. If they are both supposed to be of the same event, then why would the official account say he spoke to God and Jesus, while Joseph's journal says he only saw the Lord? No priesthood, relief society, or Sunday school manual has ever mentioned that the first vision story found in the Pearl of Great Price differs significantly from the one Joseph originally wrote. Another issue: contemporary accounts of the first vision. It appears that Joseph told the elders of the church a very different experience than any of his written accounts.
The Lord did not come with the armies of heaven, but he did send his angel to this same obscure person, Joseph Smith, Jr., who afterwards became a prophet, seer, and revelator, and informed him that he should not join any of the religious sects of the day, for they were all wrong. Brigham Young.
The same organization and gospel that Christ died for is again established in this generation. How did it come? By the ministering of an holy angel from God out of heaven, who held converse with man, and revealed unto him the darkness that enveloped the world. He told him the gospel was not among men, and that there was not a true organization of his kingdom in the world. Joseph was strengthened by the Spirit and power of God, and was enabled to listen to the teachings of the angel. The man to whom the angel appeared obeyed the gospel. Wilford Woodruff.
He, Joseph Smith, went humbly before the Lord and inquired of him, and the Lord answered his prayer, and revealed to Joseph by the ministration of angels the true condition of the religious world. When the holy angel appeared, Joseph inquired which of all these denominations was right, and which he should join, and was told they were all wrong. George A. Smith.
How was it, and which was right? None of them was right, just as it was when the prophet Joseph asked the angel which of the sects was right, that he might join it. The answer was that none of them were right. What, none of them? No. We will not stop to argue that question. The angel merely told him to join none of them, that none of them were right. John Taylor.
All these statements reveal that as late as 35 years after Joseph Smith's death and 59 years after his vision, the church was still not teaching that Joseph saw two personages, but only an angel. Continued concealment. Using the vast resources of the church education system, members are not informed of the inconsistencies relating to Joseph's visions. It also appears that average members are not the only ones surprised by this evidence. President of the First Quorum of the 70, S. Dilworth Young, published a statement in the Improvement era on this subject.
I cannot remember the time when I have not heard the story concerning the coming of the Father and the Son to the prophet Joseph Smith. I am concerned, however, with one item which has recently been called to my attention on this matter. There appears to be going about our communities some writing to the effect that the prophet Joseph Smith evolved his doctrine from what might have been a vision, in which he is supposed to have said that he saw an angel instead of the Father and the Son. According to this theory, by the time he was inspired to write the occurrence in 1838, he had come to the conclusion that there were two beings. This rather shocked me. I can see no reason why the prophet, with his brilliant mind, would have failed to remember in sharp relief every detail of that eventful day. I can remember quite vividly that in 1915 I had a mere dream, and while the dream was prophetic in nature, it was not startling. It has been long since fulfilled, but I can remember every detail of it as sharply and clearly as though it had happened yesterday. How then could any man conceive that the prophet, receiving such a vision as he received, would not remember it and would fail to write it clearly, distinctly, and accurately? S. Dilworth Young.
Considering that first vision-like accounts were common in New England, that it took 60 years for leadership to become aware of the two personages, and the active suppression of this information, it feels hard to be confident in the truthfulness of the first vision. Chapter 2. The Translation. The Church has always taught that the translation process of the Book of Mormon looked like this. Joseph Smith read the golden plates like a book, translating the text out loud to Oliver Cowdery, who served as scribe. The context surrounding the translation process raises issues that are not evident to members of the Church. These issues involve the actual translation using a seer stone, Joseph's use of folk magic, and his trouble with the law regarding these circumstances. First, the actual method.
Joseph Smith would put the seer stone into a hat and put his face in the hat, drawing it closely around his face to exclude the light. And in the darkness, the spiritual light would shine. A piece of something resembling parchment would appear, and on that appeared the writing. One character at a time would appear, and under it was the interpretation in English. Brother Joseph would read off the English to Oliver Cowdery, who was his principal scribe, and when it was written down and repeated to Brother Joseph to see if it was correct, then it would disappear, and another character with the interpretation would appear. Thus the Book of Mormon was translated by the gift and power of God, and not by any power of man. David Whitmer.
Contrary to general church teachings, Joseph did not read the gold plates like an open book at all. Rather, during the translation process, he buried his face in a hat that contained a common rock. The gold plates were either covered by a cloth where no one, including Joseph, could see them, or they were in a different location altogether. The Church knew the true method all along, yet commissioned works of art and film and used the education system to teach otherwise.
I frequently wrote day after day, often sitting at the table close by him, he sitting with his face buried in his hat with the stone in it, and dictating hour after hour with nothing between us. Emma Smith.
Emma Smith and David Whitmer describe Joseph's use of the seer stone and hat, but this information had all but been buried. In December 2013, the Church released an essay addressing the translation of the Book of Mormon issue. Finally, after public criticisms, the seer stone is again mentioned for a new generation of members. An essay on LDS.org titled Book of Mormon Translation states that the other instrument, which Joseph Smith discovered in the ground years before he retrieved the gold plates, was a small oval stone, or seer stone, quote-unquote. As a young man during the 1820s, Joseph Smith, like others in his day, used a seer stone to look for lost objects and buried treasure. On August 4th, 2015, LDS.org published an article titled Joseph the Seer. It contains the first ever official image of one of Joseph Smith's seer stones. It is the very same stone Joseph found while digging a well on the property of Willard Chase in 1822. For nearly 200 years, the Church has had the stone in their possession, yet never actively taught about it, and in the case of former president of the Church Joseph Fielding Smith, has denied its role. Second issue, folk magic. Could Joseph Smith's experiences actually be products of his family's practice of local folk magic? BYU Studies Quarterly describes the Smith family culture when it stated, quote, "In frontier America, seer stones or peep stones were commonly used by lost object finders, people engaged in the widespread practice of lost treasure digging," end quote. Director of Center for Western Studies at BYU and president of the Mormon History Association, Ronald W. Walker, put the Smith family's activities in historical context.
From colonial times to at least the age of Jackson, Americans dug for magical treasure. There were hundreds and probably thousands of these money diggers, all seeking troves of fabled coins, mines, jewels, and other valued prizes. The money diggers placed faith in conjuring elemental spirits, thrice-spoken dreams, seeric gifts, and enchanted treasure. Clearly, the ideas of hidden but guarded treasure, with their secondary and accompanying motifs of ancient texts, animals, boxes, devils, caves, gold, incantations, mountains, and even the ratifying number 3 were in ancient bequest. A treasure-finding device used by adepts was a peep or seer stone, whose acclaimed gifts excelled even those of the divining rod. Such stones seemed to be everywhere and were of every possible description. Joseph Smith's various stones reportedly included a smooth, gray, egg-shaped rock found in a neighbor's well. A second which he reportedly dug up near Lake Erie after espying it in his neighbor's stone, and still others collected from the Mississippi River sands near Nauvoo, Illinois. With most village seers requiring that the light be secluded, this stone-in-the-hat procedure was standard. By this method, an adept could see within the stone crystal a helpful spirit, or the precise locality of the underground treasure. While finding the right moment to dig was important, the need to circumvent the treasure's guardian was crucial. Like its old-world antecedents, the American treasure keeper might be demonic or divine. Or it could be a cat, dog, snake, or some other protecting animal. But generally, the American treasure guardian was a murdered youth or man whose body had been left with the buried valuables to ensure their protection. Guardian Indians were a frequent motif, while a murdered pirate protected Captain Kidd's troves. As Vermont's early 19th century immigration swept into upstate New York, the money-digging frenzy came with it. Such superstition was frequent in the new settlements. The Palmyra Reflector labeled the New York money-hunting mania. Men and women without distinction of age or sex became marvelously wise in the occult sciences. Many dreamed and others saw visions disclosing them, deep in the bowels of the earth, rich and shining treasures. Rumors constantly swirled about hunters' smiling fortunes, which excited still others to further digging. Smith family reportedly found objects as a cannonball, a cache of gold watches, and according to the viewpoint of some of their neighbors, the golden plates which produced the Book of Mormon. Indeed, in ways that are yet to be explored, money digging may have influenced two of the 19th century's major social and religious movements, Mormonism and spiritualism. Its touch on American society was not light. Ronald W. Walker.
LDS historian Richard Bushman states that, like many other New Englanders, they were familiar with searches for lost treasure by supernatural means. Joseph Smith's father was reputed to be one of these treasure seekers, and Joseph Smith himself had found a stone called a seer stone, which reportedly enabled him to find lost objects. Treasure seekers wanted to employ him to help with their searches. One, a man named Josiah Stowell, hired Joseph and his father in 1825 to dig for a supposed Spanish treasure near Harmony, Pennsylvania. The effort came to nothing, and the Smiths returned home, but the neighbors continued to think of the Smiths as part of the treasure-seeking company.
By 1825, young Joseph had a reputation in Manchester and Palmyra for his activities as a treasure seer, or someone who used a seer stone to locate gold or other valuable objects buried in the earth. Elder Stephen E. Snow.
Even Isaac Hale did not consent to Joseph and Emma's marriage because Joseph did not have stable employment and had a reputation for looking into peepstones for buried treasure. At one point, Joseph visited Emma's father in an attempt to reconcile for marrying Emma anyway. Forgivingly, Isaac invited Joseph and Emma to make their home in Harmony.
I said with paternal concern and with some compassion that if Joseph would move to Pennsylvania and give up his old practice of looking in the stone, I would assist him in getting into business. Smith stated to me that he had given up what he called glass-looking, and that he expected and was willing to work hard for a living. Isaac Hale.
The Smith family's use of seer stones to find buried gold treasure was a common folk magic practice in New England. Another issue: trouble with the law. Between 21 and 25 years old, Joseph Smith was arrested 4 separate times for fraud. Joseph Smith Papers displays a trial bill for Justice Albert Neely, where Josiah Stowell brought charges against Joseph for glass-looking and was convicted of misdemeanor.
Prisoner examined. Says that he came from the town of Palmyra and had been at the house of Josiah Stowell in Bainbridge. That he had a certain stone which he had occasionally looked at to determine where hidden treasures in the bowels of the earth were. That he professed to tell in this manner where gold mines were at a distance underground, and had looked for Mr. Stowell several times, and had informed him where he could find these treasures, and Mr. Stowell had been engaged in digging for them. Josiah Stowell sworn says that prisoner had pretended to have skill of telling where hidden treasures in the earth were by means of looking through a certain stone. That prisoner had looked for him sometimes, once to tell him about money buried in Bend Mountain in Pennsylvania, and once for gold on Monument Hill. Jonathan Thompson says that prisoner was requested to look for chest of money, did look, and pretended to know where it was. Smith looked in his hat while there, and when very dark, and told how the chest was situated, that the last time he looked he discovered distinctly the 2 Indians who buried the trunk, that a quarrel ensued between them, and that one of said Indians was killed by the other and thrown into the hold beside the trunk to guard it, as he supposed, and therefore the court find the defendant guilty. Court transcript.
Some context. BYU professor Ronald Walker states that the events surrounding Joseph and the gold plates were very typical of early 19th century folk magic practitioners. Typical folk magic themes in 19th century New England included divine visitations, visions that recur 3 times, the devil, buried boxes of gold with spirit guardians, often Native Americans, and seer stones in hats. Joseph Smith's story also included many of the same things, including a visitation from the Lord, a visit from Moroni 3 times in one night, an experience with Satan, golden plates buried in a stone box that were protected by the spirit of Moroni, who was a Native American, and the use of a seer stone in his hat to dictate the Book of Mormon. If Joseph used a seer stone to defraud people while selling treasure hunting services, then used the same stone to write the Book of Mormon while selling religious services, it speaks to the credibility of his claim. Considering that Joseph did not even use the plates during the translation, considering that folk magic was common in the New England area, and he had been in trouble with the law for treasure hunting, it seems hard to feel confident in the authenticity of the official translation story. Chapter 3. The Witnesses. Losing confidence in the truthfulness of Joseph's claims made me think of the witnesses to the plates and how their testimonies lend credibility to the entire narrative. However, research turns up issues of their own. These included the fact that no scribe ever saw the plates. The 3 and 8 witnesses only saw the plates with their spiritual eyes. The printed testimony did not reflect literal events, and nearly all the witnesses left the church. The scribes. During the translation process, Joseph was either behind a curtain or the plates sat underneath a cloth in a box in another room. No scribe to the translation process was ever allowed to see the plates. Emma only felt the plates through a cloth on the table. Why wouldn't Joseph want anybody to see the plates? The 3 witnesses. The history of the church records the event where Martin Harris, David Wimmer, and Oliver Cowdery became the first witnesses to the gold plates after Joseph Smith. Joseph describes how the men gained their witness of the plates in a purely visionary setting.
Not many days after the above commandment was given, we 4, Martin Harris, David Whitmer, Oliver Cowdery, and myself, agreed to retire into the woods and try to obtain, by fervent and humble prayer, the fulfillment of the promises given in the above revelation, that they should have a view of the plates. We accordingly made choice of a piece of woods convenient to Mr. Whitmer's house, to which we retired, and having knelt down, we began to pray in much faith to Almighty God to bestow upon us a realization of these promises. According to previous arrangement, I commenced by vocal prayer to our Heavenly Father, and was followed by each of the others in succession. We did not at the first trial, however, obtain any answer or manifestation of divine favor in our behalf. We again observed the same order of prayer, each calling on and praying fervently to God in rotation, but with the same result as before. Upon this, our second failure, Martin Harris proposed that he should withdraw himself from us, believing, as he expressed himself, that his presence was the cause of our not obtaining what we wished for. He accordingly withdrew from us, and we knelt down again, and had not been many minutes engaged in prayer, when presently we beheld a light above us in the air, of exceeding brightness, and behold, an angel stood before us. In his hands he held the plates which we had been praying for these to have a view of. He turned over the leaves one by one so that we could see them, and discern the engravings thereon distinctly. He then addressed himself to David Whitmer and said, "David, blessed is the Lord, and he that keeps his commandments." When, immediately afterwards, we heard a voice from out of the bright light above us saying, "These plates have been revealed by the power of God, and they have been translated by the power of God. The translation of them which you have seen is correct, and I command you to bear record of what you now see and hear." Joseph Smith.
Joseph Smith, David Whitmer, and Oliver Cowdery saw an angel and the plates after Martin Harris withdrew from the group. Joseph goes on to tell how he left David and Oliver and went in pursuit of Martin Harris, whom he found at a considerable distance, fervently engaged in prayer. Then they both joined in prayer, and, according to Joseph, quote, "the same vision was opened to our view," end quote. Remember, the word vision means dream, not reality. It is important to note that Joseph never claimed to have carried the plates into the woods where they prayed. Praying to see the plates in the woods seems rather odd if Joseph actually possessed physical plates. Why was prayer necessary to see the plates if they were in fact a physical object? Martin Harris's behavior also seems strange if the plates actually existed. The testimony of the three witnesses is not accurate. Printed in the Book of Mormon is the testimony of the three witnesses. It is not an accurate account of the events, but a reconstruction of multiple experiences. Quote, "And we also testify that we have seen the engravings which are upon the plates, and we declare, with words of soberness, that an angel of God came down from heaven, and he brought and laid before our eyes that we beheld and saw the plates, and the engravings thereon, and we know that it is by the grace of God the Father and our Lord Jesus Christ that we beheld and bear record that these things are true." End quote. The language in this statement makes it seem as if all four men experienced this event together. However, the history of the church passage clearly shows that the Martin Harris vision happened separately. Not only that, but later statements made by David Whitmer and Martin Harris show that the angel brought additional objects for them to see. This is curiously left out of the signed testimony of the three witnesses.
We not only saw the plates of the Book of Mormon, but also the brass plates, the plates of the Book of Ether, the plates containing the records of the wickedness and secret combinations of the people of the world down to the time of their being engraved, and many other plates. There appeared, as it were, a table with many records or plates upon it, besides the plates of the Book of Mormon. Also the sword of Laban, the directors, the ball which Lehi had, and the interpreters. David Whitmer.
Why fail to mention the other plates and important Nephite artifacts? The 8 witnesses. On March 25, 1838, Martin Harris testified in public that none of the 3 or 8 witnesses saw or handled the physical plates. The statement caused apostles Luke S. Johnson, Lyman E. Johnson, John F. Boynton, High Priest Stephen Burnett, and LDS 70 Warren Parrish to leave the church. In a letter to Lyman Johnson, Stephen Burnett wrote,
"I have reflected long and deliberately upon the history of this church and weighed the evidence for and against it, loath to give it up. But when I came to hear Martin Harris state in public that he never saw the plates with his natural eyes, only in vision or imagination, neither Oliver Cowdery nor David Whitmer, and also that the 8 witnesses never saw them and hesitated to sign that instrument for that reason, but were persuaded to do it, the last pedestal gave way. In my view, our foundations was sapped, and the entire superstructure fell a heap of ruins. I was followed by W. Warren Parrish, Luke Johnson, and John Boynton, all of who concurred with me. After we were done speaking, Martin Harris arose and said he was sorry for any man who rejected the Book of Mormon, for he knew it was true. He said he had hefted the plates repeatedly in a box with only a tablecloth or handkerchief over them, but he never saw them, only as he saw a city through a mountain, and said that he never should have told the testimony of the 8 was false if it had not been picked out of the air, but should have let it pass as it was. Stephen Burnett.
On April 5, 1839, member of the church Theodore Turley challenged John Whitmer, one of the 8 witnesses, to either affirm or deny his testimony regarding the gold plates. Whitmer responded saying,
"I now say I handled those plates. They were shown to me by a supernatural power." John Whitmer.
Why would a supernatural power be necessary if the plates actually existed? Couldn't Joseph just invite the men he wanted to be witnesses over to his house, take the plates out of the box where he kept them, and pass them around? Why are visions and supernatural means necessary to see the plates? Published on Joseph Smith papers are the signed statements by the 3 and 8 witnesses, where it is revealed that both statements and all signatures are in the handwriting of Oliver Cowdery. The official statements printed in the Book of Mormon are not signed with original signatures, dated, or given a specific location where the events occurred. These are not 11 legally sworn statements. Rather, they are simple accounts pre-written, pre-signed, and agreed upon at some later time, especially when considering that not a single witness actually saw the plates. Where are the plates now? After completing the Book of Mormon, Joseph had no more use of the plates, and he gave up possession of them. Wilford Woodruff records,
President Young said in relation to Joseph Smith returning the plates of the Book of Mormon, that he did not return them to the box from where he had received them, but he went into a cave in the hill Cumorah with Oliver Cowdery and deposited those plates upon a table. Wilford Woodruff.
In an interview, David Whitmer recalls,
Where are the plates now? In a cave, where the angel has hidden them up till the time arrives when the plates which are sealed shall be translated. God will yet raise up a mighty one, who shall do his work till it is finished and Jesus comes again. And where is that cave? In the state of New York. David Whitmer.
According to Wilford Woodruff and David Whitmer, it seems as though they are still here on earth in a cave in the hill Cumorah. Surely the church must be in possession of the plates, as there is a visitor center at the hill Cumorah. The succession crisis. For more than 3 years after Joseph and Hyrum Smith's deaths, several people competed to assume the role as prophet and leader of the church. Claiming to be the new rightful successor were Sidney Rigdon, Brigham Young, James Strang, Samuel Smith, William Smith, Joseph Smith III, and others. Sidney Rigdon, first counselor in the first presidency to Joseph Smith, argued that by virtue of revelation, the prophet himself, he should be rightful heir to Joseph's position. Doctrine and Covenants, section 20, verse 6 reads, quote, And again, verily, I say unto thy brethren, Sidney Rigdon and Frederick G. Williams, their sins are forgiven them also, and they are accounted as equal with thee in holding the keys of this last kingdom. End quote. James Strang asserted that, unlike the others, he had physical proof of his prophetic calling. He produced a 3-page letter supposedly written by Joseph Smith naming Strang as successor. While the wording of the letter is somewhat ambiguous and the handwriting does not match Joseph's, it still convinced many members of the church to follow Strang. Brigham Young, fighting between individual competitors, lasted 3 years until the most senior member of the Quorum of the 12 Apostles, Brigham Young, was voted, quote, President of the whole Church of Latter-day Saints, end quote, by the remaining members of the 12. Joseph Smith III. While Joseph Smith and 5 others were imprisoned at Liberty Jail in Missouri, his young son, Joseph III, was brought to visit on several occasions. Imprisoned with Joseph was Apostle Lyman White. Lyman did not agree with Brigham's new position as leader of the church because he witnessed Joseph Smith ordain his oldest son, Joseph III, to be his successor.
Joseph called on me shortly after we came out of Liberty Jail to lay hands with him on the head of a youth and heard him cry aloud, You are my successor when I depart, and heard the blessings poured on his head. Later, the 50s assembled should have called on all the authorities of the church down to the lay members from all the face of the earth, and then have called on young Joseph and held him up before the congregation of Israel to take his father's place in the flesh. Lyman Wright.
None of the 3 scribes of the Book of Mormon, Emma Smith, Sidney Rigdon, and Oliver Cowdery, wanted to be affiliated with the new Brigham Young-led church. None of the 3 witnesses wanted to be part of Brigham's church, and none of the 8 witnesses did either. While Samuel Smith and Joseph Sr. did not end up leaving the church like the rest, it is important to note that the church was financially supporting them at the time. Once Brigham took over as president, not a single surviving scribe or member of the 3 and 8 witnesses decided to stay with the church anymore. A little context. First, no scribe was allowed to see the plates. Second, all of the witnesses saw the plates spiritually, not physically. Third, signatures of the witnesses are the handwriting of Oliver Cowdery. And last, all witnesses of the plates left the church, save 2 members of the Smith family. How much credibility can we give the testimonies of those that have claimed to see the plates when the records show that it was seen in visions, not physically, as the church teaches? How much trust can we put in the statements of these witnesses when all of them that were being financially supported by the church ended up leaving? Chapter 4. The Kinderhook Plates. The Kinderhook plates are 6 brass plates engraved by men from Illinois for the purpose of exposing Joseph Smith as someone who could not divinely translate ancient writings. This chapter covers the background, Joseph's translation, the forgery claim, the 1953 test results, and the 1980 test results. Background.
On April 23, 1843, a group of men excavated an old earth mound just outside the town of Kinderhook, Illinois, and came up with a most interesting find. The excavation was headed by Robert Wiley, a local merchant. After digging down about 12 feet, they came upon fire-burned rock, charcoal, ashes, and badly decomposed human bones. Near the corner, a bundle was found that consisted of 6 plates of brass of a bell shape, each having a hole near the small end, a ring through them all, and clasped with 2 clasps. The plates appeared to have some kind of writing on them, but were so badly oxidized they could not be clearly distinguished until Dr. W. P. Harris, M.D., treated them with a dilute solution of sulfuric acid, which made them perfectly clear. They were completely covered with hieroglyphics on both sides. A certificate stating the facts of the find was drawn up and signed by 9 of the men present and sent to nearby newspapers. Welby W. Ricks.
The translation.
I insert facsimiles of the 6 brass plates found near Kinderhook in Pike County, Illinois, on April 23rd by Mr. Robert Wiley and others while excavating a large mound. They found a skeleton about 6 feet from the surface of the earth, which must have stood 9 feet high. The plates were found on the breast of the skeleton and were covered on both sides with ancient characters. I have translated a portion of them and find they contain the history of the person with whom they were found. He was a descendant of Ham, through the loins of Pharaoh, king of Egypt, and that he received his kingdom from the ruler of heaven and earth. Joseph Smith.
Joseph claimed to translate a portion of the plates. He stated that the body they were found with was descended from Ham. Brigham Young was also with Joseph at the time he was studying the plates. He made a tracing of one of the Kinderhook plates in his notebook. Inside the drawing, he wrote,
May 3rd, 1843. I took this sketch at Joseph Smith's house found near Quincy. Brigham Young.
The forgery claim. In a letter, Wilbur Fugit, one of the men present during the excavation, claimed to have helped craft the plates.
I received your letter in regard to those plates, and will say in answer that they are a humbug, gotten up by Robert Wiley, Bridge Whitten, and myself. None of the 9 persons who signed the certificate knew the secret except Wiley and I. We read in Pratt's prophecy that truth is yet to spring up out of the earth. We concluded to prove the prophecy by way of a joke. We soon made our plans and executed them. Bridge Whitten cut them out of some pieces of copper. Wiley and I made the hieroglyphics by making impressions on beeswax and filling them with acid and putting it on the plates. When they were finished, we put them together with rust made of nitric acid, old iron, and lead, and bound them with a piece of hoop iron, covering them completely with the rust. Our plans worked admirably. A certain Sunday was appointed for digging. The night before, Wiley went to the mound, where he had previously dug to the depth of about 8 feet, there being a flat rock that sounded hollow beneath, and put them under it. On the following morning, quite a number of citizens were there to assist in the search, there being 2 Mormon elders present, Marsh and Sharp. The rock was soon removed, but some time elapsed before the plates were discovered. I finally picked them up and exclaimed, "Oh, a piece of pot metal!" Fayette Grubb snatched them from me and struck them against the rock, and they fell to pieces. Dr. Harris examined them and said they had hieroglyphics on them. He took acid and removed the rust, and they were soon out on exhibition. Wilbur Fugit.
Faithful LDS members disregarded Fugit's story and held to Joseph's translation of the plates and maintained that the plates were, in fact, ancient artifacts. The 1953 test results. Addressing the forgery claim of Wilbur Fugit, the church used 2 professional engravers to examine the Kinderhook plates. The Improvement Era article goes on to state,
Mr. Fugate said Wiley and he had etched the plates, yet 2 professional engravers were invited to view the plates in 1953 and give their unbiased opinion about them, which they did freely and without charge. They stated clearly that the plate was engraved with a pointed instrument. The plates are now back in their original category of genuine. What scholars may learn from this ancient record in future years, or what may be translated by divine power, is an exciting thought to contemplate. This much remains. Joseph Smith Jr. stands as a true prophet and translator of ancient records by divine means, and all the world is invited to investigate the truth which has sprung out of the earth, not only of the Kinderhook plates, but of the Book of Mormon as well. Welby W. Ricks.
The assessment was that the plates were authentic and Joseph was a true prophet. As late as the printing of this 1962 article, every prophet from Joseph Smith to David Oak McKay believed the plates to be authentic. The 1980 test results. In 1980, BYU professor Stanley B. Kimball was able to secure permission to perform more scientific testing on the plates. In the August 1981 Ensign, the church published an article detailing the testing processes, results, and conclusion, which reverses its earlier position.
These tests, involving some very sophisticated analytical techniques, were performed by Professor D. Lynn Johnson of the Department of Materials Science and Engineering at Northwestern University. Dr. Johnson used a scanning electron microscope, SEM, to examine the grooves that form the characters on the plate to determine whether they were cut or scratched with a tool or whether they were etched with acid. A scanning auger microprobe, SAM, was used to detect any nitrogen residues that might have been left in the grooves as a result of etching with nitric acid. The irregular grainy texture characteristic of acid etching is evident, not a striated surface that would have been produced by an engraving tool. A thorough SEM examination of the characters on the plate brought Dr. Johnson to the conclusion that the characters on the plate were indeed prepared by acid etching, not by any form of tooling, scratching, or cutting. It became apparent during the SEM study that a residue of some kind was present in some of the grooves. The scanning auger microprobe was used to analyze these residues. A clear indication of nitrogen was detected, which would be consistent with a copper nitrate residue and could indicate that nitric acid was used in the etching, as those who reportedly originated the deception had claimed. A recent electronic and chemical analysis of a metal plate, one of 6 original plates brought in 1843 to the prophet Joseph Smith in Nauvoo, Illinois, appears to solve a previously unanswered question in church history, helping to further evidence that the plate is what its producers later said it was. A 19th century attempt to lure Joseph Smith into making a translation of ancient-looking characters that had been etched into the plates. Stanley B. Kimball.
Context. First, fake ancient plates were fashioned out of copper and iron. Using acid, they etched counterfeit hieroglyphics. Second, the plates were taken to Joseph Smith where he pronounced them genuine and translated the ancient characters. Third, the entire body of the church believed in the authenticity of the plates. Fourth, Wilbur Fugit claimed he, Wiley, and Whitten made the plates as a joke. Fifth, a 1953 observation claims the plates are genuine, reinforcing the church's position. And finally, after further scientific testing, it was concluded that the Kinderhook plates were absolutely not genuine. The fraudulent Kinderhook plates raise several troubling concerns. How could the prophet Joseph Smith believe they were authentic and claim to have translated the symbols? This also puts into question Joseph's translations of the Book of Mormon and Book of Abraham characters. Chapter 5. The Word of Wisdom. In studying all aspects of early church history, I often thought about the word of wisdom and how much the revelation means in verifying Joseph Smith's prophetic abilities. However, the more I researched the historical context of word of wisdom, the more I learned that it was not unique in its instructions for health during that period. In fact, conventional ideas, movements, and additional influences likely shaped what we have come to know as the Lord's Law of Health. The Word of Wisdom. The Word of Wisdom was written by Joseph Smith in Kirtland, Ohio, on February 27, 1833. It is currently published in Section 89 of the Doctrine and Covenants. It mentions that it is to be sent by greeting, not by commandment or constraint. Quote, that inasmuch as any man drinketh wine or strong drink among you, behold, it is not good, neither meet in the sight of your Father, only in assembling yourselves together to offer up your sacraments before him. And behold, this should be wine, yea, pure wine of the grape of the vine, of your own make. And again, strong drinks are not for the belly, but for the washing of your bodies. And again, hot drinks are not for the body or belly. Every herb in the season thereof, and every fruit in the season thereof. All these to be used with prudence and thanksgiving. Yea, flesh, also of beasts, and of the fowls of the air, I the Lord have ordained for the use of man with thanksgiving. Nevertheless, they are to be used sparingly. And it is pleasing unto me that they should not be used only in times of winter, or of cold or famine. Wheat for man, and corn for the ox, and oats for the horse, and rye for the fowls and for swine, and for all beasts of the field, and barley for all useful animals, and for mild drinks, as also other grain. End quote. There are several things mentioned in the Word of Wisdom that aren't commonly observed in modern LDS culture. Verse 2 clearly states that the Word of Wisdom is not a commandment. Yet modern members are asked if they follow it during temple interviews, and will not be issued a temple recommend if the interviewer feels they do not properly adhere. Verses 6, 7, 9, and 17 makes the distinction between 4 different types of drinks: wine, strong, hot, and mild. Wine is okay for the sacrament if you make it yourself. Strong drinks are not okay, hot drinks are also not okay, and mild drinks are okay. Verse 9 mentions hot drinks, but what exactly does hot drinks refer to? Apostle George Q. Cannon stated,
We are told, and very plainly too, that hot drinks, tea, coffee, chocolate, cocoa, and all drinks of this kind are not good for man. We must not permit them to drink liquor or hot drinks, or hot soups, or to use tobacco or other articles that are injurious. George Q. Cannon.
Verse 11, we are to only eat produce in the proper season. Verse 12 and 13, meat should only be eaten in the winter or during a famine. Verse 17, mild drinks made from barley are okay. What drinks are made from barley? Beer. It seems that the modern church has settled on coffee, tea, alcohol, tobacco, and illegal drugs as the new interpretation. But according to the text of the Word of Wisdom, members should refrain from hot drinks of all kinds, chocolate and soups included. Alcohol is not outright banned, but only strong drinks, otherwise known as hard liquor. In addition, according to the Word of Wisdom, all members should be vegetarian most of the year. These parts have been reinterpreted to change the original intent. Additionally, the Lord's Law of Health seems to lack real health considerations. Currently, extremely obese members are given temple recommends, while active, healthy, and fit members who drink coffee and tea would not qualify. It seems that if God really wanted to give the saints a code of health that would have prevented pioneer deaths due to a long list of illnesses including scarlet fever, typhoid fever, tuberculosis, influenza, pneumonia, cholera, malaria, and smallpox, he would have added things like the need for sanitizing water by boiling, increased personal hygiene, and quarantining of sick persons. In fact, the church has long taught that coffee and tea were unhealthy. However, this reputation appears to be mistaken. Studies involving over 1.5 million participants who consumed 3 to 5 cups of coffee a day were at the lowest risk for cardiovascular diseases, stroke, prostate, breast, and lung cancers, compared with those who drank none. Similar research shows that polyphenol, a powerful antioxidant found in black, green, and white teas, combat free radicals that contribute to cancer, heart disease, kidney damage, diabetes, and helps lower cholesterol. Some possible influences for the Word of Wisdom. First, popular misconceptions regarding hot drinks. One common misconception in this area said that hot liquids were not good for the body. A popular book titled Wholesome Advice Against the Abuse of Hot Liquors particularly targeted tea, coffee, and hot chocolate, labeling them as unhealthy. This book argued that an excess consumption of hot drinks caused the blood and insides to heat up, and that, quote, excess of heat is the most common cause of sickness and death, end quote. Medical science at that time was so basic that the evidence presented in the book was based largely upon crude anatomical knowledge and references to classical Greek and Roman texts. A few decades later, John Wesley, the founder of Methodism, was arguing for complete abstinence from tea on the grounds that it gave rise to, quote, numberless disorders, particularly those of a nervous kind, end quote. He placed emphasis on the religious importance of self-denial. Interestingly, Joseph Smith became very familiar with Methodist teachings when, in June 1828, he became a member of Minister Nathaniel Lewis's Harmony, Pennsylvania congregation. It is important to note that Joseph became a member after the first vision, where he was told that all religions were incorrect. Second possible influence, the temperance movement. Alcohol had been socially acceptable during the colonial era, but a social shift in the early 19th century initiated the belief that drinking was no longer acceptable. The temperance movement was an organized effort to encourage moderation in the consumption of alcohol or press for complete abstinence. The American Temperance Society formed in 1826, and it benefited from a renewed interest in religion and morality in America. The movement began to grow exponentially. Within 12 years, it claimed more than 8,000 local groups and over 1.5 million members. By 1839, 18 temperance journals were being published. Some groups took positions on moral issues and advocated temperance with alcohol rather than abstinence. The movement split along two lines: moderates who allowed some drinking and relied on moral persuasion alone, and radicals who demanded prohibition laws to restrict or ban alcohol. Prohibitionists dominated many of the largest temperance organizations after the 1830s, and temperance eventually became synonymous with prohibition. A 1959 BYU Studies article on this subject reads, quote, that on October 6, 1830, the Kirtland Temperance Society was organized with 239 members. This society at Kirtland was a most active one. It revolutionized the social customs of the neighborhood. The Temperance Society succeeded in eliminating a distillery in Kirtland on February 1, 1833, just 27 days before the Latter-day Saint Revelation counseling abstinence was announced, and that the distillery at Mentor near Kirtland was also closed at the same time, end quote. Third influence, Emma Smith. Joseph Smith started a training school called the School of the Prophets for the elders of the church, which opened in Kirtland on the second floor of the Newell K. Whitney Mercantile Store in January 1833. Brigham Young stated that the word of wisdom was given in response to problems encountered while conducting those meetings.
I think I am, as well, acquainted with the circumstances which led to the giving of the word of wisdom. When they assembled together in this room after breakfast, the first thing they did was to light their pipes, and while smoking, talk about the great things of the kingdom, and spit all over the room. And as soon as the pipe was out of their mouths, a large chew of tobacco would then be taken. Often when the prophet Joseph Smith entered the room to give the school instructions, he would find himself in a cloud of tobacco smoke. This, and the complaints of his wife at having to clean so filthy a floor, made the prophet think upon the matter, and he inquired of the Lord relating to the conduct of the elders in using tobacco. And the revelation known as the Word of Wisdom was the result of his inquiry. Brigham Young.
The Word of Wisdom Timeline. 1826, American Temperance Society founded. 1828, Joseph Smith becomes a member of the Methodist Church that discouraged hot drinks. 1830, Kirtland Temperance Society found. January 1833, Joseph Smith hears complaints from Emma about tobacco. February 1, 1833, the Kirtland Temperance Society eliminates the distillery in Kirtland. February 27, 1833, Joseph writes the Word of Wisdom, limiting hot drinks, tobacco, and strong drinks. Even after all that, the history of the church records that Joseph taught the Word of Wisdom, but did not practice it. If the Lord really gave this revelation to Joseph, One would think he would at least follow it himself.
We then partook of some refreshments, and our hearts were made glad with the fruit of the vine. This is according to the pattern set by our Savior himself, and we feel disposed to patronize all the institutions of heaven. Called at the office and drank a glass of wine with Sister Janetta Richards, made by her mother in England, and reviewed a portion of the conference minutes. Ordinance on the personal sale of liquors, Section 1. Be it ordained by the City Council of Nauvoo that the mayor of the city be and is hereby authorized to see or give spirits of any quantity as he in his wisdom shall judge to be for the health and comfort or convenience of such travelers or other persons as shall visit his house from time to time. Passed December 12, 1843. Joseph Smith, Mayor.
An entry in the history of the church, dated June 27, 1844, reads, quote, "Before the jailer came in, his boy brought in some water and said the guard wanted some wine. Joseph gave Dr. Richards $2 to give the guard, but the guard said one was enough and would take no more. The guard immediately sent for a bottle of wine, pipes, and 2 small papers of tobacco, and one of the guards brought them into the jail soon after the jailer went out. Dr. Richards uncorked the bottle and presented a glass to Joseph, who tasted, as also Brother Taylor and the doctor, and the bottle was then given to the guard, who turned to go out." End quote. I have never been taught in church that abstinence from alcohol and other hot drinks were already popular concepts of the time leading up to the revelation. It appears that the word of wisdom may not be unique instruction, but well within the context of 19th century assumptions. Perhaps it was spurned by Emma's complaints, added to by Methodist teachings, and pressured by the local Kirtland Temperance Society. Chapter 6. The Endowment. Was the temple endowment really a revelation from God, or could it have another origin? This chapter covers the origin of Freemasonry, founders of the church and their Masonic membership, and similarities between Masonic temple ceremonies and the LDS temple endowment. The origin of Freemasonry.
The earliest Masonic texts each contain some sort of a history of the craft, or mystery, of Masonry. The oldest known work of this type, the Halliwell manuscript, dating from between 1390 and 1425. Grand Lodge of British Columbia. Some are also told that King Solomon ruled over Masonic lodges as Grand Master. The stories they weave around the building of the temple are obviously not literal or historical facts, but a dramatic means of explaining the principles of Freemasonry. Freemasonry neither originated nor existed in Solomon's time. The general agreement amongst serious Masonic historians and researchers is that Freemasonry has arisen, either directly or indirectly, from the medieval stonemasons who built great cathedrals and castles. Those who favor the direct descent from operative Masonry say there were 3 stages to the evolution of Freemasonry. The stonemasons gathered in huts, or lodges, to rest and eat. These lodges gradually became not the hut, but the grouping together of stonemasons to regulate their craft. In time, and in common with other trades, they developed primitive initiation ceremonies for new apprentices. As stonemasons could easily travel all over the country from one building site to another, and as there were also no trade union cards or certificates of apprenticeship, they began to adopt a private word which a traveling stonemason could use when he arrived at a new site, to prove that he was properly trained and had been a member of a lodge. It was, after all, easier to communicate a special word to prove that you knew what you were doing, and were entitled to the wages it deserved than to spend hours carving a block of stone to demonstrate your skills. We know that in the early 1600s, these operative lodges began to admit men who had no connection with the trade, accepted or gentlemen masons. Why this was done and what form of ceremony was used is not known. As the 1600s drew to a close, more and more gentlemen began to join the lodges, gradually taking them over and turning them into lodges of free and accepted or speculative masons, no longer having any connection with the stonemason's craft. This is based on evidence from Scotland. In England, the first evidence of a lodge completely made up of non-operative masons is found. English evidence through the 1600s points to Freemasonry existing apart from any actual or supposed organization of operative stonemasons. This was a period of great religious and political turmoil and intolerance. Men were unable to meet together without differences of political and religious opinion leading to arguments. Opposing views split families, and the English Civil War of 1642 to 1646 was the ultimate outcome. As their central idea was one of building a better society, they borrowed their forms and symbols from the operative builder's craft and took their central allegory from the Bible, the common source book known to all, in which the only building described in any detail is King Solomon's temple. Stonemasons' tools also provided them with a multiplicity of emblems to illustrate the principles they were putting forward. The formation of the premier Grand Lodge in 1717 had been followed, around 1725, by the Grand Lodge of Ireland, and in 1736, the Grand Lodge of Scotland. These three Grand Lodges did much to spread Freemasonry throughout the world, to the extent that all regular Grand Lodges throughout the world, whatever the immediate means of their formation, ultimately trace their origins back to one, or a combination of the Grand Lodges within the British Isles. Master Mason.
Church leaders claim that the connection between Masons and Mormons date back to the stonemasons who built Solomon's temple in the Old Testament.
Modern Masonry is a fragmentary presentation of the ancient order established by King Solomon, from whom it is said to have been handed down through the centuries. That he was not sorry there was such a similarity because of the fact that the ordinances and rites revealed to Joseph Smith constituted a reintroduction upon the earth of the divine plan inaugurated in the Temple of Solomon in ancient days. Masonry is an apostasy from the ancient early order, just as so-called Christianity is an apostasy from the true Church of Christ. Melvin J. Ballard.
We have the true Masonry. The Masonry of today is received from the apostasy, which took place in the days of Solomon and David. They have now and then a thing that is correct, but we have the real thing. Heber C. Kimball.
Freemason historians cite its origins to the late 14th to early 15th century in Scotland as a trade guild, not 950 BC in Jerusalem. President Kimball and Elder Ballard appear to be mistaken about the origins of Masonry, and thus the Church's historical connection for the endowment ceremony. LDS Masons. As soon as the Saints erected the Nauvoo Lodge, Joseph Smith sought membership in the fraternity because members of his family and several of the first members of the Church were also Masons. Joseph Smith Sr. was a documented member in upstate New York. He was raised to the degree of Master Mason May 7, 1818 in Ontario Lodge No. 23 of Canandaigua, New York. His older brother, Hiram, was a member of Mount Moriah Lodge No. 112 at Palmyra, New York. Other prominent members include Joseph's other brothers, Samuel and William Smith, subsequent presidents of the church, Brigham Young, John Taylor, Wilford Woodruff, and Lorenzo Snow, members of the first presidencies, Sidney Rigdon, William Law, John C. Bennett, and Heber C. Kimball, apostles, Orson Pratt, Parley P. Pratt, Orson Hyde, and Lyman Johnson, Joseph's secretary, William Clayton, presiding bishop, Newell K. Whitney, Joseph's bodyguard, Porter Rockwell, and many more.
15th of March, 1842, Tuesday. I officiated as Grand Chaplain at the installation of the Nauvoo Lodge of Freemasons at the grove near the temple. Grand Master Jonas of Columbus being present, a large number of people assembled on the occasion. The day was exceedingly fine, all things were done in order, and universal satisfaction was manifested. In the evening I received the first degree in Freemasonry in the Nauvoo Lodge, assembled in my general business office. Joseph Smith.
Just 7 weeks after his initiation as a first-degree Mason, on April 4, 1842, Joseph introduces the endowment ceremony in the upper room of his red brick store, the same room where his Masonic initiation took place. Present were Hiram Smith, Brigham Young, William Law, Heber C. Kimball, and others. Similarities between Masonic rituals and the LDS temple ceremony. What exactly was Joseph exposed to during this initiation, and is it possible that any of it made its way into the endowment ceremony? 2 expository books on Masonry written by William N. Morgan and Jabez Richardson, disclose various temple ceremonies. They show that the words, actions, and symbols used in Masonic rituals are nearly identical to LDS temple ordinances. Below is a small collection of those that bear most striking resemblance. The compass and square. The Masonic compass and square states, quote, "The candidate then enters, the senior deacon at the same time pressing his left breast to the point of the compass. As he enters, the angle of the square is pressed against his right breast." End quote. The LDS sign of the compass and square states, quote, "Corresponding marks are found in your individual garment. On the right is the mark of the square. On the left is the mark of the compass." End quote. The washing and anointing. The Masonic washing ceremony states, quote, "Masters order the basin of the perfumed water and a clean napkin to be brought to him, and directs candidate to wash his hands, which he does. Master takes a box of perfumed ointment and anoints candidate on the head, eyes, mouth, heart, and tip of his right ear, hand, and foot." End quote. The LDS initiatory states, quote, "Having authority, I wash you preparatory to your receiving your anointings. I anoint your head, your eyes, your nose, your lips, your neck, your shoulders, your back, your breast, your vitals and bowels, your arms and hands, your loins, your legs and feet." End quote. The apron. The Masonic apron portion of the ceremony states, quote, "I now present you with your lambskin or white entered apprentice's apron, which is an emblem of innocence." End quote. The LDS apron portion of the ceremony states, quote, "See you are naked. Take you fig leaves and make you aprons." End quote. The new name. The Masonic presentation of a new name states, quote, "I also present you with a new name. It is," and it follows, end quote. The LDS new name states, quote, "The name I shall give you is," and the name follows, end quote. The tokens. The grip of the entered apprentice versus the grip of the first token of the Aaronic priesthood are identical. The grip of a fellow craft versus the grip of the second token of the Aaronic priesthood are identical. The signs. The Masonic sign of the Master Mason states, quote, "The sign is given by raising both hands and arms to the elbows, perpendicular, one each side of the head, the elbows forming a square." End quote. The LDS sign of second token of the Melchizedek priesthood states in the former instructions, quote, "The sign is made by bringing both hands to the square, palms to the front." End quote. Current instructions state, quote, "The sign is made by raising the hands high above the head." End quote. The penalties. Penalties were removed from the LDS Temple Endowment in April 1990. Masonic penalty sign and oath of an entered apprentice states, quote, "Made from the due guard by dropping the left hand carelessly. At the same time, raise the right arm and draw the hand, still open, across the throat, thumb next to the throat, and drop the hand perpendicular by the side. Binding myself under no less penalty than to have my throat cut across, my tongue torn out by the roots." End quote. The former LDS penalty sign and oath stated, quote, "In executing the sign of the penalty, the right hand, palm downward, is drawn sharply across the throat, then dropped from the square to the side. We and each of us covenant and promise that we will not reveal any secrets of this. Should we do so, we agree that our throats be cut from ear to ear and our tongues torn out by their roots." End quote. The Masonic penalty of the fellowcraft states, quote, "Having my left breast torn open, my heart plucked out, and given to the wild beasts of the field and the fowls of the air." End quote. The former LDS penalty of the second token of the Aaronic priesthood stated, quote, "We agree to have our breasts cut open and our hearts and vitals torn from our bodies and given to the birds of the air and the beasts of the field." End quote. The Masonic penalty of the Master Mason states, quote, "To have my body cut in two, my bowels removed and burned to ashes, which are then to be scattered to the four winds of heaven." End quote. The former LDS penalty of the first token of the Melchizedek priesthood stated, quote, "Should we do so, we agree that our bodies be cut asunder in the midst and all our bowels gush out." End quote. The instruction at the veil. The Masonic embrace and wording states, quote, "The master and candidate holding each other by the grip, as before described, the master says, 'What is this?' 'A grip.' A grip of what? The grip of an entered apprentice mason. Has it a name? It has. Will you give it to me? I did not so receive it, neither can I so impart it. End quote. The LDS embrace and wording states, quote, present him at the veil, and his request shall be granted. What is that? The second token of the Melchizedek priesthood. Has it a name? It has. Will you give it to me? I cannot, for I have not yet received it. End quote. Next, we look at Masonic symbol usage on early temples. Bees in the beehive.
Industry was the employment of a very large number of men, tens of thousands in many instances, on one undertaking at one place at the same time period. Where a modern builder looks to machines as the means to accomplish his results, the medieval builder, who had no power-driven machines, had to look to men. It was for such reason that medieval Freemasons thought much about and had a wide knowledge of the forms of work. The general organization of a lodge is based on the principle of forms of work. An emblem of work called industry is the beehive. Hence, looking at the regulated labor of these insects when congregated in their hive, it is not surprising that a beehive should have been deemed an appropriate emblem of systematized industry. Freemasonry has therefore adopted the beehive as a symbol of industry. Albert G. Mackey.
The all-seeing eye. This Masonic symbol is found on the Salt Lake Temple, located atop each of the center towers.
The open eye was selected as a symbol of watchfulness and care of the universe. The all-seeing eye may then be considered as a symbol of God, manifested in his omnipresence, his guardian, and his preserving character. Albert G. Mackey.
From the Salt Lake Temple article in the Ensign, quote, the Salt Lake Temple is reportedly the singly visual symbol that most quickly communicates Mormon to others. Overwhelmed by the building itself, people may not realize how extensive the ornamentation is. On the east and west center towers with accompanying stones representing an all-seeing eye and clasped hands. The all-seeing eye is a symbol of God's protection and omnipresence. End quote. The sun, moon, and stars. Masonic use of these celestial bodies also appear on the Nauvoo Temple, representing the celestial, terrestrial, and telestial kingdoms. The book Heaven and Its Wonders and Hell from Things Heard and Seen by Emanuel Swedenborg, a Freemason, was published in America in 1812. He uses the sun, moon, and stars to describe varying degrees of heavenly relationships with the Lord, the closest being named the Celestial Kingdom.
In the Celestial Kingdom, the light appears flaming because the angels there receive light from the Lord as a sun. But in the Spiritual Kingdom, the light is shining white, because the angels there receive light from the Lord as a moon. But those that are in hell turn themselves to an opposite darkness, and dense darkness. Emanuel Swedenborg.
From LDS.org, quote, Latter-day Revelation confirms the teaching of the Bible on these matters, and verifies that there are three general categories or glories to which the members of the human family will be assigned in their judgment, following their resurrection from the grave. These are known as the celestial, terrestrial, and telestial kingdoms, of which the sun, moon, and stars are spoken of as being typical. End quote. Context. On March 15, 1842, Joseph Smith became a Mason in his general business office. Just a few weeks later, on May 4th, Joseph instructed the other leaders on the washings, anointing, signs, and tokens of the endowment ceremony. Parallels between Freemasonry and the LDS endowment appear to be problematic. It seems that every LDS temple ceremony has a nearly identical Masonic ceremony with the corresponding words, tokens, signs, and symbols. This begs the question, could Joseph Smith have simply borrowed this revelation? Chapter 7. Polygamy. What kind of motivations could a man have to wed many women? By some estimates, Joseph Smith married up to 52 women from a growing group of people that intensely admired him and that he held great influence over. For unspecified reasons, his polygamy is never addressed in the church education system. Yet, when studied in detail, problems appear concerning the timeline that Joseph began this practice, the secretive nature with subsequent denial, and the types of women married. The timeline. An issue arises when we compare the date of the revelation to begin polygamy and the dates of Joseph's marriages. The heading to the Doctrine and Covenants, section 132, states that this revelation was recorded on July 12, 1843, yet Fanny Alger became Joseph's first plural marriage after Emma in 1833, 10 years before the revelation. At the time, Fanny was living in the Smith home, helping Emma with housework and the children. A family friend and one of Brigham Young's plural wives recalls,
Mrs. Smith had an adopted daughter, a very pretty, pleasing young girl, about 17 years old. She was extremely fond of her. No mother could be more devoted, and their affection for each other was a constant object of remark, so absorbing and genuine did it seem. Consequently, it was with a shocked surprise that the people heard that Sister Emma had turned Fanny out of the house in the night. By degrees, it became whispered about that Joseph's love for his adopted daughter was by no means a paternal affection, and his wife, discovering the fact, at once took measures to place the girl beyond his reach. Since Emma refused decidedly to allow her to remain in her house, my mother offered to take her until she could be sent to her relatives. Anne Eliza Webb Young.
Oliver Cowdery also addresses this situation when he noted his extreme displeasure regarding Joseph's conduct with Fanny Alger while married to Emma. In a letter to his brother Warren A. Cowdery, Oliver wrote,
We had some conversation in which, in every instance, I did not fail to affirm that what I had said was strictly true. A dirty, nasty, filthy affair of his and Fanny Alger's was talked over, in which I strictly declared that I had never deserted from the truth in that matter, and as I suppose was admitted by himself. Oliver Cowdery.
Even with Oliver's important role in the formation of the church, Joseph could not allow his affairs to become public. The issue of polygamy divided Oliver and Joseph so wide that Joseph turned Oliver out of the church after his unceasing disapproval of this practice. Secrets and denial. Additional marriages were kept secret, and when word began to spread, Joseph turned to outright denial. Emily and Eliza Partridge were the daughters of the first bishop of the church, Edward Partridge. When he passed away, his daughters, Emily, aged 16, and Eliza, aged 20, sought work as maids to help support their family. Emily recalls,
The first door that opened for us was to go to Smith's, which we accepted. I was a nurse girl, for they had a young baby. Joseph and Emma were very kind to us. They were almost like a father and mother, and I loved Emma and the children. The prophet Joseph and his wife Emma offered us a home in their family. We had been there about a year when the principle of plural marriage was made known to us, and I was married to Joseph Smith on the 4th of March, 1843, Elder Heber C. Kimball performing the ceremony. My sister Eliza was also married to Joseph a few days later. This was done without the knowledge of Emma Smith. 2 months afterwards, she consented to give her husband 2 wives, providing he would give her the privilege of choosing them. She accordingly chose my sister Eliza and myself, and to save family trouble, Brother Joseph thought it best to have another ceremony performed. Accordingly, on the 11th of May, 1843, we were sealed to Joseph Smith a second time, in Emma's presence. From that very hour, however, Emma was our bitter enemy. We remained in the family several months after this, but things went from bad to worse until we were obligated to leave the house and find another home. Emily Partridge.
Sarah Ann Whitney. Joseph sought to add 17-year-old Sarah to his growing collection of wives. Joseph penned a letter divulging his feelings for her.
My feelings are so strong for you since what has passed lately between us, it seems as if I could not live long in this way. And if you 3 would come and see me, it would afford me great relief. I know it is the will of God that you should comfort me now in this time of affliction. The only thing to be careful of is to find out when Emma comes, then you cannot be safe. But when she is not here, there is the most perfect safety. Burn this letter as soon as you read it. Keep all locked up in your breasts. You will pardon me for my earnestness on this subject when you consider how lonesome I must be. I think Emma won't come tonight, if she don't fail to come tonight. Joseph Smith.
Joseph had to convince her parents to allow the secret marriage. There had to be compensation. 6 weeks after this secret sealing, Joseph deeded to Sarah a lot of land only 1 block from his home. It was rare for a woman to own land in Nauvoo, especially a woman as young as Sarah. A large issue soon arose. As a secret bride of the prophet, she was not available for courtship any longer. Appearing single while refusing suitors was bound to raise suspicions. Joseph decided to arrange a civil marriage between Sarah and recent widower Joseph C. Kingsbury. This would make it seem as though Sarah was no longer available. Joseph Smith officiated over what Kingsbury later called a, quote, pretended marriage, end quote, between him and Sarah the following month.
On the 29th of April, 1843, I, according to President Joseph Smith, agreed to stand by Sarah Ann Whitney as supposed to be her husband and had a pretended marriage. Joseph C. Kingsbury.
The 1835 Statement on Marriage. While still before the official revelation in 1843, an early edition of the Doctrine and Covenants reprints a statement by Joseph Smith addressing the public's concern with his illegal practice of polygamy.
Statement on Marriage, August 17, 1835. Inasmuch as this Church of Christ has been reproached with the crime of fornication and polygamy, we declare that we believe that one man should have one wife, and one woman but one husband, except in case of death, when either is at liberty to marry again. Joseph Smith.
This passage has since been removed from later editions of the Doctrine and Covenants. Why would Joseph mention that the church was accused of the crime of polygamy in 1835 when supposedly God didn't reveal this practice until 1843? Probably because by the time that Section 132 of the Doctrine and Covenants was written, Joseph had wed 29 women by his own desire. The 1844 Statement on Marriage. As late as 1844, Joseph continued to deny his involvement in polygamy, despite having well over 30 wives by this point.
I had not been married scarcely 5 minutes and made one proclamation of the gospel before it was reported that I had 7 wives. I wish the grand jury would tell me who they are, whether it will be a curse or blessing to me. I am quite tired of the fools asking me. What a thing it is for a man to be accused of committing adultery and having 7 wives when I can only find 1. I am the same man and as innocent as I was 14 years ago, and I can prove them all perjurers. Joseph Smith.
The women. Due to the secretive nature of Joseph's affairs, the total number of wives Joseph took is unclear. Written records, primary accounts, and second-hand accounts puts the number between 29 and 52 women. Most disturbing was the fact that many of these women were already married, much younger and related to each other. First, married women. Records show at least 13 women were married to other men at the time Joseph took them for his wives. He sent several men on missions for the church, then married their wives, or married their wives in secret and then sent the husbands on missions afterwards. Some of these married women include Miranda Nancy Johnson Hyde Smith. In September 1831, Joseph and Emma Smith moved in with the Johnson family, while Joseph and Sidney Rigdon worked on translating the Bible. While staying with the Johnsons in March 1832, Joseph Smith was dragged out by a mob and tarred and feathered. Miranda's brother, Eli, led the mob because he felt that Joseph had been too intimate with Miranda. Soon, Miranda married Apostle Orson Hyde. On April 6, 1840, Orson was sent on a 3-year mission to Jerusalem. Shortly after his departure, Joseph married his wife, Nancy Miranda Johnson Hyde, while Orson was gone. In Joseph Smith's journal, in a list of his marriages, he wrote, quote, April 42, Miranda Johnson to Joseph Smith, end quote. Later, Orson and Miranda separated. Zina Diantha Huntington Jacob Smith Young. Zina was 18 when her mother died, and after went to live in the Smiths' home. Soon, she met Joseph's friend, Henry Jacobs. Joseph was to officiate their wedding, but never showed. Instead, Bishop John C. Bennett performed the marriage. Later, Zina asked Joseph why he didn't show.
He told her it had been made known unto him that she was to be his celestial wife, and he could not give to another one who had been given to him. Henry Jacobs.
During Henry and Zina's marriage, Joseph called Henry on 8 missions. At one point, Joseph sent a message to Zina through her brother Dimmock. It read,
"Tell Zina I have put it off until an angel with a drawn sword has stood before me and told me if I did not establish that principle and live it, I would lose my position and my life, and the church could progress no further." Joseph Smith.
After 4 proposals and pressured with the responsibility for the life of the prophet, Zina finally accepted. After Joseph's death, Brigham Young called Henry to serve his 9th mission and told him to find another wife when he returns. While Henry was away, Brigham married Zina and moved her into his home to live with his other wives. Soon, she bore a child with Brigham. Violet Kimball.
Shortly after Heber's return from England, he was introduced to the doctrine of plural marriage directly through a startling test. He had already sacrificed homes, possessions, friends, relatives, all worldly rewards, peace and tranquility for the restoration. Nothing was left to place on the altar save his life, his children, and his wife. Then came the Abrahamic test. Joseph demanded for himself what to Heber was the unthinkable, his velate. Totally crushed spiritually and emotionally, Heber touched neither food nor water for 3 days and 3 nights, and continually sought confirmation and comfort from God. On the evening of the 3rd day, some kind of assurance came, and Heber took velate to the upper room of Joseph's store on Water Street. The prophet wept at this act of faith, devotion, and obedience. Joseph never intended to take velate. It was all a test. Stanley B. Kimball.
The second type of women Joseph sought for his wives were teenagers. 10 of Joseph's wives ranged between 14 and 19 years old when he was between 29 and 37 years old. Helen Mar Kimball Smith. Instead of taking Heber C. Kimball's wife, Violet, as Joseph had done with others, he married Heber's 14-year-old daughter, Helen, in May of 1843. The church confirms this fact in the essay Plural Marriage in Kirtland and Nauvoo, when it states that the youngest was Helen Mar Kimball, daughter of Joseph's close friends Heber C. and Violet Murray Kimball, who was sealed to Joseph several months before her 15th birthday.
My father asked me if I would believe him if he told me that it was right for married men to take other wives. My sensibilities were painfully touched, for to mention such a thing to me I thought altogether unworthy of my father. And as quick as he spoke, I replied to him short and emphatically, "No, I wouldn't." But having a great desire to be connected with the prophet Joseph, my father offered me to him. My father had but one ewe lamb, and willingly laid me upon the altar. How cruel this seemed to my mother, whose heartstrings were already stretched until they were ready to snap asunder. Then father asked me if I would be sealed to Joseph and left me to reflect upon it for the next 24 hours. Joseph then came to me and said that if I will take this step, it will ensure my eternal salvation and that of my father's household and all of our kindred. His promise was so great that I willingly gave myself to purchase so glorious a reward. None but God and his angels could see my mother's bleeding heart when Joseph asked her if she was willing. She replied, "If Helen is willing, I have nothing more to say." She had witnessed the sufferings of others who were older and who better understood the step they were taking. To see her child, who had yet seen her 15th summer, follow the same thorny path of polygamy, in her mind she saw the misery which was as sure to come as the sun was to rise. I would never have been sealed to Joseph had I known it was anything more than ceremony. I was young, and they deceived me by saying the salvation of our whole family depended on it. Helen Mar Kimball.
Joseph told a reluctant 14-year-old Helen that if she married him, it would ensure salvation for all her family. Imagine the emotional burden on a 14-year-old girl's emotions of the salvation for her entire family riding on accepting Joseph's proposal. Nancy Winchester Smith. While records show Nancy was married to Joseph, no dates were written. At the time of Joseph's death, Nancy was 15 years old. It is possible that, like Helen Mar Kimball, Nancy could have been 14. Unlike what is commonly taught in Sunday school lessons, marriages to young teenagers were not common in pioneer days. In 1890, when the U.S. Census Bureau started collecting marriage data, It was recorded that the average age of a first marriage for men was 26 years, and the average age of a marriage for women was 22 years. The third type of women was pairs of sisters. Joseph married 3 pairs of sisters, Emily Dow Partridge and Eliza Maria Partridge, Sarah Lawrence and Maria Lawrence, and Zina Huntington Jacobs and Presenia Huntington Buell. The fourth type was a mother and daughter pair. Patty Bartlett Sessions was the mother, who was already married to David Sessions, and her daughter, Sylvia Sessions Lyon, who was already married to Windsor Lyon. Sylvia bore children with both husbands. The outcome. Polygamy upset many of the early leaders of the church, including second counselor in the first presidency, William Law. Joseph Smith excommunicated William for protesting his attempt to start a romantic relationship with William's wife, Jane.
Smith made his visit to his wife in the middle of the night when he knew her husband to be absent. Joseph had asked her to give him half her love. She was at liberty to keep the other half for her husband, Anne Eliza Webb Young.
After his excommunication, William spoke out against Joseph's practice of taking secret wives, while Joseph continued to publicly imply that he had only one wife. William Law then started a newspaper called the Nauvoo Expositor. In print, he spoke of the polygamous affairs of Joseph Smith. This led to an emergency session of the Nauvoo City Council, of which Joseph was mayor. In this session, Joseph ordered the printing press to be destroyed.
To the marshal of said city, greeting. You are here commanded to destroy the printing press from whence issues the Nauvoo Expositor, and pile the type of said printing establishment in the street, and burn all the expositors and libelous handbills found in said establishment. And if resistance be offered to your execution of this order by the owners or others, demolish the house. And if anyone threatens you or the mayor or the officers of the city, arrest those who threaten you, and fail not to execute this order without delay, and make due return hereon. By order of the City Council, Joseph Smith, Mayor.
In his book, Carthage Conspiracy, Elder Dallin H. Oakes recounts the events of Joseph's executive order.
Joseph Smith, acting as mayor, ordered the city marshal to destroy the newspaper and press without delay, and instructed the Major General of the Nauvoo Legion to have the militia assist. Dallin H. Oakes.
Chief of Police Jonathan Dunham and City Marshal John Green, leading the mob of over 200 saints armed with muskets, knives, pistols, converged on William Law's brick office. They broke open the door with a sledgehammer and found Chauncey Higby and Charles Foster inside the building. Higby and Foster put up no resistance as Joseph's men trashed the interior of the newly built building.
They tumbled the press and materials into the street and set fire to them, and demolished the machinery with a sledgehammer and injured the building very materially. We made no resistance, but looked on and felt revenge. But leave it for the public to avenge this climax of insult and injury. Charles Foster.
After destroying William Law's $2,000 letterpress, the mob of saints tossed the entire contents of William's office into the street and set it on fire. The mob then made their way to Joseph's home to report their actions.
About 8 p.m., the marshal returned and reported that he had removed the press, type, printed paper, and fixtures into the street and destroyed them. The posse, accompanied by some hundreds of the citizens, returned with the marshal to the front of the mansion when I gave them a short address and told them they had done right. I then blessed them in the name of the Lord. This speech was loudly greeted by the assembly with 3 times cheers. The posse and assembly then dispersed all in good order. Joseph Smith.
William Law was in the city of Carthage at the time, and later wrote that he did not believe what he heard until he rode his horse to Nauvoo and, quote, rode over our type and broken furniture, end quote.
Governor Ford wrote Smith on the next day, denouncing the city's proceedings as unlawful and demanding that those involved in the move against the expositor submit to the processes of the law at Carthage. Dallin H. Oakes.
The result of his actions put Joseph Smith in prison for the last time. Context. Members have been taught that the times Joseph Smith spent incarcerated in jails were because Satan stirred up the hearts of men to falsely imprison him. Yet, nothing is ever said of the actual crimes committed by Joseph and his followers. Joseph's increasingly public acts of illegal polygamy, combined with the destruction of the Nauvoo expositor and rising tensions between the Nauvoo militia and the state of Illinois, caused his last incarceration. The actions of Joseph Smith raise several troubling concerns. Why would the prophet begin taking wives 10 years before receiving the official revelation? Why did he send men on missions and marry their wives? Why did he marry girls as young as 14 when he was nearly 40? Why would his closest friends take such great issue with his actions? Why does Joseph try to hide these actions from his wife, Emma? And why did he react so violently to those that tried to make his actions public? Does polygamy seem to be truly ordained of God? Chapter 8. Blacks and the Church. For over 150 years, the Church has taught and sustained racially prejudiced doctrines, while attributing these actions to the will of God. These teachings include a ban on black members from holding the priesthood and participating in the temple, and went as far as preaching death as a consequence for interracial marriage. Recently, the Church has tried to clean up this part of its image by disavowing these past teachings. Racist teachings from the Brethren.
Cain slew his brother, and the Lord put a mark upon him, which is the flat nose and black skin. If the white man who belongs to the chosen seed mixes his blood with the seed of Cain, the penalty under the law of God is death on the spot. This will always be so. How long is that race to endure the dreadful curse that is upon them? That curse will remain upon them, and they never can hold the priesthood or share in it until all the other descendants of Adam have received the promises and enjoyed the blessings of the priesthood and the keys thereof. Until the last ones of the residue of Adam's children are brought up to that favorable position, the children of Cain cannot receive the first ordinances of the priesthood. They were the first that were cursed, and they will be the last from whom the curse will be removed. You may inquire of the intelligent of the world, whether they can tell why the aborigines of this country are dark, loathsome, ignorant, and sunken into the depths of degradation. When the Lord has a people, he makes covenants with them, and gives unto them promises. Then, if they transgress his law, change his ordinances, and break his covenants he has made with them, he will put a mark upon them, as in the case of the Lamanites and other portions of the house of Israel. But by and by they will become a white and delightsome people. You see some classes of the human family that are black, uncouth, uncomely, disagreeable and low in their habits, wild and seemingly deprived of nearly all the blessings of the intelligence that is generally bestowed upon mankind. Brigham Young.
The attitude of the Church with reference to Negroes remains as it has always stood. It is not a matter of the declaration of a policy, but of direct commandment from the Lord, on which is founded the doctrine of the Church from the days of its organization, to the effect that Negroes may become members of the Church, but they are not entitled to the priesthood at the present time. The position of the Church regarding the Negro may be understood when another doctrine of the Church is kept in mind, namely, that the conduct of spirits in the premortal existence has some determining effect upon the conditions and circumstances under which these spirits take on mortality. George Albert Smith. That Negro race, for instance, have been placed under restrictions because of their attitude in the world of spirits. Few will doubt. It cannot be looked upon as just that they should be deprived of the power of the priesthood without it being a punishment for some act or acts performed before they were born. Not only was Cain called upon to suffer, but because of his wickedness he became the father of an inferior race. A curse was placed upon him, and that curse has been continued through his lineage, and must do so while time endures. Billions of souls have come into this world cursed with a black skin, and have been denied the privilege of priesthood and the fullness of the blessings of the gospel. These are the descendants of Cain. Joseph Fielding Smith.
We must not intermarry with the Negro. Why? If I were to marry a Negro woman and have children by her, my children would all be cursed as to the priesthood. Do I want my children cursed as to the priesthood? If there is one drop of Negro blood in my children, as I have read to you, they receive the curse. There isn't any argument, therefore, as to intermarriage with the Negro, is there? There are 50 million Negroes in the United States. If they were to achieve complete absorption with the white race, think what that would do. In spite of all he did in the pre-existent life, the Lord is willing, if the Negro accepts the gospel with real, sincere faith and is really converted, to give him the blessings of baptism and the gift of the Holy Ghost. If that Negro is faithful all his days, he can and will enter the celestial kingdom. He will go there as a servant. Mark E. Peterson.
Negroes in this life are denied the priesthood. Under no circumstances can they hold this delegation of authority from the Almighty. The gospel message of salvation is not carried affirmatively to them. Negroes are not equal with other races where the receipt of certain spiritual blessings are concerned, particularly the priesthood and the temple blessings that flow therefrom. But this inequality is not of man's origin. It is the Lord's doing, is based on his eternal laws of justice, and grows out of the lack of spiritual valiance of those concerned in their first estate. Bruce R. McConkie.
The seeming discrimination by the church toward the Negro is not something which originated with man, but goes back into the beginning with God. Revelation assures us that this plan antedates man's mortal existence, extending back to man's pre-existent state. David O. McKay.
Slavery.
I will remark with regard to slavery. Inasmuch as we believe in the Bible, inasmuch as we believe in the ordinances of God, in the priesthood and order and decrees of God, we must believe in slavery. I am a firm believer in slavery. Brigham Young.
Seeing California as an abundant supply source for Utah, in 1851, President Brigham Young sent a company of 437 saints, led by apostles Amasa M. Lyman and Charles C. Rich, to settle in Rancho San Bernardino, California. This company included a large number of slaves.
As respects to slavery in the territory, we were assured that there was little of it there, yet it is there. Some slaves had been liberated by their owners since they were taken to Utah. Others still remain slaves. But most of those who take slaves there pass over with them in a little while to San Bernardino, a Mormon settlement in California. How many slaves are now held there, they could not say, but the number relatively was by no means small. A single person had taken between 40 and 50, and many had gone in with smaller numbers. The Latter-day Saints Millennial Star.
Civil rights. In February of 1964, Congress passed the Civil Rights Act, prohibiting discrimination according to race, religion, or sex. 4 years later, Reverend Martin Luther King was martyred for his role as a leader in the movement. After his death, black preachers continued to call for full integration of blacks into white restrooms, buses, schools, jobs, and neighborhoods. As a church claiming to be led by Jesus Christ himself, I would expect it to be on the front line in the fight for equal rights for all people. Instead, the church did nothing. In fact, they actually tried to prevent it. In January 1964, member of the Quorum of the 12 Apostles, Delbert L. Stapley, wrote to LDS Michigan Governor George Romney. Governor Romney would later campaign to be President of the United States, as did his son Mitt Romney. In his letter, Elder Stapley urged Governor Romney not to support the Civil Rights Act, as it would bring the integration of blacks into society.
I am sure you know that the prophet Joseph Smith, in connection with the Negro problem of this country, proposed to Congress that they sell public lands and buy up the Negro slaves and transport them back to Africa from whence they came. I am sure the prophet, with his vision and understanding, foresaw the problems we are faced with today with this race, which caused him to promote this program. When I reflect upon the prophet's statements and remember what happened to 3 of our nation's presidents who were very active in the Negro cause, I am sobered by their demise. They went contrary to the teachings of the prophet Joseph Smith, unwittingly no doubt, but nevertheless, the prophecy of Joseph Smith that those who are determined to pursue a course which shows an opposition and a feverish restlessness against the decrees of the Lord will learn perhaps when it is too late for their own good that God can do his own work without the aid of those who are not dictated by his counsel, has and will continue to be fulfilled. Delbert L. Stapley.
In this letter, Elder Stapley warned Governor Romney that support for civil rights was against the will of the Lord as revealed through Joseph Smith. Stapley further cautioned that punishments are in store for those who seek equality in such ways. As evidence for such dire warnings, Stapley wrote that 3 U.S. presidents who had fought for the equality and civil rights met an untimely death: Lincoln and Kennedy by assassination, and Grant by cancer. Also, President Ezra Taft Benson gave a talk in General Conference after the passing of the Civil Rights Act, but before the church changed its stance on the issue.
There is no doubt that the so-called civil rights movement, as it exists today, is used as a communist program for revolution in America. Ezra Taft Benson.
The Civil Rights Act brought equal treatment for all people in this country and ended legal segregation. To refer to it as, quote, the so-called civil rights movement, end quote, is to belittle its great significance. Remember, this was at the height of the Cold War between the U.S. and Russia, and to refer to someone or something as communist during this time was a very derogatory statement. President Benson does not sound like the Lord's prophet bringing a message of love. It seems that the basis of these prejudiced doctrines may have began with the culture of racism held by early general authorities and perpetuated by the following leaders until the direction the nation was moving forced the hand of the church, distancing itself from the past. Published in 2013 on LDS.org is an article named Race and the Priesthood. It reads, quote, "Today the church disavows the theories advanced in the past that black skin is a sign of divine disfavor or curse, or that it reflects actions in a premortal life, that mixed-race marriages are a sin, or that blacks or people of any other race or ethnicity are inferior in any way to anyone else," end quote. This latest manifesto is shocking for the rejection of teachings by past prophets as just theories, quote-unquote. Contained in this quote from the article, the church blatantly contradicts itself when disavowing that black skin is a sign of disfavor or curse.
A curse was placed upon him, and that curse has been continued through his lineage and must do so while time endures. Millions of souls have come into this world cursed with a black skin and have been denied the privilege of priesthood and the fullness of the blessings of the gospel. These are the descendants of Cain. Joseph Fielding Smith.
That it reflects actions in a premortal existence.
The position of the church regarding the Negro may be understood when another doctrine of the church is kept in mind, namely, that the conduct of spirits in the premortal existence has some determining effect upon the conditions and circumstances under which these spirits take on mortality. George Albert Smith.
That mixed-race marriages are a sin.
If the white man belongs to the chosen seed, mixes his blood with the seed of Cain, the penalty under the law of God is death on the spot. Brigham Young.
That blacks are inferior in any way to anyone else.
Some classes of the human family that are black, uncouth, uncomely, disagreeable and low in their habits, wild and seemingly deprived of nearly all the blessings of the intelligence that is generally bestowed upon mankind. Brigham Young.
With this article, the church disavows 4 points of doctrine that have been in place for 150 years and invalidates the words of the prophets by calling their teachings just theories. Follow the prophet. The church reminds us to give strict obedience to the prophet because he speaks for God and is incapable of misconduct.
The Lord will never permit me or any other man who stands as president of this church to lead you astray. It is not in the program. It is not in the mind of God. If I were to attempt that, the Lord would remove me out of my place, and so he will any other man who attempts to lead the children of men astray from the oracles of God and from their duty. Wilford Woodruff.
Keep your eye on the prophet, for the Lord will never permit his prophet to lead this church astray. Ezra Taft Benson.
Follow your leaders, who have been duly ordained and have been publicly sustained, and you will not be led astray. Boyd K. Packer.
Follow the prophet. Follow the prophet. Follow the prophet. Don't go astray. Follow the prophet. Follow the prophet. Follow the prophet. He knows the way. Children's Songbook.
Today, the church says the past leaders were in error because their statements were just theories. Applying the idea that the priesthood ban on blacks was just a theory also doesn't make much sense when considering that, in the words of President David O. McKay, quote, discrimination by the church toward the Negro is not something which originated with man, but goes back into the beginning with God, end quote. If prophets claim to speak the will of Heavenly Father when their words can be later disavowed, then how was it that they were prophets at all? This completely undermines the prophet will never lead us astray principle. What doctrines currently attributed to God by today's prophets can be discredited as just theories by future general authorities? Chapter 9. Blood Atonement.
Joseph Smith taught that there were certain sins so grievous that man may commit that they will place the transgressors beyond the power of the atonement of Christ. If these offenses are committed, then the blood of Christ will not cleanse them from their sins even though they repent. Therefore, their only hope is to have their blood shed to atone, as far as possible, in their behalf. This is scriptural doctrine, and is taught in all the standard works of the church. Joseph Fielding Smith.
The following are some of the teachings and practices of the church concerning blood atonement. Brigham Young. President Young took the doctrine of blood atonement even further. While Joseph might have emphasized the practice of blood atonement against sinful Mormons, Brigham inspired his followers to murder in God's name, both Mormons and non-Mormons alike.
Suppose you found your brother in bed with your wife and put a javelin through both of them. You would be justified, and they would atone for their sins and be received into the kingdom of God. I would at once do so in such a case. And under the circumstances, I have no wife whom I love so well that I would not put a javelin through her heart, and I would do it with clean hands. There is not a man or woman who violates the covenants made with their God that will not be required to pay the debt. The blood of Christ will never wipe that out. Your own blood must atone for it. All mankind love themselves, and let these principles be known by an individual, and he would be glad to have his blood shed. That would be loving themselves, even unto an eternal exaltation. Will you love your brothers and sisters likewise when they have committed a sin that cannot be atoned for without the shedding of their blood? Will you love that man or woman well enough to shed their blood? I could refer you to plenty of instances where men have been righteously slain in order to atone for their sins. There are sins that men commit for which they cannot receive forgiveness in this world, or in that which is to come. And if they had their eyes open to see their true condition, they would be perfectly willing to have their blood spilt upon the ground, that the smoke thereof might ascend to heaven as an offering for their sins, and the smoking incense would atone for their sins. Whereas, if such is not the case, they will stick to them and remain upon them in the spirit world, I know. When you hear my brethren telling of cutting people off from the earth, that you consider it is a strong doctrine. But it is to save them, not to destroy them. This is loving your neighbor as ourselves. If he needs help, help him. And if he wants salvation, it is necessary to spill his blood on the earth in order that he may be saved. Spill it! Brigham Young.
Along with Porter Rockwell, William Hickman was bodyguard to Joseph Smith, then Brigham Young. In his autobiography, Hickman confessed that he was often tasked by Brigham to take the lives of men.
I found him, used him up, scalped him, and took his scalp to Brigham Young. He took it and thanked me very much. This was my first act of violence under the rule of Brigham Young. William Hickman.
After feeling remorse later in his life, Hickman confessed his crimes to Robert N. Baskin, mayor of Salt Lake City and member of the Utah Supreme Court. Justice Baskin stated,
The Danites were an organization in the Mormon Church. Its existence was stated by Bill Hickman in his confession made to me. He stated that the members were bound by their covenants to execute the orders of the priesthood, and that when a direct order or intimation was given to use up anyone, it was always executed by one or more of the members. Hickman confessed to me that he personally knew of 13 persons having been murdered, some of them by him. That at one time he murdered a man by the name of Buck at the personal request of Brigham Young. Robert N. Baskin.
Heber C. Kimball.
If men turn traitors to God and his servants, their blood will surely be shed, or else they will be damned, and that too according to their covenants. Judas was like salt that had lost its saving principles. Good for nothing, but to be cast out and trodden under foot of men. It is so with you, ye elders of Israel, when you forfeit your covenants. I know the day is right at hand, when men will forfeit their priesthood and turn against us and against the covenants they have made, and they will be destroyed as Judas was. These are my views, and the Lord knows that I believe in the principles of sanctification. And when I am guilty of seducing any man's wife, or any woman in God's world, I say, sever my head from my body. Heber C. Kimball.
Jedediah M. Grant.
I say there are men and women that I would advise to go to the presidency immediately and ask him to appoint a committee to attend to their care, and then let a place be selected and let that committee shed their blood. We have amongst us that are full of all manner of abominations, those who need to have their blood shed, for water will not do. Their sins are too deep a dye. I believe that there are a great many, and if they are covenant breakers, we need a place designated where we can shed their blood. Brethren and sisters, we want you to repent and forsake your sins. And you who have committed sins that cannot be forgiven through baptism, let your blood be shed, and let the smoke ascend, that the incense thereof may come up before God as an atonement for your sins, and that the sinners in Zion may be afraid. Jedediah M. Grant.
Joseph Fielding Smith.
Certain sins are so grievous that man may commit, that the blood of Christ will not cleanse them from their sins, even though they repent. Therefore, their only hope is to have their blood shed to atone as far as possible in their behalf. This is scriptural doctrine and is taught in all the standard works of the church. Joseph Fielding Smith.
This is truly horrifying. Lives have been taken under the direction of the church and in the name of the Lord. Does merely claiming divine authority give someone a free pass to murder? If so, many terrorist organizations around the world that commit horrific acts in the name of God should also get a free pass. Should we feel that the prophet Brigham Young and the early saints are justified for their actions? Imagine how you would feel if President Hinckley or Monson were to preach this at General Conference and to task local authorities to follow through with this counsel. It is obvious why the church would not want this part of the history to become common knowledge. Does this practice sound like it was truly the will of a loving Heavenly Father? Chapter 10. Prophecies. While reading through History of the Church, Journal of Discourses, books by past prophets, and historical Mormon periodicals, I would occasionally come across prophecies that didn't quite make sense. First, Joseph Smith. Reflecting on a revelation given to him in section 130 of the Doctrine and Covenants, Joseph states,
"There are those of the rising generation who shall not taste death till Christ comes. I was once praying earnestly upon this subject, and a voice said unto me, My son, if thou livest until thou art 85 years of age, thou shalt see the face of the Son of Man. I prophesy in the name of the Lord God, and let it be written, The Son of Man will not come in the clouds of heaven till I am 85 years old." Then read the 14th chapter of Revelation, 6th and 7th verses. "And I saw another angel fly in the midst of heaven, having the everlasting gospel to preach unto them that dwell on the earth, and to every nation and kindred and tongue and people, saying with a loud voice, Fear God and give glory to him, for the hour of his judgment is come." And Hosea, 6th chapter, "After 2 days," etc., 2,520 years, which brings it to 1890. Joseph Smith.
Joseph's prophecy was mistaken in two ways. He did not live to be 85 years old, and Jesus did not return in 1890. Prominent early saint, Elder Oliver B. Huntington, lived with Joseph Smith in Kirtland, Ohio, and served 4 missions for the church. He wrote an article for the Young Woman's Journal, the official magazine for the Young Ladies Mutual Improvement Association of the church, recounting a teaching by Joseph Smith.
Nearly all the discoveries of men in the last half-century have contributed to prove Joseph Smith to be a prophet. As far back as 1837, I know that he said the moon was inhabited by men and women the same as this earth, and that they live to a greater age than we do, that they live generally to near the age of 1,000 years. He described the men as averaging near 6 feet in height and dressing quite uniformly in something near the Quaker style. Oliver B. Huntington.
Second, Brigham Young.
So it is with regard to the inhabitants of the sun. Do you think it is inhabited? I rather think it is. Do you think there is any life there? No question of it. It was not made in vain. It was made to give light to those who dwell upon it, and to other planets, and so will this earth when it is celestialized. Brigham Young.
Third, Joseph Fielding Smith.
We will never get a man into space. This earth is man's sphere, and it was never intended that he should get away from it. The moon is a superior planet to the earth, and it was never intended that man should go there. You can write it down in your books that this will never happen. Joseph Fielding Smith.
On July 20th, 1969, United States astronauts are the first men to walk on the moon. Part 2. The Book of Mormon. Chapter 11. DNA. The Book of Mormon's story begins with Lehi, an Israelite, who fled to the Promised Land with his family and landed somewhere in Mesoamerica. Lehi's descendants grew into 2 large populations, the Lamanites and the Nephites. By 385 AD, the Lamanites had destroyed the Nephites and then grew to populate the entire Americas. This unique claim lends itself perfectly to genetic testing. Studies have been performed on the genetic history of Native Americans, and the resulting information reveals inconsistencies in the Book of Mormon narrative. Covered in this chapter are the Church's original claim, statements by LDS scientists, genetic evidence, and the Church's attempt to distance itself from the original position. The original claim. Over the years, prophets, apostles, and missionaries have preached an ancestral link between the ancient Hebrews and Native Americans. The introductions to the Book of Mormon state this as a fact when it says, quote, "It is a record of God's dealings with the ancient inhabitants of the Americas and contains the fullness of the everlasting gospel. The record gives an account of 2 great civilizations. One came from Jerusalem in 600 BC and afterward separated into 2 nations, known as the Nephites and Lamanites. The other came much earlier when the Lord confounded the tongues at the Tower of Babel. This group is known as the Jaredites. After thousands of years, all were destroyed except the Lamanites, and they are the principal ancestors of the American Indians." End quote.
Central America, or Guatemala, is situated north of the Isthmus of Darien and once embraced by several hundred miles of territory from north to south. The city of Zarahemla, burnt at the crucifixion of the Savior and rebuilt afterwards, stood up on this land, as will be seen from the following words from the book of Alma. And now it was only the distance of a day and a half's journey for a Nephite, on the line Bountiful and the land Desolation, from the east to the west sea. And thus the land of Nephi and the land of Zarahemla was nearly surrounded by water, there being a small neck of land between the land northward and the land southward. Joseph Smith.
As I look into your faces, I think of Father Lehi, whose sons and daughters you are. This is but the beginning of the work in Peru. Gordon B. Hinckley.
Statements by LDS scientists. Simon G. Southerton is a former bishop and a senior biologist with the Commonwealth Scientific and Industrial Research Organization in Australia. Southerton said that genetic research allowed him to test his religious views against his professional training. He examined studies of DNA lineages among Polynesians and indigenous peoples in North, Central, and South America. He mapped maternal DNA lines from 7,300 Native Americans from 175 tribes. Southerton found no trace of Middle Eastern DNA in the genetic strands of today's American Indians and Pacific Islanders. In Losing a Lost Tribe, published in 2004, Southerton concluded that the LDS Church, his faith for over 30 years, needed to be reevaluated in the face of these facts.
The problem is that the Church cannot acknowledge any factual errors in the Book of Mormon because the prophet Joseph Smith proclaimed it the most correct of any book on earth. They can't admit that it's not historical. They would feel that there would be a loss of members and loss in confidence in Joseph Smith as a prophet. Simon G. Southerton.
Dr. Thomas W. Murphy is chair of the Department of Anthropology at Edmonds College.
In March 2000, Scott Woodward, a professor of microbiology at Brigham Young University, launched a multi-million-dollar study. The Molecular Genealogy Research Group, or MGRG, compiled a database of DNA records that identified connections between past and present humans. Some optimism was expressed by church members that such research would vindicate the Book of Mormon as an ancient document. For those who held such an expectation, the data collected by MGRG and the results of similar research projects have been disappointing. So far, DNA has lent no support to the traditional Mormon beliefs about the origins of the Native Americans. Instead, genetic data have confirmed that migrations from Asia are the primary source of American Indian origins. Now that quantitative scientific methods can indeed test for an Israelite genetic presence in ancient America, we learn instead that virtually all Native Americans can trace their lineages to the Asian migrations between 7,000 and 50,000 years ago. While molecular anthropologists have the technological capability to identify descendants of ancient Hebrews, no traces of such DNA markers have appeared in Central America or elsewhere among Native Americans. Thomas W. Murphy.
In a collaboration, Thomas W. Murphy and Simon Southerton wrote,
Investigation of mitochondrial DNA of more than 5,500 living Native Americans reveals that 99.4% can be traced back to Asia, primarily via maternal lineages known as A, B, C, D, and X. Only 0.6% came from Africa or Europe, most likely after 1492. Lineages A through D are only found in Asia. While the X lineage also is found in Europe and the Middle East, Asian and American lineages have distinctive markers that indicate an ancient separation long before the events described in the Book of Mormon. Similar results from nearly 1,000 paternal lineages substantiate a Northeast Asian origin of American Indians. Likewise, approximately 99% of the Polynesians surveyed to date can trace their maternal lineages back to Southeast Asia. The other 1% almost certainly came from Europe in the recent past. Folk biological claims of an Israelite ancestry, a curse with a dark skin, and a whitening of dark-skinned Native American and Polynesian Mormons fail to stand up to scrutiny among scientifically literate Latter-day Saints. Thomas W. Murphy and Simon Southerton.
Greater than 99% of the DNA lineages of Native Americans are only found among East Asians. The evidence suggests that they share a common ancestor, and that American natives did not descend from Israeli lineage. Jamie Hannis Handy graduated from BYU with a master's in biological science and genetics.
DNA is definite. DNA is trusted. DNA is part of our lives now. There is nothing in which to be afraid. DNA is just information, lots of information. In my experience, each generation trusts and relies on DNA more than the previous generation. And my children are growing up in a world where DNA just is, and has always been, a wellspring of reliable information. Anything, any group, or any organization that tries to discredit DNA as a legitimate data source will, with each passing year, lose credibility with the rising generations. And so I am very, very concerned about the faith that I call my spiritual home, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. This quote appears in the newest manual for seminary and institute students. As an example, you may want to explain that one way modern enemies of the Church attempt to discredit the Book of Mormon is by using DNA evidence to try to discredit any link between Book of Mormon peoples and Native Americans. DNA evidence has had a huge impact on the Mormon narrative. In my lifetime, a one-word change in the introduction of the Book of Mormon, our Holy Scripture, has had a massive ripple effect, while yet also remaining mostly undiscussed by the membership at large. Originally, the introduction read, "The Lamanites," and they are the principal ancestors of the American Indians. The new introduction reads much the same, but says the Lamanites are among the ancestors of the American Indians. How has this one word changed things? I was taught every week that the Native Americans were the descendants of the Lamanites. I was shown pictures of the Mayan and Aztec ruins all the time, as if those were evidence of the Book of Mormon civilizations. Once DNA evidence began to show clearly that today's Native American did not descend from Middle Eastern Jews, as we originally claimed, everything changed. And yet, despite this drastic shift, we still insist on publishing something that says modern enemies of the Church use DNA evidence. Our children will not see DNA that way. Instead, they will see the Church as afraid of the wonder and miracle that understanding DNA is. Afraid that truth cannot withstand study. Afraid that, for many of them, the very thing that brought them to this place, diagnosed their disease, treated their disorder, identified their parent, captured their rapist, freed their friend, gave them a healthy sibling, and that is trusted everywhere cannot be trusted at church. Jamie Hannis Handy.
DNA evidence. The International Human Genome Project contributed to our insight of human migratory patterns based on identifiable gene markers contained within DNA. This was of particular interest to the Church for its insight into the origin of Native Americans. Virtually all mitochondrial DNA lineages found throughout the world can be grouped into less than 25 major family groups represented by letters A, B, C, and so on. In the case of the Native Americans, essentially all of their lineages fall into 5 major families: A, B, C, D, and X. Current evidence indicates Native Americans arrived from Asia. Various groups of early travelers descended into the Americas between 15,000 to 35,000 years ago. They crossed the Bering Strait land bridge between modern-day Russia and Alaska during the last ice age.
Lying at the intersection of what is today Russia, Mongolia, China, and Kazakhstan, the region known as the Altai. The Altai region has played a critical role in the peopling of northern Asia as an entry point into Siberia and a possible homeland for ancestral Native Americans. It has an old and rich history because humans have inhabited this area since the Paleolithic. To untangle Altaian genetic histories, we analyzed mtDNA and Y chromosome variation in northern and southern Altaian populations. Based on these data, we noted differences in the origin and population history of Altaian ethnic groups. Moreover, high-resolution analysis of Y chromosome haplogroup Q has allowed us to reshape the phylogeny of this branch, making connections between populations of the New World and Old World more apparent and demonstrating that Southern Altaians and Native Americans share a recent common ancestor. These results greatly enhance our understanding of the peopling of Siberia and the Americas. Matthew C. Dulick.
DNA samples from every known tribe of Native Americans indicate an Asiatic rather than an Israeli origin. Distancing from past claims. In light of DNA evidence disproving the Hebrew origins of the Native Americans, the Church decided to amend the introduction to the Book of Mormon. The phrase stating that the Lamanites are the, quote, principal ancestors of the Native Americans, end quote, was changed in 2006 to now state that the Lamanites are, quote, among the ancestors of the American Indians, end quote. In a further attempt to reconcile the claims of the Book of Mormon with DNA research, the Church published the article Book of Mormon and DNA Studies. The article makes a few interesting statements. The first statement says, quote, the primary purpose of the Book of Mormon is more spiritual than historical, end quote. Although its purpose may be spiritual, the claim that the Book of Mormon contains the actual history of the Native Americans has always been one of the foundations of the LDS Church. Second statement says, quote, the Book of Mormon itself, however, does not claim that the people it describes were either the predominant or the exclusive inhabitants of the lands they occupied, end quote. Both the Book of Mormon and Joseph Smith actually do state that the Lamanites and Native Americans are the exclusive and predominant inhabitants. It reads that, quote, none shall come into this land, save they shall be brought by the hand of the Lord, and that this land should be kept as yet from the knowledge of other nations, and those whom the Lord shall bring out of the land of Jerusalem may possess this land unto themselves, end quote. Joseph's Wentworth letter reads,
the history of ancient America is unfolded. From its first settlement by a colony that came from the Tower of Babel, the principal nation of the second race fell in battle towards the close of the 4th century. The remnant are the Indians that now inhabit this country. Joseph Smith.
The third statement from the article says, quote, nothing is known about the DNA of Book of Mormon peoples, end quote. This is misleading because, according to the Book of Mormon, the genetic lineage of the Lamanites are exactly known. 1 Nephi chapter 5, verse 14 says that, quote, Lehi also found upon the plates of brass a genealogy of his fathers, wherefore he knew that he was a descendant of Joseph, yea, even that Joseph, who was the son of Jacob, who was sold into Egypt, and who was preserved by the hand of the Lord, end quote. Who was Joseph who was sold into Egypt, son of Jacob? He is the same Joseph who was the son of Jacob, who was the son of Isaac, who was the son of Abraham. In Jewish tradition, Abraham is referred to as our father Abraham, signifying that he is both the biological ancestor and the father of Judaism, the first Jew. As Lehi, being descended from Joseph and Abraham, it indeed gives the Church exact knowledge of the DNA of the Nephites and Lamanites, yet we find no Israelite gene markers in Native American DNA. The fourth statement from the article says, quote, if it were known with a high degree of certainty that the immigrants described in the Book of Mormon had what might be considered typically Near Eastern DNA, which is Middle Eastern and Jewish, it is quite possible that their DNA markers did not survive the intervening centuries, end quote. This also appears to be an incorrect statement because, again, according to the Book of Mormon, it clearly states that this will not happen. It says, quote, the Lord God will not suffer that the Gentiles will utterly destroy the mixture of thy seed which are among thy brethren, end quote. In what way does this article propose that their DNA markers did not survive the centuries? Native Americans did survive. Joseph Smith and many other leaders of the Church have specifically named the Lamanites as the ancestors of the Native Americans.
The Book of Mormon records that America in ancient times has been inhabited by two distinct races of people. The first were called the Jaredites and came directly from the Tower of Babel. The principal nation of the second race fell in battle towards the close of the 4th century. The remnant are the Indians that now inhabit this country. Joseph Smith.
Considering that Joseph Smith presented a claim to the origins of the Native Americans that is not supported by evidence, and that the Church has recently made attempts to distance itself from that claim, it seems increasingly difficult to feel confident in Joseph's prophetic abilities. Chapter 12. Reformed Egyptian. The Salt Lake Temple Visitor Center portrays the prophet Mormon as a Mesoamerican native that is dressed in traditional Mayan clothing. It also depicts stylized Mayan hieroglyphs on the walls and the papers. The church teaches that the civilizations of the Book of Mormon wrote in a language called Reformed Egyptian. This writing system is completely unique to the Book of Mormon people. Issues surrounding the existence of Reformed Egyptian include the church's claims, examples of Native American writings, the Anthon transcript, and the lack of archaeological evidence. The church's claims. In Mormon chapter 9 verse 32 we read, quote, "And now, behold, we have written this record according to our knowledge, in the characters which are called among us the Reformed Egyptian, being handed down and altered by us according to our manner of speech." End quote.
Joseph Smith did translate the Book of Mormon from ancient plates of gold, which were written with engraved characters in the Reformed Egyptian language. James E. Faust. A Lamanite is a descendant of one Lehi, who left Jerusalem 600 years before Christ, and with his family crossed the mighty deep and landed in America. And Lehi and his family became the ancestors of all the Indian and Mestizo tribes in North and South and Central America and in the islands of the sea. For in the middle of their history, there were those who left America in ships of their making and went to the islands of the sea. Spencer W. Kimball.
Since President Spencer W. Kimball said the Lamanites became the ancestors of all natives in North and Central and South America, and in the islands of the sea, we should expect to find Reformed Egyptian spanning both continents and all of Polynesia. Native American writing. While indigenous groups of the New World used a rich array of languages, formal writing systems simply did not exist in North America, South America, and the Pacific Islands before contact with European explorers and missionaries. North American natives used a series of symbols for crude communication. Some South American natives used a system of rope knotting for accounting purposes, and Polynesians used a series of symbols in traditional tattooing. But it was the Mesoamerican civilizations, located in Central America, that were the only cultures to invent and use an extensive and detailed writing system. The earliest inscriptions date to around 900 BC and continued in use until the Spanish conquest in the 16th and 17th centuries. Mayan texts have survived on stone, bone, shell, pottery, wood, and paper. Since it was the only formal writing system during the time of the Book of Mormon, Mayan hieroglyphs should be the Reformed Egyptian written on the gold plates. Did Joseph leave any examples of Reformed Egyptian to compare? Luckily, there exist 3 transcribed examples of Reformed Egyptian. First, the Anthon transcript. Copied by Joseph Smith, this is the most extensive transcript of the gold plates that was taken to Professor Charles Anthon by Martin Harris. Before Martin Harris was to mortgage his farm to finance the printing of the Book of Mormon, he made an attempt to verify its authenticity. Martin had Joseph transcribe some characters from the Book of Mormon and took it to visit Charles Anthon, professor of classical linguistics at Columbia University. Martin Harris claimed to have received a verification on the authenticity of the characters, even though no record of the verification exists. But when Professor Anthon later learns of Martin's claims, he writes to newspaper editor E.D. Howe, stating the following.
The whole story about my having pronounced the Mormonite inscription to be Reformed Egyptian hieroglyphics is perfectly false. The farmer, Martin Harris, added that he had been requested to contribute a sum of money towards the publication of the Golden Book. So urgent had been these solicitations that he intended selling his farm and handing over the amount received to those who wished to publish the plates. As a last precautionary step, however, he had resolved to come to New York and obtain the opinion of the learned about the meaning of the paper which he brought with him, and which had been given him as part of the contents of the book, although no translation had been furnished at the time by the young man with the spectacles. On hearing this odd story, I began to regard it as part of a scheme to cheat the farmer of his money, and I communicated my suspicions to him, warning him to beware of rogues. He requested an opinion from me in writing, which, of course, I declined giving, and he then took his leave carrying the paper with him. Charles Anthon.
Second example we have of Reformed Egyptian are notes taken by Oliver Cowdery during a meeting with Joseph Smith. He records, quote, "The Book of Mormon, the interpretation of languages, written and kept for profit and learning by Oliver," end quote. While in these notes are copies of 4 Reformed Egyptian characters. Third example, these same characters were copied by Frederick G. Williams during the same meeting. His notes more specifically state that these are, quote, "characters of the Book of Mormon," end quote. Since Mayan hieroglyphics were the only formal writing system throughout all of the Americas and Pacific Islands, we should find similarities when comparing them with Reformed Egyptian. However, the characters do not bear any resemblance. Surprisingly, the Reformed Egyptian characters from the Anthon transcript appear to contain the entire English alphabet and numeric system. The lack of evidence. The idea of a Reformed Egyptian writing system simply does not hold up to any form of scrutiny. No formally trained archaeologist, anthropologist, or linguist not employed by the Church has ever recognized the characters of Reformed Egyptian as a legitimate language and writing system that is backed by evidence.
Outside of Mormon scholars, there is not any recognition of or belief in a Reformed Egyptian script or language. The photos of so-called Reformed Egyptian documents that I have seen do not resemble genuine Egyptian scripts of any kind from any period of Egypt's long pharaonic history, including both hieroglyphic forms or the more cursive forms known as hieratic and demotic. They look like a modern person's attempt at making cryptogrammatic symbols of a modernly invented secret code in that they resemble nonsense letters of an alphabet rather than pictorial symbols like hieroglyphs or even the much more varied and differently shaped ligatures of hieratic or demotic Egyptian cursive writing. Peter Brand.
The Church claims that Lehi's family used a writing system called Reformed Egyptian, and after the destruction of the Nephites, the Lamanites are supposed to have taken this system and spread throughout both American continents and the Pacific Islands. Although the many indigenous cultures used rich languages, no formal writing system capable of taking detailed records existed anywhere but in Mesoamerica. Unfortunately, due to the transcriptions we have, Reformed Egyptian characters do not resemble Mayan hieroglyphs at all, but actually appear to be stylized English characters. Chapter 13. Anachronisms. Anachronism. An act of attributing a custom, event, or object to a period to which it does not belong. An anachronism is when an author takes something from their time period and inserts it in the past time period where it doesn't belong. For example, William Shakespeare wrote in his play Julius Caesar that Cassius says, quote, "The clock has stricken 3, end quote. The problem is that the plot takes place in 44 BC, a time period where mechanical clocks had not yet been invented. Shakespeare took something familiar to him and placed it where it doesn't historically belong. Because the play is fictional, it is simply a mistake. However, if Shakespeare were to claim that he had found an ancient document from 44 BC that mentions the action of a mechanical clock, it would clearly be seen as a forgery because of the anachronism. The Book of Mormon time period covers between 2200 BC and 400 AD, and also contains similar anachronisms. First type of anachronism, non-indigenous animals. The Book of Mormon mentions elephants in Ether chapter 9, verse 19. It reads, quote, "And they also had horses and asses, and there were elephants," end quote. Elephants, mastodons, and mammoths evolved from a common ancestor about 10 to 20 million years ago. While elephants stayed in Africa and Asia, mastodons and mammoths migrated into America across the Bering Strait during the last ice age. Mastodons and mammoths were hunted to extinction during the Pleistocene era, about 11,000 years ago. While the fossil record shows contact with early humans, these animals disappeared thousands of years before any people from the Book of Mormon reached the Americas. The Book of Mormon also mentions livestock such as cattle, sheep, pigs, and goats. Ether chapter 9, verse 18 reads, quote, "And also all manner of cattle, of oxen and cows, and of sheep and of swine, and of goats, and also many other kinds of animals which were useful for the food of man." End quote. Livestock are domesticated animals raised in an agricultural setting for food. The last known cattle species in the Americas went extinct around the same time as mastodons and mammoths 11,000 years ago. Although wild bighorn sheep, mountain goats, and boars are native to some areas in North America, there is no evidence of domesticated sheep, pigs, and goats used as livestock anywhere in the Americas, especially not in ancient Mesoamerica. Domestication began with the arrival of relatives of these animals with the Europeans in the 15th century. The Book of Mormon also mentions honeybees in Ether chapter 2 verse 3. It reads, quote, "And they did also carry with them Deseret, which by interpretation is a honey bee, and thus they did carry with them swarms of bees." End quote. There were no honeybees in the Americas before its introduction from Europe in the 15th century. Also mentioned are horses. 3 Nephi chapter 3 verse 22 reads, quote, "And it came to pass in the 17th year, in the latter end of the year, the proclamation of Laconius had gone forth throughout all the face of the land, and they had taken their horses and their chariots." End quote. Indigenous North American horses were also part of the great extinction of the Pleistocene era. Despite extensive archaeology, not a single bone or tooth from this animal has ever been discovered in the Mesoamerican region. Maya, Aztec, and Olmec cultures depicted many native animals in art and ideology, but have never depicted a horse on any temples, carvings, or paintings. It would be easy for New Englanders to assume that horses have always been part of the American landscape because the Native Americans they encountered rode horses. What was known to East Coast Americans at that time was that Native Americans had domesticated the feral horses that ran away from the West Coast Spaniards, who, in turn, reintroduced horses into the Americans by bringing European breeds with the arrival of Columbus. Second type of anachronism, technology. The Book of Mormon mentions wheeled transport vehicles. In Alma chapter 20 verse 6 we read, quote, "Now when Lamoni had heard this, he caused that his servants should make ready his horses and his chariots." End quote. We already know that horses did not exist in the same area or time period as the Book of Mormon, but now we also see chariots in the story. Chariots have wheels. However, the wheel as a technology was not found in ancient America. Like many new things, it was brought over with European settlers. The curator for ethnography at the American Museum of Natural History states,
"We can see that the prevailing mode of land transport in the New World was by human carrier. The wheel was unknown in pre-Columbian times." Clark Whistler.
The military and transportation advantages would have spread the wheel through the native populations just as it did through Europe and Asia. If horses were actually domesticated and wheeled transport was used, archaeologists would find chariots throughout the Western Hemisphere. However, there has never been a single horse, chariot, or wheeled transport artifact discovered from pre-Columbian America. Chariots simply did not exist in the New World. Third type of anachronism, metallurgy. The Book of Mormon mentions various types of metalworking. 2 Nephi chapter 5 verse 15 reads, quote, "And I did teach my people to build buildings, and to work in all manner of wood, and of iron, and of copper, and of brass, and of steel, and of gold, and of silver, and of precious ores, which were in great abundance." End quote. Much like the invention of the wheel, the military and infrastructure advantages of steel would have seen widespread adoption in the Americas. Furthermore, mass production of steel weaponry for such large-scale wars as depicted in the Book of Mormon would have required large iron and steel forges. These would have left evidence in slag, remnants of ore, and stockpiles of steel weaponry. The spreading of this technology, as it provides many significant advantages, would make steel a very common archaeological finding. However, there is no evidence of any of this. There is simply no record of steel or iron having ever been smelted in the New World. Also mentioned are coins. Various editions of the Book of Mormon student manual have mentioned coinage when it says, quote, One possible purpose for the inclusion of the Nephite coinage in Alma 11 is to demonstrate the extent of the bribe Zeezrom offered to Amulek. End quote. In Mesoamerica, agricultural food crops were used as the common form of currency, especially cacao beans. Coinage was not present in the Americas prior to the May 11, 1535 decree of Doña Juana de Castilla, Queen of the Castilla region in Spain. She authorized the first minting of silver and copper coins in Mexico. Coinage in the Western Hemisphere during the Book of Mormon time period was completely unknown. Coins were introduced more than 1,000 years after the conclusion of the Book of Mormon. It is evident that the Church recently became aware of this discrepancy when it made the following revisions with regards to Nephite coinage. The 1973 edition of the Book of Mormon chapter heading for Alma 11 reads, quote, Nephite coins and measures, end quote. The 1999 edition reads, quote, Nephite coinage set forth, end quote. Yet in 2015, we see that the word coin is removed from the chapter heading and instead replaced with the phrase, quote, the Nephite monetary system is set forth, end quote. Beginning in 1492, European explorers brought new animals, plants, technology, theology, and disease to the Americas. Yet many of these items described in the Book of Mormon simply did not exist during its timeline. If Joseph Smith was given the Book of Mormon translation word for word by the power of God, then why does it contain these huge problems? Chapter 14. The Jaredites. The Book of Ether, contained in the Book of Mormon, tells the story of the Jaredites. They were a vast civilization of people who were completely wiped out before the arrival of Lehi and his family to the Promised Land. The Jaredite narrative contains two major issues. First, a year-long oceanic journey to the Americas, and second, a final battle at the Hill Cumorah where millions of people perished. The year-long voyage by sea. This transatlantic journey taken by the Jaredites presents major problems. Let's look at the number of passengers, dimensions of the barges that held them, and the basic necessities they would have needed. The number of passengers. Ether says that, quote, Jared had 4 sons, and the brother of Jared also begat sons and daughters, and the friends of Jared and his brother were in number about 22 souls, and they also begat sons and daughters before they came to the Promised Land, end quote. The plural, sons and daughters, means at least 2 of each. If we add Jared plus his 4 sons, plus his brother and his sons and daughters, plus 22 souls of their families, how many people do we get? Since those 22 souls were comprised of 11 couples who also brought along their children, and assuming at least 2 parents and 2 children per family, we are looking at a minimum of 74 people in total. The dimensions of the barges. Ether chapter 2 describes the barges. It mentions that they were small and were light upon the water like a bird. Also that they were the length of a tree. And since the story of Ether begins at the Tower of Babel in Babylon, Mesopotamia, we have to find the height of a tree in that region to know approximately how long each barge was. The city of Hilla, Iraq, currently sits on top of the ancient city of Babylon. While many indigenous trees can average around 50 feet, the largest tree in the region is the date palm tree, which grows 70 to 75 feet in height. Chapter 2 goes on to describe that there were holes in the top and bottom of each barge, so that the Jaredites could unplug the top hole to get air. With that information, we learned that the barges floated, were a maximum of 75 feet long, and were totally airtight. What basic necessities would be required to survive a transatlantic voyage? The Book of Ether lets us know that the Jaredites built 8 vessels that they used to travel on the ocean for exactly 344 days. They also had prepared ahead of time all the food for the people, flocks, herds, and other animals that they brought with them on the barges. First, how much water would 74 people and all their animals need to survive for 344 days? Divided into 8 barges, that puts almost 10 people per barge. Humans need approximately 1 gallon per person per day for consumption and sanitation. That's about 3,440 gallons per barge. They also brought flocks and herds. There are a minimum of 3 animals to a flock or herd. Assume 1 flock and 1 herd per barge. Small sheep drink about 1 gallon of water per day, and small cows drink about 10 gallons. They would drink over 11,000 gallons during the trip. This does not take into account the water needed for the additional animals they brought for food during the trip that were not specifically numbered, such as the fowls, fish, and others. The minimum water needs for all the inhabitants of each barge comes to about 15,000 gallons. Just for comparison's sake, a 15,000-gallon tank of water is so big and heavy that it needs to be transported by train or 18-wheeled truck. How would the Jaredites store that much fresh water in a boat that was, at most, only 75 feet long? Remember, this was 2500 BC, and any tossing on the ocean would dump out any pottery, bowls, or bags used to contain the water. Not to mention that any leaks from that much water would drown all the passengers. What about food storage, preservation, and sanitation? Food storage. Adults need approximately 2,500 calories a day, even for a sedentary lifestyle. Today's caloric-dense pre-made food covers those calories in relatively small portions, but in the ancient Middle East, only very basic foods existed like grains, vegetables, nuts, dairy, and meat. Larger portions of these foods need to be consumed to meet the daily caloric requirements, about 4 pounds per day. 10 people in each barge would require about 14,000 pounds of food for the voyage. Small sheep require about 2 pounds of feed a day, and small cows require about 10 pounds of feed per day. For 10 people, 3 sheep and 3 cows, that totals over 26,000 pounds of food for the year-long trip. For comparison, that's about 2 adult African elephants. So 1 train car worth of water, plus 2 elephants worth of food, plus at least 3 cows, 3 sheep, 10 people, and smaller animals for food, just simply do not fit in one barge that was, quote, light like unto a fowl upon the water, end quote. Not to mention that all this would have been built with ancient materials and techniques. Next, preservation. Aside from the enormous space requirements, the lack of refrigeration or ability to make fires inside an enclosed wooden boat becomes an even larger issue. Any grains, dried fruits, and vegetables would quickly spoil in the dark, humid environment. Lastly, sanitation. The Book of Ether mentions that, in addition to their flocks and herds, that the Jaredites prepared all of their food ahead of time when they, quote, did also lay snares and catch fowls of the air, and did carry with them the fishes of the waters, and whatsoever beast or animal or fowl that they should carry with them, end quote. Since additional animals were brought along for food, what would happen to a year's worth of butchery in addition to human and animal waste without adequate sanitation? This would guarantee rotting, fecal contamination, and the spreading of deadly bacteria and parasites. In addition to the logistical issues surrounding the trip, the second major problem with the Jaredite story involves large-scale military casualties. Cumorah is the hill and area recorded in the Book of Mormon where the Nephites and Lamanites fought a final battle in which the Nephite people were annihilated. Moroni reported that Cumorah was also the site where the Jaredites were earlier destroyed. The Book of Mormon chronicles 2 civilization-ending wars. First the Jaredites, then the Nephites. The chapter heading for Ether 15 says, quote, millions of the Jaredites are slain in battle. Shiz and Coriantumr assemble all the people to mortal combat. The Spirit of the Lord ceases to strive with them, and the Jaredite nation is utterly destroyed, end quote. The chapter heading for Mormon 6 says, quote, the Nephites gather to the land of Cumorah for the final battles. Moroni hides the sacred records in the hill Cumorah. The Lamanites are victorious and the Nephite nation is destroyed. Hundreds of thousands are slain with the sword. About AD 385, end quote. Both great battles took place on the same hill Cumorah, near Joseph Smith's home in upstate New York.
The great and last battle in which several 100,000 Nephites perished was on the hill Cumorah, the same hill from which the plates were taken by Joseph Smith. Orson Pratt.
LDS.org describes the hill Cumorah as, quote, a drumlin hill between the towns of Palmyra and Manchester, New York, end quote. It is where the gold plates of the Book of Mormon were deposited by an ancient religious leader in a stone box. It was unearthed, translated by Joseph Smith, and published in 1830. In 1928, the church purchased the site and, in 1935, erected a monument commemorating the visit of the angel Moroni. Later, the church built a visitor center at the base of the hill. Since 1937, the church has produced the annual outdoor Cumorah pageant. A century ago, the hill was less wooded than today. The last Nephite battle had casualties in the hundreds of thousands, as recently as 385 AD, just over 1,600 years ago. But the largest battle, in Ether, recounts casualties of at least 2 million people. The hill Cumorah occupies less than half a square mile and is only 110 feet tall. This tiny hill is supposed to contain the bodies, weapons, and armor for over 2 to 3 million soldiers, yet, to this day, not a single remain has ever been found. Dr. John E. Clark, professor of archaeology at BYU, comments on the Book of Mormon's archaeological remains at the hill Cumorah.
If any place merits archaeological attention, it is Cumorah. The word elicits a series of empirical questions that can only be addressed through archaeology. When we pay attention to time and cultural context, it becomes clear that the events described in the Book of Mormon did not occur in New York. In accord with these general observations about New York and Pennsylvania, we come to our principal object, the hill Cumorah. Archaeologically speaking, it is a clean hill. No artifacts, no walls, no trenches, no arrowheads. The area immediately surrounding the hill is similarly clean. Pre-Columbian people did not settle or build here. This is not the place of Mormon's last stand. We must look elsewhere for that hill. John E. Clark.
Dr. Clark admits that the Jaredites were never part of any mass extinction on the hill Cumorah. This fact, along with the impossible type of transatlantic voyage as described in the Book of Mormon, both point to the conclusion that the Jaredite story could not have occurred. Chapter 15. Source Material. Was Joseph Smith capable of writing the Book of Mormon himself? Could there be other sources for its language, themes, stories, and characters? President of the Quorum of the 70, Brigham H. Roberts, spoke about Joseph's incredible mind.
In light of this evidence, there can be no doubt as to the possession of a vividly strong creative imagination by Joseph Smith the prophet. An imagination, it could with reason be urged, which, given the suggestions that are found in the common knowledge of American antiquities of the times, supplemented by such a work as Ethan Smith's View of the Hebrews, published in Palmyra in 1825, it would make it possible for him to create a book such as the Book of Mormon is. B. H. Roberts.
Elder Roberts says that there is no doubt that Joseph could have written the Book of Mormon with influences from a book called View of the Hebrews, among other contemporary sources. What other contemporary sources could have inspired the stories of the Book of Mormon? This chapter examines several of these sources, such as Joseph Smith Sr.'s dream of the Tree of Life, the book View of the Hebrews, the book The Late War, Palmyra's Methodist Revival Meeting, the First Book of Napoleon, Tales of Captain Kidd, the Apocrypha, and the King James Bible. First, the Tree of Life. Lehi's vision of the Tree of Life is one of the most well-known Book of Mormon stories. From childhood, members are taught that a man named Lehi had a dream about a tree, fruit that made you happy, the iron rod, and a great and spacious building. What members are never taught is that Joseph Smith's father was the originator of this dream, and that the Smith family was familiar with its story. Shortly after his death, Joseph Smith's mother, Lucy Mack Smith, wrote her family's story, focusing on her son Joseph Jr. In her book, she recounts the dream her husband experienced that was so profound he had to share it with his family.
In the meantime, we had a son, whom we called Joseph, after his father. He was born December 23rd, 1805. In 1811, we moved from Royalton, Vermont, to the town of Lebanon, New Hampshire. Soon after arriving here, my husband received another very singular vision, which I will relate. Lucy Mack Smith.
Joseph Smith Sr.'s dream is nearly identical with Lehi's vision of the Tree of Life in many ways. The subjects of both dreams were asked by a guide to follow him. They beheld a large and spacious field with a special tree. As each subject went to the tree, they found that it bore the most delicious fruit they've ever tasted. As they ate, the fruit made them so happy that they wanted their family to join them. Both subjects then see a river of water next to them, and along it, a path with something to hold on to. The difference is that Joseph Smith Sr.'s dream says the handle was made of rope, while the Book of Mormon says that it was made of iron. Finally, each dream says that across the river was a great and spacious building, high in the air, filled with finely dressed people mocking them. Growing up hearing this story surely made Joseph Smith familiar with it. All it would take to turn his father's story into his own would be replacing the rope for an iron rod. It is also interesting that Nephi recorded his father's dream in the gold plates, much the same way Joseph recorded his father's dream in the Book of Mormon. Next possible source, View of the Hebrews. Reverend Ethan Smith was working as a pastor in Pulteney, Vermont, when he published his book View of the Hebrews in 1823. At the time it was first published, Oliver Cowdery was not only living in Pulteney, but was also a member of Ethan's congregation. Once Oliver moved, and after becoming acquainted with Joseph Smith, Oliver gave him a copy of Ethan's book. Joseph liked it so much that later, as editor-in-chief of the Times and Seasons newspaper, he reprinted selections from View of the Hebrews.
In order to this, we shall here make an extract from an able work, written exclusively on the subject of the 10 tribes having come from Asia by the way of Bering Strait, by the Reverend Ethan Smith, Pulteney, Vermont. An old Indian informed him that his fathers in this country had not long since been in the possession of a book, which they had for a long time carried with them, but having lost the knowledge of reading it, they buried it with an Indian chief. Joseph Smith.
View of the Hebrews became a very popular book in the New England area. Its story begins with the destruction of Jerusalem, much like the Book of Mormon. It also mentions that Native Americans are descended from the Hebrews that traveled to America, and that once here, they separated into 2 factions, one civilized and one savage and bloodthirsty. They also both had many wars between them. The book also quotes heavily from Isaiah, and finally ends with the savage group completely wiping out the civilized group. Once Joseph finally published the Book of Mormon, president of the Quorum of the 70, Brigham H. Roberts, noted that its pages retold the same story as View of the Hebrews. This led Elder Roberts to deeply study the connection between the two. The results of his research were published in a book titled Studies of the Book of Mormon. His book notes many similarities between the two. First, the origin of the inhabitants of North and South America.
It is often represented by Mormon speakers and writers that the Book of Mormon was first to represent the American Indians as descendants of the Hebrews, holding that the Book of Mormon is unique in this. The claim is sometimes still ignorantly made. B. H. Roberts.
Prophets and apostles have claimed that the Book of Mormon is unique in presenting the true history of the American Indians as descendants of Hebrews. Elder Roberts notes that View of the Hebrews promoted the same claim when it was published in 1823, 7 years before the Book of Mormon. Second, the destruction of Jerusalem. Roberts notes that the entire first chapter of View of the Hebrews describes the siege of Jerusalem by the Romans. He compares this to the first chapters of the Book of Mormon, in which Lehi prophesies of the destruction of Jerusalem. Third, Ethan Smith's book also speaks of the Hebrews splitting into 2 nations, civilized and savage.
Israel brought into this new continent a considerable degree of civilization, and the better part of them long labored to maintain it. But others fell into the hunting and consequently savage state, whose barbarous hordes invaded their more civilized brethren, and eventually annihilated most of them, and all in these northern regions. Ethan Smith.
The Book of Mormon story also begins with Lehi and his family arrived in the New World from Jerusalem and splitting into a civilized Nephite nation and a savage Lamanite nation, with the Lamanites eventually wiping out the Nephites. Fourth, stories of a lost book. An account is given in the View of the Hebrews in which an old Indian stated that his ancestors, quote, had a book which they had for a long time preserved, and that eventually they buried it with an Indian chief, end quote. Elder Roberts parallels this with the passing down of the gold plates that were finally buried by Moroni. Fifth, Quetzalcoatl. View of the Hebrews discusses the legend of the bearded white god. Elder Roberts questions,
Did this character spoken of in View of the Hebrews, published 5 years before the Book of Mormon, furnish the suggestion of the Christ of the Western continent? B.H. Roberts.
His research discovered many more similarities, including the peopling of America from Israel by crossing many waters. The civilized group of people develop a culture of mechanic arts, written language, the use of iron and other metals, and navigation. The description of extensive military fortifications. The existence of long and dismal wars that break out between both groups. The preaching of the gospel in ancient America by prophets. The inclusion of whole chapters from Isaiah. The future gathering of Israel and restoration of the lost 10 tribes. The purpose of America in the last days being to gather up the remnants of Israel, bringing them into Christianity and bring forth the millennium, and many more. Elder Roberts compared the content of the Book of Mormon with Joseph's environment and upbringing. In doing so, he considered popular publications like View of the Hebrews, the King James Bible, the Apocrypha, and other contemporary influences available to Joseph and his friends.
For years, such materials as were then found and discussed, theories as to the origin of the American Indians, including the 10 lost tribes theory of Hebrew infusion into the American race, together with frequent mention of cultural traits favorable to this supposed Hebrew infusion. All of this was matter of common speculation in the literature of America before the publication of either Priest's American Antiquities or the Book of Mormon. B.H. Roberts. Did Ethan Smith's View of the Hebrews furnish structural material for Joseph Smith's Book of Mormon? It has been pointed out in these pages that there are many things in the former book that might well have suggested many major things in the other. Not a few things merely, 1 or 2 or half a dozen, but many. And it is this fact that many things of similarity and the cumulative force of them that makes it so serious a menace to Joseph Smith's story of the Book of Mormon's origins. B.H. Roberts.
Another possible source for the Book of Mormon, a book named The Late War Between the United States and Great Britain. Joseph likely grew up reading this book by Gilbert J. Hunt, which was published in New York in 1816. Much like Ethan Smith's View of the Hebrews, evidence shows incredible similarities. The Late War is a biblical-style account of the War of 1812 and was read in schools throughout the United States under the title The Historical Reader. Joseph would have been very familiar with this book as he was closely connected to at least 4 teachers. His father was a teacher during the off-season. His wife, Emma, and brother Hiram were also teachers, and Oliver Cowdery, the Book of Mormon's principal scribe, was a teacher. In 2013, the Word Tree Foundation conducted an analysis comparing over 100,000 books from the pre-1830s era. They discovered a striking connection between the two, the Late War and the Book of Mormon. They noted over 100 rare phrases that bind the Book of Mormon to the Late War, phrases that do not show up in other contemporary books. Both books make mention of battles at forts and rivers, weapons of curious workmanship, 2,000 stripling warriors, bands of robbers, burning martyrs, righteous versus savage natives, cataclysmic events, Christopher Columbus, false prophets, fighting for the cause of liberty, freemen versus men of the king, metal plates and engravings in brass, and many more. The War of 1812 concluded only 15 years before the publishing of the Book of Mormon. It was such a prominent and recent event that it made the Late War studied and discussed at great length during Joseph Smith's life. Another possible source, revival meetings. Revivals in early America started becoming popular in the early 1800s. This sensation became known as the Second Great Awakening. Camp-in revivals were organized by every denomination in the New England area and regularly drew thousands of attendants per meeting. These revival camps typically gave farmers like the Smiths the opportunity to take a break from their normal schedule and meet with friends and family for a few days of worship. Wooden platforms and towers were built so speakers could be seen and heard in large crowds. The story of King Benjamin in the Book of Mormon closely resembles one of the revival meetings held in Palmyra, New York on June 7, 1826, just as Joseph Smith was about to begin his work on the Book of Mormon.
I attended their several meetings as often as occasion would permit. In process of time, my mind became somewhat partial to the Methodist sect, and I felt some desire to be united with them. Joseph Smith.
The host of this large revival near the Smiths' home was Reverend Benjamin G. Paddock, who recorded the events in his memoir. The closing speaker was an aging, well-loved Methodist bishop who was there to give his final sermon. The attendants pitched their tents in a semicircle facing the tower. The congregation of more than 10,000 heard the ailing bishop express his love for them and their need for a savior.
The Venerable Bishop McKendry then visited us for the last time. He was too feeble to preside and occupied the chair only once or twice. He stated with tearful emotion that he still had great affection for its members and that, to take his final leave of them, so far at least, as earth was concerned, was the special object of his visit. The spirit of the meeting was admirable. Conversions were numerous and powerful. Benjamin G. Paddock.
King Benjamin's speech in the Book of Mormon seems to bear a resemblance to popular revival meetings that the Smith family regularly attended, especially the one recorded by Reverend Benjamin Paddock. The Book of Mormon records that King Benjamin caused a tower to be erected, that thereby his people might hear the words that he should speak unto them, and the people pitched their tents round about the tower. And like the ailing bishop, that he was old and subject to all manner of infirmities in body and mind, and about to yield up his mortal frame to his mother earth and bid his last farewell. Could King Benjamin be named after Reverend Benjamin, the host of this revival in Palmyra? Could the circumstances and content of the ailing bishop's final sermon have influenced the events of King Benjamin's speech? Another possible source, the First Book of Napoleon. Published only 20 years before the Book of Mormon, the First Book of Napoleon contains much of the same language, structure, and themes. Author Michael Linning, a Scottish writer for the Queen, published this popular book in 1809 under the pen name Eliakim the Scribe. A short excerpt shows an extremely similar reading to the Book of Mormon. Quote, "And behold, it came to pass in these latter days that an evil spirit arose on the face of the earth, and greatly troubled the sons of men. And this spirit seized upon and spread amongst the people who dwell in the land of Gaul. Now, in this people the fear of the Lord had not been for many generations, as they had become a corrupt and perverse people, for their chief priests and the nobles of the land, and the learned men thereof, had become wicked in the imagines of their hearts, and in the practices of their lives." End quote. Another likely source, Tales of Captain Kidd. Captain William Kidd was a famous British pirate that spent considerable time living in New York. Children in the New England area grew up hearing stories of his many adventures. In 1690, Kidd was living in colonial New York when war between England and France began. This led him to begin privateering for Britain, which is a government-sanctioned form of piracy against enemy countries. After the war, Captain Kidd set out on his own and sailed to the Indian Ocean, seizing booty from French and Indian trade ships. Kidd used the Comoros Islands off the east coast of Africa as his safe haven while he competed with European navies for control of the Indian Ocean trade routes. On the main island, the Grand Comoro, sits the capital port city of Moroni. This provided Kidd with a perfect market for his stolen goods. Captain Kidd buried caches of gold and valuables wherever he stopped to keep his treasures safe. In 1701, he was arrested for the crime of piracy. A small quantity of booty was found off the coast of Long Island, New York, where it was sent to England to be used as evidence against Kidd. He was later found guilty and hanged. Stories of Kidd's buried treasures contributed to his popularity in the New York area. For centuries, treasure hunters and historians have tried to locate Kidd's sunken ships and buried treasures. In 2000, his ship Adventure was found off the coast of Madagascar. In 2007, another of his ships, the Queda Merchant, was discovered off the coast of the Dominican Republic. Charles Beaker, the director of academic diving and underwater science at Indiana University, led the diving team. He said that it was remarkable that the wreck has remained undiscovered all these years, given its location. Captain Kidd's cannon, an artifact from the shipwreck, was added to a permanent exhibit at the Children's Museum of Indianapolis in 2011. People who knew Joseph Smith remember his connection with Captain Kidd. The printer for the first edition of the Book of Mormon, Pomeroy Tucker, mentions that Joseph had a library copy of Arabian Nights, stories of Captain Kidd, and a few novels. A Palmyra native and one-time governor of the Utah Territory, Stephen S. Harding, recalled that the gold plates had been discovered by, quote, Joe Smith, end quote, who had spent his time for several years telling fortunes and digging for hidden treasures, and especially for pots and iron chests of money, supposed to have been buried by Captain Kidd. Today, the spelling of his famous Indian Ocean base, the Comoros Islands, has been standardized, but it has not always been the case. An 1808 map of Africa labels the islands as they were known in Joseph's time as Comora. It all becomes very problematic to learn that Joseph Smith was already familiar with the names Moroni and Cumorah and their connection to buried gold long before Joseph wrote of his first vision. Being raised with tales of buried treasure and later as a well-known treasure hunter himself, it seems possible that Joseph would name the hill that held the golden plates Cumorah and its guardian Moroni because of their association with Captain Kidd. Another source, the Apocrypha. For many years after Jesus' death, leaders of Christian groups would convene councils in attempts to agree on the various written works that were to be considered canon. Eventually, in the 16th century, the Roman Catholic Church canonized what we now know as the Christian Bible today, but also included an additional collection of books written during the space between the Old and New Testaments, known as the Apocrypha. Protestants decided to omit the Apocrypha from their Bible, but the King James edition containing the Apocrypha remained in use by Lutheran and Methodist sects. Joseph Smith purchased a Bible that contained the Apocrypha more than 10 years before publishing the Book of Mormon. Church Education System Director and historian Reed C. Durham states,
The Bible used for Joseph Smith's revision was purchased in E.B. Grandin's bookstore in Palmyra, New York, on October 8, 1828. It was a large family Bible. It was an edition of the authorized version, together with the Apocrypha, which was located between the two Testaments, and was an 1828 edition, printed in Cooperstown, New York, by H&E Finney Company. Reed C. Durham.
Much like other books cited, Joseph's Apocrypha contains many similarities to the Book of Mormon that could be considered source material. Notable similarities include the names Nephi and Laban and the story of Nephi chopping off the head of Laban. The King James Bible. Lehi and his family carried the plates of brass from Jerusalem to the New World 600 years before the birth of Jesus. Since the brass plates only contained the Old Testament, this prevented the Book of Mormon from having any content from the King James Version of the Bible. Yet, there appears to be three major issues: italicized words, the Gospel of Mark, and a long list of borrowed phrases. First, italicized words. King James sought to produce an official Bible for the Church of England, and in 1604 royal scribes began the translation process. They worked on translating the Old Testament, Apocrypha, and New Testament from Hebrew and Greek texts. Since the languages didn't translate perfectly, the scribes would occasionally insert their own words into the text to make the English more readable. It is easy to find these words in the King James Bible because they are italicized for the purpose of identifying which words were added by the scribes. When the Book of Mormon copies sections from the Bible, we find these same italicized words that were added by scribes for King James. Example number 1. In Isaiah chapter 9 verse 1 we read, quote, "Nevertheless the dimness shall not be such as was in her vexation, and afterward did more grievously afflict her by the way of the sea." End quote. The words shall, be, was, and by are italicized. In 2 Nephi chapter 19 verse 1 we see the same italicized words used. Example number 2. In Malachi chapter 3 verse 10 we read, quote, "And pour you out a blessing, that there shall not be room enough to receive it." End quote. The words there, shall, be, room, to, receive, and it are all italicized. Again, in 3 Nephi, we read the same italicized words. It appears that when the Book of Mormon prophets quote the Old Testament, they aren't quoting from the original Hebrew brass plates, but are quoting translation notes by the 17th century scribes, only found in the King James Version of the Bible. Second issue, the Gospel of Mark edition. The ancient Greek manuscripts used in translating the New Testament into English were missing the end of the Gospel of Mark.
Mark 16, 9 through 20. This section is a later addition. The original ending of Mark appears to have been lost. The best and oldest manuscripts of Mark end with chapter 16:8. Two endings were added very early, a shorter and longer. The longer edition appears in English Bibles. Its origin is uncertain. It is drawn for the most part from Luke, chapter 24, and from John, chapter 20. There is a possibility that verse 15 may come from Matthew 28, 18 through 20. The Westminster Study Edition of the Holy Bible.
Much like the italicized words, the ending of the Gospel of Mark is another undivine addition to the Bible, and again, we see the Book of Mormon quoting directly from the King James Version. If the Book of Mormon prophets only had the brass plates available to them, then portions of the New Testament should not appear in its pages, especially not a part of the New Testament that was only later created to fill in missing text. This newer text to the Gospel of Mark reads, quote, "And these signs shall follow them that believe. In my name shall they cast out devils. They shall speak with new tongues. They shall take up serpents. And if they drink any deadly thing, it shall not hurt them. They shall lay hands on the sick, and they shall recover." End quote. The Book of Mormon reprints the exact same text in Mormon chapter 9. It seems as though Joseph may have copied passages from his Bible into the Book of Mormon. If the Book of Mormon prophets wrote their words over 1,000 years before the translation of the King James Bible, then there should be no appearance of the Bible's translation notes and later additions in the Book of Mormon. But there they are. Is it possible that a combination of books and stories familiar to Joseph could have been used as inspiration and source material to create the Book of Mormon? Chapter 16, Expert Views. LDS and non-LDS scholars agree on the difficulties of Book of Mormon archaeology. Collected here are the views from experts in the fields of Mesoamerican archaeology and anthropology. They include the National Geographic Society, the Smithsonian Institution, university professors, and LDS scholars. National Geographic Society.
The Book of Mormon is clearly a work of great spiritual power. Millions have read and revered its words. First published by Joseph Smith in 1830. Yet Smith's narration is not generally taken as a scientific source for history of the Americas. Archaeologists and other scholars have long probed the hemisphere's past, and the Society does not know of anything found so far that has substantiated the Book of Mormon. In fact, students of prehistoric Americas, by and large, conclude that the New World's earliest inhabitants arrived from Asia via the Bering Land Bridge. Lower sea levels during ice ages exposed the continental shelf beneath the Bering Strait, allowing generations of ancient Siberians to migrate east. The National Geographic carried the first Americans in its September 1979 issue. Julie Crane, National Geographic Society.
Smithsonian Institution Statement regarding the Book of Mormon.
National Museum of Natural History Statement regarding the Book of Mormon. The Smithsonian Institution has never used the Book of Mormon in any way as a scientific guide. Smithsonian archaeologists see no direct connection between the archaeology of the New World and the subject matter of the book. The physical type of the American Indian is basically Mongoloid, being most closely related to that of the peoples of Eastern, Central, and Northeast Asia. Archaeological evidence indicates that the ancestors of the present Indians came into the New World, probably over a land bridge known to have existed in the Bering Strait region during the last ice age, in a continuing series of small migrations beginning from about 25,000 to 30,000 years ago. Present evidence indicates that the first people to reach this continent from the east were the Norsemen, who briefly visited the northeastern part of North America, modern-day Canada, around AD 1000, and then settled in Greenland. There is nothing to show that they reached Mexico or Central America. One of the main lines of evidence supporting the scientific finding that contacts with the Old World civilizations, if indeed they occurred at all, were of very little significance for the development of American Indian civilizations is the fact that none of the principal Old World domesticated food plants or animals occurred in the New World in pre-Columbian times. American Indians had no wheat, barley, oats, millet, rice, cattle, pigs, chickens, horses, donkeys, camels before 1492. Camels and a type of early horse were in the Americas, along with bison, mammoth, and mastodon. But all these animals became extinct around 10,000 BC, at the time when the early big game hunters spread across the Americas. Iron, steel, glass, and silk were not used in the New World before 1492. Native copper was worked in various locations in pre-Columbian times, but true metallurgy was limited to southern Mexico and the Andean region, where its occurrence in the late prehistoric times involved gold, silver, copper, and their alloys, but no iron. No reputable Egyptologist or other specialist on Old World archaeology, and no expert on New World prehistory has discovered or confirmed any relationship between archaeological remains in Mexico and archaeological remains in Egypt. Reports of findings of ancient Egyptian, Hebrew, and other Old World writings in the New World in pre-Columbian contexts have frequently appeared in newspapers, magazines, and sensational books. None of these claims has stood up to examination by reputable scholars. No inscriptions using Old World forms of writing have been shown to have occurred in any part of the Americas before 1492, except for a few Norse runestones which have been found in Greenland. Smithsonian Institution.
Dr. Michael Coe is the foremost authority on New World archaeology. Earning his PhD in anthropology from Harvard University, he is Chair Emeritus of Anthropology at Yale University. He is Curator Emeritus of the Anthropology Collection in the Peabody Museum of Natural History, and has authored over 20 major publications on Mesoamerica. Dr. Coe was invited to publish his thoughts on Book of Mormon archaeology in the LDS scholarly journal Dialogue, a journal on Mormon thought. He stated,
Mormon archaeologists over the years have almost unanimously accepted the Book of Mormon as an accurate historical account of the New World peoples. Let me now state uncategorically that as far as I know, there is not one professionally trained archaeologist who is not a Mormon who sees any scientific justification for believing the foregoing to be true. And I would like to state that there are quite a few Mormon archaeologists who join this group. The bare facts of the matter are that nothing, absolutely nothing, has ever shown up in any New World excavation which would suggest to a dispassionate observer that the Book of Mormon, as claimed by Joseph Smith, is a historical document relating to the history of early migrants to our hemisphere. Michael Coe.
University professors. In 2013, LDS member Zachary Lean contacted a number of university professors, experts in their respective fields, and asked them to enlighten him on some of the historical claims of the LDS Church.
Upon research, I found your name as an expert of Mesoamerica or Egyptology. This is why I hope to get a response from you, because you come highly recommended and acclaimed. My question to you would be, what is your opinion on the historical authenticity of the Book of Mormon, the Book of Abraham, and the language called Reformed Egyptian? I hope you do not feel uncomfortable answering because it relates to religious matters. I ask this question in pure curiosity and with a hope to learn. Some claims from the Book of Mormon are as follows. In 600 BC, a family from Jerusalem sailed to modern-day Central America and began a civilization there. This civilization split into two main groups, the Nephites and Lamanites, and after centuries of war, the Lamanites were the last surviving. Lamanites are the principal ancestors of the Mayas, Incas, Olmecs, Aztecs, and Native Americans. Nephites and Lamanites initially spoke Hebrew in Mesoamerica. Over approximately 1,000 years, the linguistics evolved into what the Native Americans speak today.
Louise Burkhart, professor in anthropology and Latin American studies at the University of New York at Albany, PhD in anthropology from Yale University.
Dear Zachary, it is true that I'm a busy woman, but I can answer your question. I hope that I'm not belittling your religion if I say that all historical and archaeological evidence contradicts the Book of Mormon stories of the peopling of the Americas and early history of Native American societies. The Book of Mormon is a work of faith and naturally has credibility to the faithful, but it has no historical bases, any more than the Book of Genesis is a historically or scientifically accurate version of the origin of the earth and human beings. However, much of it, or of the Book of Mormon, may serve as a moral guide to believers. And I'm sure you can understand why people might be uncomfortable directly contradicting the teachings of what has been a very well-established religious movement. The Americas were peopled by immigrants from Asia probably 15,000 years ago, give or take some thousands. Archaeologists still haven't quite figured this out. This is borne out by archaeology as well as genetic evidence, DNA, blood types, and other factors. Their descendants settled throughout the entire New World. Complex urban civilizations developed in Mexico and Central America, in isolation from the rest of the world, out of the accumulated knowledge of people who lived there for thousands of years, domesticated corn and other food crops, and learned very well how to live in those environments. Languages of the New World bear no relationship to Hebrew. Ever since Europeans became aware of Native Americans, there have been various attempts to identify them with the so-called 10 Lost Tribes of Israel mentioned in the Old Testament. So we might say that Joseph Smith's version was in some degree a variation on this old theme. Louise M. Burkhart, professor of anthropology at New York State University, Albany.
David Carrasco, professor of Latin American Religious Studies at Harvard, PhD in the History of Religions from the University of Chicago.
Dear Zachary, I see you are deeply interested in the history of Mexico as it relates to the Book of Mormon. I respect the Mormon religion and have been to Salt Lake City to see the Mormon monuments and displays. The Book of Mormon is a book of faith and storytelling, and not history. Historically, it is inaccurate. If we go on archaeological evidence, there is no basis for what the Book of Mormon teaches, as you summarize it below. There is no record of the arrival of anyone from Jerusalem. Here's another point. People of faith believe what they want to believe about the authenticity of their own religion. Some Catholics believe that St. Thomas, one of Jesus Christ's disciples, migrated to Mexico after the crucifixion and preached in Mexico. This is because they found some parallels between Aztec and Maya religion and the Bible. But there is not one single fact, datum, object, word that supports either the Mormon view or the Catholic view. My book, Religions on Mesoamerica, is coming out again in paperback in September, and I address these claims in the first chapter. David Carrasco.
Jeffrey Conrad, professor emeritus of anthropology at Indiana University, PhD in anthropology from Harvard University.
Thank you for your message. I should begin by saying that while I've written about Mesoamerican archaeology and taught about it for years, it isn't my primary area of specialization. I did most of my own fieldwork in South America and the Caribbean. When I wrote about Mesoamerica, I was collaborating with my colleague, Professor Arthur Demarest, now at Vanderbilt University, whose primary area of expertise is indeed Mesoamerica. When I taught about Mesoamerica, it was always in a course on comparative ancient civilizations. Also, I've never read anything more than snippets of the Book of Mormon and can only discuss the specific claims you've listed below. After saying all of that, I do have enough knowledge to assess the claims you've listed. Insofar as I can tell, they are not supported by any archaeological, linguistic, or genetic evidence. Some specific points of disagreement are 1. Complex societies, civilizations for short, began to emerge in Mesoamerica well before 600 BC. Nearly 1,000 years earlier, in fact. All of the archaeological evidence indicates that those complex societies were developed by the native peoples of Mesoamerica out of their own long-standing cultural traditions. 2. The native peoples of Mesoamerica are American Indians. All archaeological and genetic evidence indicates that their ancestors came from Northeast Asia, Siberia, and entered what is today the Americas sometime before 13,000 years ago. 3. There were probably several thousand native languages spoken in the Americas when Columbus arrived. They belonged to a number of language families, but none of the ones we know anything about belong to the Semitic language family, which includes Hebrew. 4. With the single exception of a Norse settlement in what is today Newfoundland, Canada, there is no evidence of any people from Europe or Southwest Asia in the Americas before Columbus. A small number of Norse colonists from Greenland settled in Newfoundland around AD 1000. The colony was short-lived, however, and was abandoned within a century. I hope this information is useful to you. I do have 2 colleagues in the Department of Anthropology at Indiana University who are specialists in Mesoamerican archaeology. Both are out of the country this summer, but if they were here, I'm certain they wouldn't say anything different from what I've said. Jeffrey W. Conrad.
John Henderson, professor of anthropology at Cornell University, PhD in anthropology from Yale University.
I haven't seen convincing evidence that a group of Hebrew speakers arrived in Mesoamerica. Language is one area that seems to indicate a negative. Mesoamerican languages clump into a couple of large groupings, but those groupings are very different from one another, and none of them seems related to Hebrew. Linguists are sure that there wouldn't be nearly enough time between 600 BC and the Spanish invasion to produce that much variation and obscure a Hebrew ancestry. Of course, I haven't seen a lot of the publications of the LDS Church. Claims of archaeological confirmation of the Book of Mormon don't show up in standard archaeological publications. John Henderson.
Arthur Joyce, professor of anthropology at the University of Colorado, Boulder, PhD in anthropology from Rutgers University.
I don't see evidence of a major migration of outsiders into Mesoamerica around 600 BC. Archaeologists are able to trace Native American populations back more than 10,000 years ago. There are no indications of Hebrew roots in Native American languages. Art Joyce.
Michael Smith, professor of anthropology at Arizona State University, PhD in anthropology from the University of Illinois.
You are asking about religious interpretations, not scientific interpretations. From a scientific viewpoint, the Book of Mormon has no standing as an accurate or even a relevant source about ancient Mesoamerican history or archaeology. There is no reason to believe that Joseph Smith knew anything about the Mesoamerican past, or to believe that he heard historical truth from God. So I have no opinion about this. It is often impossible to test historical religious accounts against archaeological evidence. The reason is that many people bring strong predispositions to believe the accounts or to not believe them, and this colors their interpretations. Consider the archaeology of the Old Testament. Did David exist? Did he rule an empire or build a big palace and temple? Have we found evidence for these things? There is endless argument about this, and the situation will probably never be settled. I assume that you know about the New World Archaeological Foundation. It is funded by the LDS Church for carrying out archaeology in Mesoamerica. The archaeology they do is rigorous and very good. Their technical reports say nothing about the Book of Mormon, but at some level in the church, people are probably interpreting the archaeological results with reference to the Book of Mormon. Michael E. Smith.
Brian Strauss, professor in the Department of Anthropology at the University of Texas at Austin, PhD in anthropology from the University of California, Berkeley.
There is little, if any, support to the historicity claim for the Book of Mormon, even including scholarly Mormon investigators, who, like Thomas Lee and John Clark, have advanced Mesoamerican archaeology without, however, advancing support of historical propositions in the Book of Mormon. The key is that, as with most religions, faith rather than scientific evidence is what props up beliefs and information given to and propagated by the faithful. Brian Strauss.
LDS scholars also give their view of the historicity of the Book of Mormon. Dr. D. F. Green, editor of the University Archaeological Society newsletter at Brigham Young University.
The first myth we need to eliminate is that Book of Mormon archaeology exists. If one is to study Book of Mormon archaeology, then one must have a corpus of data with which to deal. We do not. The Book of Mormon is really there so one can have Book of Mormon studies, and archaeology is really there so one can study archaeology, but the two are not wed. At least they are not wed in reality, since no Book of Mormon location is known with reference to modern topography. Biblical archaeology can be studied because we do know where Jerusalem and Jericho were and are, but we do not know where Zarahemla and Bountiful, or any other location for that matter, were or are. It would seem then that a concentration on geography should be the first order of business, but we have already seen that 20 years of such an approach has left us empty-handed. D.F. Green.
Thomas Stewart Ferguson, founder of the New World Archaeological Foundation. The NWAF was organized in 1952 for the purpose of supporting archaeological research into pre-Columbian Mesoamerica. Ferguson convinced BYU President Howard S. McDonald to establish the Archaeology, now Anthropology, department at BYU. While the church funded the NWAF organization, Ferguson organized archaeological fieldwork in Mesoamerica. Towards the end of his career, he concluded that the archaeological evidence could not authenticate the Book of Mormon. Ferguson admitted that although the foundation made important contributions to New World archaeology, all his work with regard to the Book of Mormon was in vain. On March 12, 1975, Ferguson participated in a symposium on Book of Mormon geography. He details the big weak spots involved in authenticating the Book of Mormon. To Ferguson, the four most exacting tests were the existence of appropriate plant life, animal life, metals, and scripts.
Evidence of the foregoing animals has not appeared in any form: ceramic representations, bones, or skeletal remains, mural art, sculptured art, or any other form. The zero score presents a problem that will not go away with the ignoring of it. The absence of such evidence is distressing and significant in my view. I'm afraid that up to this point I must agree with D. Green, who has told us that to date there is no Book of Mormon geography. You can't set Book of Mormon geography down anywhere because it is fictional and will never meet the requirements of the dirt archaeology. Thomas S. Ferguson.
Dr. Ray T. Matheny, professor of anthropology at BYU. After working in Mesoamerican archaeology for 22 years, Dr. Matheny admitted that he has a difficult time reconciling the lack of evidence.
If I were doing this cold like John Carlson is here, I would say in evaluating the Book of Mormon that it had no place in the New World whatsoever. I would have to look for the place of the Book of Mormon events to have taken place in the Old World. It just doesn't seem to fit anything that he has been taught in his discipline, nor I in my discipline in anthropology, history. There seems to be no place for it. It seems misplaced. It seems like there are anachronisms. It seems like the items are out of time and place and trying to put them into the New World. And I think there's a great difficulty here for we Mormons in understanding what this book is all about. Ray T. Matheny.
Dr. John E. Clark, professor of archaeology at BYU.
In accord with these general observations about New York and Pennsylvania, we come to our principal object, the Hill Cumorah. Archaeologically speaking, it is a clean hill. No artifacts, no walls, no trenches, no arrowheads. The area immediately surrounding the hill is similarly clean. Pre-Columbian people did not settle or build here. This is not the place of Mormon's last stand. We must look elsewhere for that hill. John E. Clark.
Why do LDS and non-LDS archaeologists take such a poor view of the Book of Mormon? Perhaps because the book's historical claims have not withstood the scrutiny of archaeology, biology, history, and linguistics. The Book of Mormon in context. Members have been taught to see the Book of Mormon as a true record of the history of ancient America. Yet, under close inspection, it does not appear to support that claim. DNA evidence disproves the Hebrew origins of the Native Americans. Reformed Egyptian characters bear no resemblance to Mayan hieroglyphs, but appear to be a stylized English alphabet and numeric system. Modern animals, technology, and metallurgy have been mistakenly inserted into the past. The Jaredite transatlantic voyage could not have taken place. The remains of millions of soldiers are nowhere to be found on the Hill Cumorah. Several sources for the Book of Mormon show unquestionable similarities. And LDS and academic scholars agree that the Book of Mormon is not historically accurate. The events surrounding the creation of the Book of Mormon seem to point to Joseph Smith's folk magic roots. Its content greatly reflects other sources, and its purpose may very well hint at Joseph Smith's treasure hunting past. Part 3. The Book of Abraham. On 3 July 1835, a man named Michael Chandler brought 4 Egyptian mummies and several papyrus scrolls of ancient Egyptian writings to Kirtland, Ohio. The mummies and papyri had been discovered in Egypt several years earlier by Antonio Lebolo. Kirtland was one of many stops in the eastern United States for Chandler's mummy exhibition. Chandler was offering the mummies and rolls of papyrus for sale, and, at the urging of the prophet Joseph Smith, several members of the church donated money to purchase them. In a statement dated the 5th of July 1835, Joseph Smith, declaring the importance of these Egyptian writings, recorded, "I commenced the translation of some of the characters or hieroglyphics, and much to our joy found that one of the rolls contained the writings of Abraham." After Joseph Smith's death, the Egyptian artifacts were passed from his mother, Lucy, to Emma and son, Joseph Smith III. The mummies and papyri were sold to the St. Louis Museum. The museum closed in 1863 and its collection moved to the Chicago Museum, which was destroyed in the Great Chicago Fire of 1871. Many recovered artifacts were dispersed throughout the country. Remaining papyri made their way to the New York Metropolitan Museum of Art, and in 1966 were discovered in the museum archives. After being contacted, the church purchased these pieces back from the Metropolitan. The church now possesses original papyri labeled Facsimile 1 and Joseph Smith Papyri 2 through 8. The Book of Abraham is the result of Joseph Smith's interpretation of the hieroglyphics contained on these papyri. It is regarded as a book of scripture written by the hand of Abraham about his life and his visions of the creation and premortal life. The book also contains 3 facsimiles drawn by Abraham and Joseph's interpretation of their imagery. These papyri have been studied by modern Egyptologists and have been determined to be a collection of documents known as the Book of the Dead, which are traditionally placed with the deceased to aid in their transition into the afterlife. The hieroglyphics identify the deceased as Hor, likely one of the mummies sold to Joseph Smith. Presented here are several issues regarding each facsimile and the translation of the hieroglyphics. Chapter 17. The Rosetta Stone. The Rosetta Stone is a large, ancient Egyptian tablet inscribed with a decree issued by King Ptolemy V at Memphis, Egypt in 196 BC. The same decree appears in 3 different scripts: Egyptian hieroglyphs, Demotic, and Ancient Greek. After its discovery in 1799, the Rosetta Stone provided the key to decode ancient Egyptian text. A little background. During the Napoleonic expedition to Egypt in 1799, French soldier Pierre-François Bouchard discovered the stone near Rosetta, Egypt in the Nile Delta. As the first ancient Egyptian multilingual text recovered in modern time, the Rosetta Stone had potential to decipher, up to this point, an indecipherable ancient language. In 1822, scholar and founder of Egyptology, Jean-François Champollion, announced the complete translation of the Egyptian hieroglyphics. Joseph's access to the translation. Before it became illegal, Egyptian antiquities excavator Antonio Lebolo removed 11 mummies with accompanying papyri from Thebes, Egypt. The mummies made their way to salesman Michael Chandler in New York, where they became among the first Egyptian artifacts in America for sale. Chandler traveled to Philadelphia before Kirtland, Ohio, looking for buyers, when he met Joseph Smith in 1835. Joseph urged the Kirtland members of the church to donate for the purchase of Chandler's remaining unsold artifacts. Joseph didn't know that a translation of ancient Egyptian was completed only years earlier in France when he set out to translate the papyri himself. Was Joseph able to decipher the hieroglyphics? Luckily, he kept detailed records of his struggles with the translation process. The church has made his notebooks available as the Kirtland Egyptian Papers 1 through 10. The results of his efforts are recorded in facsimiles 1 through 3 and the Book of Abraham. Chapter 18. Facsimile number 1. Facsimile 1 has 2 major issues. First, Joseph incorrectly filled in the missing portion of papyrus, and second, Joseph's interpretation of the image appears to be incorrect. On Joseph Smith papers, we can see the original papyrus that was glued onto paper. The image shows Joseph's pencil drawing in his attempt to fill in portions of the missing papyrus. The completed image is printed in the Book of Abraham in the Pearl of Great Price. In it, we see that the missing portion of the man's head and another man's torso have been completed. The complete image printed in the Pearl of Great Price is known as facsimile number 1. Common burial artwork depicts Anubis, the jackal-headed god of the afterlife, preparing those recently deceased for their journey beyond. Joseph appears to have incorrectly filled in the missing portion of the papyri he purchased from Mr. Chandler. Mistranslations. A number of modern Egyptologists have translated the text of this facsimile, and their conclusions are all in close agreement. The text simply conveys information about the deceased for whom the papyri were created. Joseph's translation claims the 4 jars underneath the table represent various idolatrous gods. However, similar jars have been found to contain the organs of the deceased from the embalming procedure. Lastly, compared to modern translation of the image, Joseph's interpretation of each section contains significant errors. Chapter 19. Facsimile number 2. A hypocephalus is a small disc-shaped image placed under the heads of the dead by ancient Egyptians from the later period onwards. The shape symbolizes the Eye of Ra, and the markings contain images of various deities and excerpts from the Book of the Dead. The original papyri was destroyed in the museum during the Great Chicago Fire. The earliest surviving image of facsimile number 2 was copied by Elder Willard Richards. Much like facsimile number 1, number 2 was also missing a portion of the papyrus and was filled in to make the image appear complete before printing. Missing portion of papyrus. Normally, undamaged hypocephaly depict a 4 ram-headed god as the central figure. If we compare the original sketch to the completed facsimile, we see that since the top of the central figure was missing, Joseph filled it in using the head and shoulders from the figure directly above. Regarding the ram-headed central figure in these type of burial documents, Egyptologist Dr. Samuel A.B. Mercer stated,
"It represents the 4-headed ram god, a form of the united spirits of the 4 elements." Samuel A.B. Mercer.
Additionally, Joseph used parts of other papyri to fill in the missing portion of facsimile number 2. The boat came from papyri 4 and the missing circular text from papyri 6. Chapter 20. Facsimile number 3. As with facsimiles 1 and 2, facsimile 3 is commonly found as part of a collection of documents referred to as the Book of the Dead. Evidence suggests that Joseph Smith's interpretation of the characters appear to be incorrect. Missing portion of papyrus. In the Book of Abraham, Joseph interprets facsimile number 3 as Abraham sitting on Pharaoh's throne, teaching the court the principles of astronomy. He labels figure 1 as Abraham and figure 2 as Pharaoh. Actually, this is Osiris, god of the underworld, and his goddess wife, Isis. The hieroglyphics above each of their heads identify them as such. Additionally, Joseph misidentifies figures 2 and 4 as males when the figures are actually of females. This same scene is commonly repeated in similar Egyptian pictographs. Chapter 21. The Translation. The Church has consistently taught that the original author of the Book of Abraham is Abraham himself. For many years, Egyptologists have refuted this claim, stating that the actual translation of the papyri does not match the printed text. Covered in this chapter, the original claim, statement by LDS scholar, the recent statement by the Church, and a statement by an Egyptologist regarding the Book of Abraham. The original claim. Since 1842, the Church has taught that the Book of Abraham is the result of Joseph Smith's translation of hieroglyphics, written by the hand of Abraham. The heading to the Book of Abraham states that these writings are written by Abraham while he was in Egypt, written by his own hand upon papyrus. In a statement dated 5th of July, 1835, Joseph Smith, declaring the importance of these ancient Egyptian writings, recorded, quote, "I commenced the translation of some of the characters or hieroglyphics, and much to our joy found that one of the rolls contained the writings of Abraham." End quote. LDS scholar Michael Dennis Rhodes is an associate professor of ancient scripture at Brigham Young University, who has published a translation of some of the Joseph Smith papyri. Professor Rhodes writes that Joseph's papyri are actually the Hor Book of Breathings, which are part of 11 papyri fragments in the New York Metropolitan Museum of Art that came to the attention of Dr. Aziz Atiyah in 1966. These fragments were subsequently donated to the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints in 1967. Professor Rhodes is one of the Mormon scholars that the Church is referring to when it states that Mormon and non-Mormon Egyptologists agree that the characters on the fragments do not match the translation given in the Book of Abraham. After the Church made the papyri available for public study, Egyptologists have refuted the accuracy of Joseph's translation. Dr. Robert K. Rittner, professor of Egyptology at the University of Chicago and at Yale University, states,
With the Book of Abraham now confirmed as a perhaps well-meaning but erroneous invention by Joseph Smith, the LDS Church may well devote some reflection to the status of the text. The former reorganized Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, since 2001 renamed the Community of Christ, avoids this issue by treating the Book of Abraham as a speculative writing by Smith, not as a document of historical truth. In this decision, they are clearly correct. Despite its inauthenticity as a genuine historical narrative, the Book of Abraham remains a valuable witness to early American religious history and to the recourse to ancient texts as sources of modern religious faith and speculation. The book still has its uses and significance, but not for the ancient world of Egypt and Abraham. Robert K. Rittner.
The very same papyri that Joseph possessed have been studied by LDS and non-LDS Egyptologists. Both agree that the papyri are the Book of Breathings of Hor, and that the translation make no mention of Abraham. A recent statement by the Church. In light of a growing body of opposing evidence, the Church has acknowledged that the original claim to the Book of Abraham is untrue. On July 8, 2014, published on LDS.org, the article Translation and Historicity of the Book of Abraham confirms that the Book of Abraham is, in fact, not a translation of the Egyptian papyri. Quote, Some evidence suggests that Joseph studied the characters on the Egyptian papyri and attempted to learn the Egyptian language. His history reports that in July 1835 he was continually engaged in translating an alphabet to the Book of Abraham and arranging a grammar of the Egyptian language as practiced by the ancients. This grammar, as it was called, consisted of columns of hieroglyphic characters, followed by English translations recorded in a large notebook by Joseph's scribe, William W. Phelps. Another manuscript written by Joseph Smith and Oliver Cowdery has Egyptian characters followed by explanations. Neither the rules nor the translations in the grammar book correspond to those recognized by Egyptologists today. None of the characters on the papyrus fragments mentioned Abraham's name or any of the events recorded in the Book of Abraham. Mormon and non-Mormon Egyptologists agree that the characters on the fragments do not match the translations given in the Book of Abraham. Scholars have identified the papyrus fragments as part of standard funerary texts that were deposited with mummified bodies. These fragments date between the 3rd century BCE and the 1st century CE, long after Abraham lived. End quote. Abraham and the papyri. Since the Church has now come forward acknowledging that Joseph's translation of the papyri are incorrect, where did he get the idea that the scrolls contained the Book of Abraham in the first place?
The public mind has been excited of late by reports which have been circulated concerning certain Egyptian mummies and ancient records which were purchased by certain gentlemen of Kirtland last July. It has been said that the purchasers of these antiquities pretend they have the bodies of Abraham, Abimelech, the king of the Philistines, Joseph, who was sold into Egypt, etc., etc., for the purpose of attracting the attention of the multitude and gulling the unwary. The Latter-day Saints Millennial Star.
In an effort to increase sales, Michael Chandler told the saints that the mummies were the bodies of Abraham and Joseph, who was sold into Egypt. Chapter 22. Expert Views. Collected here are the views from experts in the field of Egyptology regarding the general claims of the Book of Abraham. University professors. Continued from Chapter 16, the remaining responses from university professors regarding the historical claims of the Book of Abraham. Peter Brand, Professor of Ancient History and Egyptology, Ph.D. in Ancient Egyptian Language and Literature from the University of Toronto.
Dear Zachary, it's good to hear from you, and I'm happy to help you out. Just as background, I'm an Egyptologist, and I'm also someone who has a close friend and colleague, a historian, who is Mormon, but who does not necessarily believe everything the elders tell him. As it happens, I suspect that I know, too, who the notable PhDs the members of your church are referring to. I am not an expert on LDS, but I do understand that there is a long-standing connection with Egyptology based on a papyrus the church holds. There are 2 Egyptologists from Brigham Young University who are also members of the church and who often act to promote and defend the church's teachings in the academic realm, but with little success in changing minds, I suspect. I am not myself a believer, and I am highly skeptical of the Book of Mormon and the Book of Abraham. I would also agree with the mainstream Egyptological view that the Joseph Smith papyrus is simply a Roman-era set of Egyptian papyri with various ancient Egyptian texts, including sections of a Book of the Dead, and another known as the Book of Breathing. There is no connection between these texts and any aspect of Christianity or Judaism. Outside of Mormon scholars, there is not any recognition of or belief in a Reformed Egyptian script or language. The photos of so-called Reformed Egyptian documents that I have seen do not resemble genuine Egyptian scripts of any kind from any period of Egypt's long pharaonic history, including both hieroglyphic forms or the more cursive forms known as hieratic and demotic. They look like a modern person's attempt at making cryptogrammatic symbols of a modernly invented secret code in that they resemble nonsense letters of an alphabet, rather than pictorial symbols like hieroglyphs, or even the much more varied and differently shaped ligatures of hieratic and demotic Egyptian cursive writing. There is simply no evidence that the Smith papyri are anything more than mainstream Egyptologists have identified them as being, namely typical pharaonic funerary papyri from the last centuries of pagan civilization in Egypt. Despite years of study at BYU, no one has duplicated Smith's readings of the papyri as the Book of Abraham, which strongly suggests it is a fictional invention of his imagination. This is not necessarily to say that he didn't believe himself what he told to others. Who knows? People are as capable of deceiving themselves as they are of others. A good rule of thumb in judging such matters is that extraordinary claims should have extraordinary evidence. So, when they haul up the actual body or capture a live plesiosaurus in Loch Ness in Scotland, then I will believe in the Loch Ness Monster. I desperately wanted to believe in it when I was 12, but after reading a 300-page book on it from the library with some fuzzy pictures and invented drawings, I came to realize that there was no evidence for such a creature. Sale of antiquities was very common in the 19th century and the first half of the 20th century. Given that, unless you believe it to be a miracle, how likely is it that someone like Smith, who knew nothing about Egyptology per se, would just happen to buy the right papyri that happened to have this lost book of scripture? It strikes anyone who does not already believe the truth of it, or who wants to believe the truth of it, as being highly unlikely. Of course, people often want to believe the highly improbable, and can be easily swayed to believe in fantastic or miraculous claims. This is often how new religions spread. Simply by being old, religions can often become accepted as being fact or true, in part because so many people have believed them for so long. I hope this helps. Let me know if you have any further questions. Best wishes, Peter Brand.
Salima Ikram, Professor of Egyptology at the American University in Cairo, PhD in Egyptology and Museum Studies from the University of Cambridge.
The Book of Abraham and Reformed Egyptian. In 1835, Joseph Smith purchased Egyptian papyri from a traveling mummy exhibit and revealed that they were writings of the prophet of Abraham. Today, these facsimiles have caused considerable controversy. Many Egyptologists have noted that the facsimiles have no bearing on Joseph Smith's translations and are instead common Egyptian funerary texts from the 1st century BC. I echo the sentiments of the Egyptologists. Salima Ikram.
Peter der Manuelian, Professor of Egyptology and Director, Harvard Semitic Museum, Harvard University, PhD in Egyptology from the University of Chicago.
Dear Zachary, thank you for this email. I am one of those who believe that the facsimiles have no bearing on Joseph Smith's translations and are instead common Egyptian funerary texts. I am not personally aware of any professional Egyptologists who feel differently. With best wishes, Peter Manuelian.
Additional Egyptologists. There are many more experts of Egyptology who have studied the authenticity of the Book of Abraham. Dr. Arthur Mace, Assistant Curator for the Department of Egyptian Art of the Metropolitan Museum of Art in New York.
The Book of Abraham, it is hardly necessary to say, is a pure fabrication. Cuts 1 and 3 are inaccurate copies of well-known scenes on funeral papyri, and cut 2 is a copy of one of the magical discs which in the late Egyptian period were placed under the heads of mummies. There are about 40 of these latter known in museums, and they are all very similar in character. Joseph Smith's interpretation of these cuts is a farrago of nonsense from beginning to end. Egyptian characters can now be read almost as easily as Greek, and 5 minutes study in an Egyptian gallery of any museum should be enough to convince any educated man. Arthur Mace.
Dr. A.H. Sayce, Oxford University.
It is difficult to deal seriously with Joseph Smith's impudent fraud. The facsimile from the Book of Abraham, number 2, is an ordinary hypocephalus, but the hieroglyphics upon it have been copied so ignorantly that hardly one of them is correct. I need scarcely say that Kolob, etc., are unknown to the Egyptian language. Smith has turned the goddess into a king, and Osiris into Abraham. A.H. Sayce.
Dr. Flinders Petrie, London University.
They are copies of Egyptian subjects of which I have seen dozens of examples. They are centuries later than Abraham. The attempts to guess a meaning for them in the professed explanations are too absurd to be noticed. It may be safely said that there is not one single word that is true in these explanations. Flinders Petrie.
Dr. James H. Breasted, Haskell Oriental Museum, University of Chicago.
It will be seen then that if Joseph Smith could read ancient Egyptian writing, his ability to do so had no connection with the decipherment of hieroglyphics by European scholars. The 3 facsimiles in question represent equipment which will be and has been found in unnumbered thousands of Egyptian graves. The point, then, is that in publishing these facsimiles of Egyptian documents as part of an unique revelation to Abraham, Joseph Smith was attributing to Abraham not 3 unique documents of which no other copies exist, but was attributing to Abraham a series of documents which were the common property of a whole nation of people who employed them in every human burial which they prepared. The problem is if I accept that the Book of Abraham merely originated with the scrolls and is not an actual translation, then I also have to try and accept that God and Joseph decided to fool me into believing a true scripture by telling me that it was a translation when it was not a translation. I stewed in that God is an occasional liar for my benefit paradigm for a few years. Certainly, many LDS folks go through a similar process. The ultimate cognitive dissonance here is that either God lies to convince me his scripture is true or Joseph lies. I decided that Joseph lied, even if the gospel he promoted is good, even if the church has a good influence on people's lives. I was not going to believe in a God that lies to me to bolster his claims. Therefore, I conclude that Joseph was a fraud. I hope the true believers in the church understand that folks like me are not against them. I sincerely hope the brethren find a way to navigate this human disaster that maintains many of the positive, unique aspects of LDS culture. They should have started dealing honestly with these issues 100 years ago. Instead, we received lying for the Lord for 100 years, and now we receive obfuscating for the Lord. I suppose I'll call that an improvement, but we deserve better. James H. Breasted.
Professor Samuel A.B. Mercer, Hibbard Collection of Egyptian Reproductions at the Western Theological Seminary.
None of these, either human or divine, who helped in Joseph Smith's translation, had any concept of the most commonplace Egyptian characters. Samuel A.B. Mercer.
At the time of publication of the Book of Abraham, America still had not yet received the Rosetta Stone's translation of ancient Egyptian. Joseph's interpretation was unable to be verified at the time, and no one could argue its accuracy. Once Egyptologists had the opportunity to study the papyri, they commented that Joseph's translations were incorrect, and the Book of Abraham is not what it claims to be. The modern church has known for decades that this was the case, yet has only now quietly admitted to it. Part 4. The Modern Church. Chapter 23. Tithing. The definition and requirements of tithing have varied at different periods. This chapter discusses tithing in the Old Testament, tithing in the early church, its initial requirement and intended purpose, and the modern interpretation. Tithing in the Old Testament. Today, sacrament meetings and general conferences continually preach that promised blessings come from faithfully paying our tithing. But is this Old Testament law really applicable today? The scriptural basis for this teaching comes from the book of Malachi in the Old Testament. In Malachi we read, "Will a man rob God? Yet ye have robbed me. But ye say, Wherein have we robbed thee? In tithes and offerings. Prove me now herewith, saith the Lord of hosts, if I will not open you the windows of heaven and pour you out a blessing, that there shall not be room enough to receive it." The previous chapters reveal that Malachi wasn't talking to the general membership of the church when he asked, "Will a man rob God?" but was rebuking the priests who had been collecting money and food to give to the poor but were keeping it for themselves. And it says, "And now, O ye priests, this commandment is for you, but ye are departed out of the way. Ye have caused many to stumble at the law. Ye have corrupted the covenant of Levi, saith the Lord of hosts. Ye have not kept my ways, but have been partial in the law. And I shall purify the sons of Levi, who are the priests, and purge them as gold and silver. Even from the days of your fathers ye are gone away from mine ordinances, and have not kept them. Return unto me, and I will return unto you, saith the Lord of hosts. Will a man rob God? Yet ye have robbed me. But ye say, Wherein have ye robbed thee? In tithes and offerings. You see, the tithes were already paid. The priests were simply stealing them. Malachi promises them that if they would stop hoarding the offerings and bring all those tithes into the storehouse to be properly distributed among the needy, God would open the windows of heaven and pour out a blessing so abundantly they might never have to fear shortages in the storehouses again. One thing to consider when the church applies Old Testament laws to modern standards is that Jesus fulfilled the law of Moses and instituted the higher law. No longer were Christians required to follow Old Testament laws, but were now only to show love and charity to everyone. Here are some examples of other Old Testament laws that no longer applied. Deuteronomy chapter 22 describes how it is acceptable to murder a non-virgin. Exodus chapter 21 says that it is acceptable to beat your slave to death. Leviticus chapter 1 describes how one must offer burnt offerings in the form of a ritualistic animal sacrifice. Leviticus 11 goes on to list all the different animals they were not allowed to eat. The book of Leviticus also contains laws that describe how to plant your garden or what clothes to wear, or how to wear your hair, and it even institutes circumcision. The numbers of rules in the law of Moses are many, and Jesus said that he came to fulfill the law, do away with those practices, and institute his higher laws of love and charity. Are members today required to follow the law of Moses like the Pharisees to be approved for a temple recommend? No, because Latter-day Saints, like all modern Christians, were taught by Christ to not be bound by these archaic rules, but instead to love unconditionally. If paying tithes to the sons of Levi at the temple was an Old Testament law, then why is tithing a modern practice? It turns out that the Catholic Church reinstituted the law of tithing over 500 years after Jesus put an end to it. The Catholic Encyclopedia describes this event when it mentions that as its church expanded and various institutions arose, it became necessary to make laws that would ensure the proper and permanent support of the clergy. The payment of tithes was adopted from the old law. The earliest positive legislation on the subject seems to be contained in the letter of the bishops assembled at Tours in the year 567 and the canons of the Council of Macon in 585. Since Catholic clergy are forbidden to marry, they did not have families to support and could devote all their time to religious studies and managing the affairs of the church. It then became necessary to make laws which would ensure the proper and permanent support of the clergy. However, Jesus never taught to pay tithing to any religious institution. In fact, he taught to give directly to those in need. We read in his parable in Matthew 25 about the stranger who was hungry, thirsty, and naked in prison. Jesus then says, "Inasmuch as you have done it unto the least of these my brethren, you have done it unto me." Tithing in the early church. On December 7th, 1836, Bishop Edward Partridge officially instituted tithing and defined it as 2% of the net worth of each member after deducting debts. This money was to help cover the operating expenses of the church. It appears to have been adequate for a time. 2 years later, when the church was 8 years old, some 10,000 converts had already emigrated from their homes and gathered in Missouri. Joseph Smith and Sidney Rigdon were spending all their time dealing with this large flow of immigrants, to the point of not being able to provide for their own families. On May 12th, they took the matter before the High Council of the Church. Joseph Smith states,
Saturday, 12. President Rigdon and myself attended the High Council for the purpose of presenting for their consideration some business relating to our pecuniary concerns. We stated to the Council our situation as to maintaining our families and the relation we now stand in to the Church, spending, as we have for 8 years, our time, talents, and property in the service of the Church, and being reduced, as it were, to beggary, and being still detained in the business and service of the Church, it appears necessary that something should be done for the support of our families by the Church, or else we must do it by our own labors, and if the Church say to us, help yourselves, we will thank them and immediately do so. But if the Church say, serve us, some provision must be made for our sustenance. Joseph Smith.
What emerged was a guideline of how much members were to contribute money to help maintain the operations of the church. In July of 1838, Joseph recorded 7 short verses in what would later become Section 119 of the Doctrine and Covenants, the Law of Tithing. Verily, thus saith the Lord, I require all their surplus property to be put into the hands of the bishop of my church in Zion, for the building of mine house, and for the laying of the foundation of Zion, and for the priesthood, and for the debts of the presidency of my church. And this shall be the beginning of the tithing of my people. And after that, those who have thus been tithed shall pay 1/10 of all their interest annually. And this shall be a standing law unto them forever, for my holy priesthood, saith the Lord. Verily I say unto you, it shall come to pass that all those who gather unto the land of Zion shall be tithed of their surplus properties, and shall observe this law, or they shall not be found worthy to abide among you. And I say unto you, if my people observe not this law, to keep it holy, and by this law sanctify the land of Zion unto me, that my statutes and my judgments may be kept thereon, and this shall be an example unto all the stakes of Zion, even so, Amen. What we learn about the law of tithing, as it was presented to the membership of the church, is 2 major points. 1, how much was required to donate, and 2, where the money was to be spent. First, required donation. Section 119 makes it clear that tithing was only to be paid on their surplus when it states, I require all their surplus property, 1/10 of all their interest, and Zion shall be tithed of their surplus. What exactly is surplus? It is defined as that which remains when use is satisfied. Also, what is interest? Also defined as any surplus advantage. The words interest and surplus are synonyms. According to Joseph Smith's translation of the Bible, Genesis chapter 14, verse 39 says that, Abram paid unto him tithes of all that he had, of all the riches which he possessed, which God had given him more than that which he had need. Abraham gave only 1/10 of his surplus, or 1/10 from the amount that was more than the amount he needed. It seems apparent that Joseph intended a full tithe to be paid from the money left over after expenses are covered. Second major point addressed in Section 119, where the money was to be spent. For the building of the Lord's house, for the laying of the foundation of Zion, and for the priesthood, and for the debts of the presidency of the church. Notice, there is nothing stating that tithing is for helping of the poor or humanitarian aid. That's because members are also commanded to contribute fast offerings, which are charitable donations, in addition to tithing. If fast offerings are for humanitarian aid, then the purpose of tithing is to pay for the costs of managing the church's affairs. Members are expected to contribute their share of operational costs of the church. As with any extra chickens and eggs a pioneer family would not be hardshiped to give, Joseph's original law of tithing made it easy to give. Paying it was never intended to place a large burden on anyone. Even in the scriptures, God never required his people to pay him first or to give to the church before meeting the needs of their families. Then where did this modern interpretation come from? Tithing in the post-Joseph Smith era. For 3 years following Joseph Smith's death, many men struggled for control of the church. Before becoming president of the church, Brigham Young and the other 12 apostles decided to dramatically overhaul Joseph's original tithing requirements. No longer was tithing 10% of the money one had left over after paying expenses. Now, any new members were required to donate 10% of all their possessions at the time of baptism, and all members had to pay 10% of their entire income. The 12 also voted to exempt themselves and the 2 general bishops of the church from any future obligation to pay tithing. Tithing donation plummeted after this new requirement. Struggling pioneer families could not afford to give more tithing than they already were. During this time, the United States government passed the Edmunds-Tucker Act. Although polygamy was already illegal, the act stated that any religious institution involved in the practice of polygamy were subject to seizure of all property above $50,000. In an effort to save their property, the church voted to discontinue the practice of polygamy. In addition to these financial hardships, the church was also facing massive losses in real estate, banking, mining, sugar, and investment firms. On top of that, educational and civic responsibilities were also draining the budget. During 1893, the church started borrowing from outside financial institutions to pay its debts. The church was on the brink of bankruptcy, and President Lorenzo Snow yielded to another tithing reformation in an effort to meet its liabilities. He canceled the requirement to give 10% of one's property at baptism and another 10% on arrival into Salt Lake. From that point on, tithing would be limited to 10% of one's annual income according to their ability to pay. The modern interpretation. After the Reformation, tithing donation again began to rise. The church also hired outside financial experts to guide them into more successful investments. Soon, the threat of bankruptcy passed as the church began seeing large returns on their new financial strategies. Today, church-owned businesses help contribute to an annual income that reaches into the tens of billions. Since the church is no longer struggling to meet its financial obligations, should the requirement of tithing be revisited once again? While the requirements have not changed since President Snow's revision, the tone of the leadership has. Let's look at how the brethren viewed tithing in the past and how it's taught today. Original teachings.
If a man has not the means to pay tithing and would if he could, I can fellowship him just as well as if he did. Brigham Young. I may be pardoned, perhaps, if I say here, for the benefit of any who do not know the facts, that the law of tithing is a voluntary law. That is, it imposes only a voluntary duty upon the people. No person standing as a member of the church is jeopardized because he doesn't pay his tithing. I want to tell you that. We will be honest with you. We feel that it is the first duty of Latter-day Saints to take care of themselves and of their poor, and then if we can extend it to others. But first, look after the members of our own household. President Joseph F. Smith.
Current teachings.
Is there a level of poverty so low that sacrifice should not be expected, or a family so destitute that paying tithing should cease to be required? Like the widow, if a destitute family is faced with the decision of paying their tithing or eating, they should pay their tithing. Lynn G. Robbins.
If paying tithing means that you can't pay for water or electricity, pay tithing. If paying tithing means that you can't pay your rent, pay tithing. Even if paying tithing means that you don't have enough money to feed your family, pay tithing. Aaron L. West.
The difference between the statements from early leaders and their sympathy for those in need, compared to modern leadership requiring payment at all costs while your children go hungry, is huge. It brings tears to my eyes. At the October 1899 General Conference, President Lorenzo Snow delivered a talk on tithing.
I plead with you in the name of the Lord, and I pray that every man, woman, and child who has means shall pay 1/10 of their income as a tithing. Lorenzo Snow.
Again, the early brethren knew some were so burdened that they had no means to pay. However, an edited version of this statement was reprinted in the lesson manual, Teachings of the Presidents of the Church, Lorenzo Snow. Chapter 12 reads, I plead with you in the name of the Lord, and I pray that every man, woman, and child ellipses, shall pay 1/10 of their income as tithing. The church actually removed the phrase, who has means. This demonstrates that the modern church is not above misrepresenting the truth to ensure being paid above the individual needs of members. Jesus taught that we should directly help those in need. Joseph taught that tithing was only payable on the surplus income after all other living expenses were covered. Other early church leaders taught that if a person did not have the ability to pay, they did not have to. Yet, the modern leaders expect to be paid, even if that means members go hungry. Chapter 24, Church Spending. Today we are reminded in every meeting and conference to pay tithing. But while we know that a portion is used for the operational expenses of the church, much of the donations make their way into business investments. According to a 2012 investigative report by the Reuters news agency, the church receives about $7 billion in tithing revenue each year and several billion from its for-profit business ventures. The lack of financial transparency by the LDS Church has put revenue estimates between $10 to $20 billion annually. This chapter covers a small portion of its non-religious business investments. What are some of the church's for-profit business ventures? They own the largest cattle ranch in the United States, with other large industrial ranches and farms all over the world. They own a small media empire, including internet, newspaper, radio, and TV stations. Other for-profit businesses include investment funds, insurance companies, several real estate investment companies, residential and business properties, and much more. Here we have a small list of business properties to look at. First, the City Creek Center. An article on Deseret News describes this property when it wrote that the City Creek Center is a 3-block development by City Creek Reserve, Inc., a development arm of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. City Creek Reserve is spending more than $1 million a day on construction, and the project ultimately will cost around $3 billion. While chapels and temples represent the religious, tax-exempt division of the church, the City Creek Center is a for-profit business. It collects income from residential living spaces, offices, and retail store leases. Some stores include Nordstrom, Apple, Macy's, and Tiffany's. Even though City Creek generates substantial income, the church has reclassified it as a 501c3 charitable organization. Is it fair to classify the City Creek as a charity organization to avoid paying sales and property taxes? Downtown Philadelphia is home to another investment property. KSL Utah News announced that the LDS Church was developing a 32-story building in downtown Philadelphia. The LDS Church announced the construction of a 32-story City Creek-style mixed-use building in downtown Philadelphia for residential and commercial tenants. The 490,000 square foot tower at 1601 Vine Street will include 271 market-rate apartments in the Center City District, a few blocks from the iconic Philadelphia Hall. Also announced was that Property Reserve Inc., an LDS real estate firm, is to invest $120 million on a mixed-use and residential units tower. The tower is a 32-story new construction building of nearly 500,000 square feet and will consist of 264 rental apartments, 13 rental townhomes, 2 levels of underground parking, and 12,000 square feet of ground floor retail space. Residential amenities include a swimming pool, fitness center, club room, and business center. Deseret News also reported on an investment in downtown Salt Lake. City Creek Center Reserve, another real estate arm of the LDS Church, has taken over as developer of the project. The ground floor of the project will feature retail space, while the upper floors will offer 440,000 rentable square feet of office area. A surprisingly large investment of Florida real estate. In 2014, the Orlando Sentinel reported that the Mormon Church completes huge buy of land, now owns 2% of Florida. The Mormon Church, through its subsidiaries, now owns nearly 2% of Florida with the completion, Thursday, of a $562 million purchase of more than 382,000 acres in North Florida's Panhandle region. The mega purchase of most of the timberland holdings of real estate developer St. Joe Company was announced in November. That property, combined with Deseret Ranches in Central Florida, leaves the Utah-based church with 678,000 acres in Florida. Ag Reserves, Inc., a tax-paying company of the church, said when the deal was first made public that it will continue to use the North Florida land for timber and agriculture. Deseret Ranches has more than 40,000 cattle and is one of the nation's largest producer of calves. 2 years later, the Salt Lake Tribune reported that in a reversal of its promise, the Mormon Church moves to build a city in Florida. The church-owned Deseret Ranches is going through the bureaucratic process in Florida to win approval to transform rural farmland, used for 65 years to raise cattle, into a metropolis of 500,000 residents within a 133,000-acre corner of Osceola County, not far from Orange County, the home of the world-renowned Disney Resort in Orlando. According to the Orlando Sentinel, the project would be the biggest development ever planned in Florida. County records show that the original purchase was only approved when the land was to be kept for farming and timber. However, after the acquisition, the church revealed plans for a mega development of land to house 500,000 residents. Another mega property reported by the Deseret News is the West Virginia Legacy Complex. Lake Park is a 600-acre business park being developed by Beneficial Development Company, a real estate subsidiary of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. It is built around a 27-hole golf course designed by Johnny Miller, a fact that Legacy Partners believes will be a major draw for sophisticated tenants. The Salt Lake Tribune reported, Riverton sees Mormon Church Daybreak-like project as crown jewel. City Council members voted unanimously for an agreement to develop about 550 acres of what is now open land owned by Suburban Land Reserve, a for-profit real estate arm of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. The plan, adopted after years of discussion, provides for transforming the Hamilton Farm property and adjacent acreage into a massive shopping center, office towers, and business nodes, as well as nearly 3,800 homes, condominiums, and apartments. In an article titled Tending the Flock, the Deseret News reported on an interesting business venture by the church. It says, as a full-time missionary for the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, Claire Huff shed the traditional dark suit, white shirt, and tie. For more than 2 years, he and his wife, Beth, have been serving God in a most unusual way. They operate a private hunting preserve owned by the LDS Church. Just like the farm derives revenue from harvesting crops, the preserve is designed to produce revenue when hunters harvest the wildlife here, Elder Huff said. The preserve, known as Westlake Farm Commercial Hunting Area, is managed by the LDS Church's farm management company. The for-profit farming and ranching is overseen by the church's presiding bishopric. The church owns thousands of acres of farm and ranch land throughout the West, including the Deseret Land and Livestock Company, a private big game hunting preserve scattered over 200,000 acres in northern Utah. Hunters from around the country vie for a limited number of elk and moose permits there that cost as much as $8,500 each. The Dallas News reports that a new Las Colinas apartment community sells to Mormon Investment Company. Apartment builder JPI sold its new Jefferson Las Colinas 286-unit, 6-acre apartment community to Utah-based Property Reserve, Inc., a real estate investment and development company owned by the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, county deed records show. The terms of the sale were not disclosed, but the property taxes value the community at almost $45 million. The Dallas News also reported that Raytheon's Richardson campus at City Line sells to real estate arm of the Mormon Church. Raytheon Corp's new office campus in Richardson's $1.5 billion City Line project has sold. It's been purchased by Property Reserve, Inc., a real estate and investment arm of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. Finished in early 2016, the 4-story multi-building office campus houses almost 1,700 workers for Raytheon, the Massachusetts-based high-tech and defense manufacturer. The Mormon Church bought the Raytheon offices from Dallas-based developer KDC. The church's for-profit businesses include multiple real estate firms, commercial land holdings, banking institutions, insurance companies, financial advising firms, newspapers, radio stations, cable channels, and many more. Every year, billions of tithing dollars are funneled into these businesses for non-religious and non-humanitarian aid purposes. Does this sound like something Jesus would do if he were actually the head of the church? Charitable donations. Let's look at where these funds are not being spent. Between 1985 to 2011, the church donated a total of $1.4 billion on humanitarian aid. This includes international disasters, welfare service missionaries, and bishops' storehouses. The $1.4 billion figure also includes the value of thousands of labor hours donated by the members. While this figure is something to be proud of, we must look at how the LDS Church that generates double-digit billion-dollar revenue each year compares to other charitable organizations. In 2014, the American Red Cross received $2.9 billion in donations and dispersed $2.7 billion in aid and services, the balance covering administration and fundraising expenses. The Red Cross donates over 93 cents for every dollar received. In comparison, the Church donates between half and 1 penny for every dollar received. The leaders of the Church continually remind us that Jesus Christ himself is at the head, yet we see such a contrast in his teachings compared to the Church's pursuit of financial gain. In the book of Luke, we see Jesus' opinion regarding wealth. A certain ruler asked him, saying, "Good master, what shall I do to inherit eternal life?" Jesus answered, "Thou knowest the commandments. Do not commit adultery, do not kill, do not steal, do not bear false witness, honor thy father and thy mother." And he said, "All these have I kept from my youth up." Now when Jesus heard these things, he said unto him, "Yet lackest thou one thing. Sell all thou hast, and distribute unto the poor, and thou shalt have treasure in heaven, and come follow me." And when he heard this, he was very sorrowful, for he was very rich. In the book of Matthew, we see that Jesus preferred to directly help those in need. "For I was an hungered, and ye gave me meat. I was thirsty, and ye gave me drink. I was a stranger, and ye took me in, naked, and ye clothed me. I was sick, and ye visited me. I was in prison, and ye came unto me." Then shall the righteous answer him, saying, "Lord, when saw we thee an hungered, and fed thee, or thirsty, and gave thee drink? When saw we thee a stranger, and took thee in, or naked, and clothed thee? Or when saw we thee sick, or in prison, and came unto thee?" And the king shall answer and say unto them, "Verily I say unto you, inasmuch as ye have done it unto one of the least of these my brethren, ye have done it unto me." If showing charity for the less fortunate is truly a personal goal, then perhaps members should donate money directly to where we feel it will do the most good. Do we really believe that Jesus would require his church to build multi-billion-dollar business properties instead of hospitals, homeless shelters, and schools? Chapter 25. Scientific Evidence. Many scientific disciplines, such as geology, astronomy, paleontology, and biology, have given us a great deal of information about the nature of the Earth. This chapter briefly discusses the Church's opposing views regarding the age of the Earth, evolution, and the existence of death before Adam and Eve. Age of the Earth and evolution. Fossils are mainly found in sedimentary rock, such as the layers of the Grand Canyon. Sedimentary rock is formed when layers of sediment are deposited on top of one another. Strata can range from less than an inch thick to hundreds of feet thick. The deepest layers were formed first and are the oldest, and those on top formed more recently. Geologists use various dating methods to determine the age of the rock layer in which fossils are found. Due to erosion or tectonic shifting, exposed strata can be seen on canyons, cliffs, mountains, or cut banks. Each layer represents a certain time period in history. The fossils found in each layer are the plants and animals that lived during that period. The oldest layers of rock we find on Earth are about 4 billion years old and are void of any fossilized life. The oldest evidence of life are fossils of single-celled bacteria that are found in rock dating 3.4 billion years old. For nearly the next billion years, fossils show no multicellular life at all. In rocks dating 580 million years old, beginning the Cambrian era, we finally find the first fossils of multicellular animals. We begin to see very simple organisms like sea sponges and anemones. Around 20 million years later, we find simple mollusks and worms. Another 15 million years later, and the very first vertebrates appear, beginning with small worm-like animals and into simple fish. In 410 million-year-old sediment, more familiar jawed fish begin to appear. The Earth's sediment, up until about 400 million years ago, contained no land animals. The Devonian period marks the arrival of the first evidence of insects. For the next 100 million years, there are no reptiles, birds, or mammals, only amphibians and insects. Plant life during this period only shows the existence of simple ferns, no seed-bearing plants. Finally, during the Mesozoic era, 250 to 65 million years ago, fossils show the rise and fall of the dinosaurs. After the large predators became extinct, the environment allowed for remaining small animals to flourish. Animals resembling mammals began to be found about 190 million years ago. The first trees begin to be found in rock layers dating to about 65 million years ago. During this time, we also find the emergence of modern birds from small feathered reptiles. The Homo genus first appeared about 2.8 million years ago, marking the dawning of early humans. About 1.9 million years ago, we find skeletal remains in eastern Africa showing fully upright features. Neanderthals began about 300,000 years ago, and by 200,000 years ago, we begin to find anatomically modern human skeletal remains. This marks the arrival of Homo sapiens, the current version of our species. The Church's original claims on evolution. In 1909, the first presidency issued a statement titled, "The Origin of Man." It says, "It is held by some that Adam was not the first man upon this earth, and that the original human being was a development from a lower order of the animal creation. These, however, are the theories of men."
I will state frankly and positively that I am opposed to the present biological theories and the doctrine that man has been of the earth for millions of years. I am opposed to the present teachings in relation to the age of the earth, which declare that the earth is millions of years old. Naturally, since I believe in modern revelation, I cannot accept these so-called scientific teachings, for I believe them to be in conflict with the simple and direct word of the Lord that has come to us by divine revelation. I say most emphatically, you cannot believe in this theory of the origin of man and at the same time accept the plan of salvation as set forth by the Lord our God. You must choose the one and reject the other, for they are in direct conflict, and there is a gulf separating them, which is so great that it cannot be bridged, no matter how much one may try to do so. Joseph Fielding Smith.
Intermingled with the Church's stance on evolution is also its regard for the age of the earth. Doctrine and Covenants, section 77, has a unique Q&A session between Joseph and God. In verse 6, Joseph asks 2 questions and receives 2 answers. First, what are we to understand by the book which John saw, which was sealed on the back with 7 seals? We are to understand that it contains the revealed will, mysteries, and the works of God, the hidden things of his economy concerning this earth during the 7,000 years of its continuance, or its temporal existence. And second, what are we to understand by the 7 seals with which it was sealed? We are to understand that the first seal contains the things of the first 1,000 years, and the second also of the second 1,000 years, and so on until the 7th. In his book, Doctrines of Salvation, Joseph Fielding Smith clarifies the term temporal existence when he says that it is a definite statement by revelation to us that this earth will go through 7,000 years of temporal existence. Temporal, by all interpretations, means passing, temporary, or mortal. Another interesting position the Church took was the non-existence of physical death before Adam and Eve.
If, for example, a student accepts the untrue theory that death has been present on the earth for scores of thousands or millions of years, he must reject the revealed truth that there was no death either for man or animals or plants or any form of life until some 6,000 years ago when Adam fell. There was no death in the world for him or for any form of life until after the fall. That the fall of Adam brought temporal and spiritual death into the world. That this temporal death passed upon all forms of life, upon man and animal and fish and fowl and plant life. Bruce R. McConkie.
From the revelations of the Lord, we learn that there was no death in this world before the transgression of Adam and Eve. Joseph Fielding Smith.
There was no death upon the earth, either vegetable,
insect or animal, prior to the fall of man, and that human life did not exist upon the earth prior to Adam. Heber J. Grant.
Beginning in the oldest layers of rock and continuing up through newer layers, the sequence of fossils shows a consistent pattern for the emerging levels of life. Fossils of simpler organisms are encased in layers of rock that are very old and very deep. Gradually, more complex life is found in younger, shallower layers of rock. This sets the timeline for the evolution of life, literally in stone. Both life and death occurred on this planet long before human existence. The first sin could not have brought about the physical death of all living things upon the face of the earth from the creation until the time of Adam. Distancing from past claims. The doctrine of the Church once assured us that the age of the earth was less than 7,000 years old, that evolution was false, and that no form of death existed in the world before the creation of modern humans. But today, in the face of insurmountable evidence, the Church has decided to distance itself from those past claims. Current LDS scientists offer differing viewpoints regarding these issues. Dr. Michael F. Whiting, the director of the Brigham Young University's DNA Sequencing Center and Integrative Biology, said that many critics of evolution portray evolutionary theory as a series of made-up stories that require just as much faith to believe in as any religion requires. In fact, evolution is widely considered to be one of the most successful scientific theories ever proposed because of its ability to elegantly explain a plethora of biological observations. Also, Dr. Bart Kowalis, dean of Brigham Young University's Physical and Math Sciences, once issued a statement saying, "Students in the BYU community are reminded that organic evolution, anthropogenic climate change, radiometric dating, and a 4.56 billion-year-old age of the Earth are all seriously taught on campus by professors who are in good standing with the Church in fields directly related to these subjects." After considering that its stance on evolution and other scientific subjects was in direct contrast to overwhelming data, again, the Church decided to invalidate the statements of past prophets by taking a more neutral position. Two statements regarding these topics say, the Church has no official position on the theory of evolution. Organic evolution or changes to the species' inherited traits over time is a matter of scientific study, and while it is interesting to note these various theories, officially the Church has also not taken a stand on the age of the Earth. Therefore, Latter-day Saints are commanded to learn truth from many different fields of study. My dearest sweetheart, I love you with all my heart. I want you to know that you are the most important thing in the world to me, and your love and support mean everything. When I found out that the Church is not all it claims to be, I had to write you this letter to explain exactly how I came to that conclusion. Growing up in the Church, I believed in the doctrine, history, organization, and culture, and was taught to disregard any information to the contrary. Shortly after reading the journals of Joseph Smith and Brigham Young, I began to come across original versions of events that were very different than the lessons I was taught. Truthful information quickly became my obsession. The real truth, accurate historical facts, not what appears nicely summarized or left out of Sunday school lessons. I know learning about these issues can be difficult. It was hard for me too. Finding out that so much that has been kept from us made me feel confused and hurt. While I understand there are some good aspects about the Church, I could no longer see how the Church could be true if it has not been truthful. The weight of the whole situation was intense. During this difficult and lonely time, I had to ask myself some hard questions. If the Church weren't true, would I want to know? What is more important, the truth or staying in my comfort zone? With what I now know, would I still believe in the Church if I hadn't been born into it? After answering these questions honestly, I became at peace with what I felt was the truth. The outcome is certainly not one I expected from the outset. It is not an easy thing for a person to decide to re-examine their own beliefs and accept that they might have been wrong. Even though my beliefs have changed, we both still value the importance of our family, honesty, and integrity.